Yo, what is going on, everybody? This is Saiki here, and today we're coming back with IVL Day 4. We're coming back to you guys with some more IVL commentary, with some more gameplay, more matches that we're going to be showing to you guys today. Only shown on Bilibili, no one's streaming here on YouTube, but we're going to be showing them, talking about them here today. In our second match here already, in I believe second half of round 1, coming in a little bit late today, but it's okay. We'll all be fine. No big deal. 1 second. I actually gotta switch to the camera here because I need to fix something. Alright, and we are good to go. Alright, so going back to the match. We are going into second half of round 1. We already have a pretty good start for the Hunter right here. Antiquarian not doing so hot right here. And just like that, almost immediately going down. Ciphers are only around 40%. This is an extremely strong start for the Hunter. I mean, Queen Bee, by the way. This is Queen Bee round 1. How many times have we seen Queen Bee round 1? A lot of times. So Queen Bee seems to be a pretty good Hunter. Way stronger than I anticipated. Like, I didn't think round 1 strong. I definitely didn't anticipate that. I feel like a part of it is also just because every single Hunter is playing Queen Bee. I don't know if it's actually because Queen Bee is actually like the world's best Hunter to be playing. I feel like it almost is in a sort of way a trend. Almost everything has a trend, but I mean, you could see the absolute power of Queen Bee on camping. In terms of camping, this is extremely hard to stop. A little bit of a lag on the stream right there, but it's so hard to not get caught up with Queen Bee. Also with the speed buff, at any point your attack can get canceled with the shots from the bees. It really depends. In some areas, Queen Bee is not that difficult to deal with. Other times, like here at Shack, fast pallet breaking Queen Bee with a single pallet at Shack, there's not going to be a whole lot you can do, especially only with Flywheel. We're seeing Queen Bee also do very good against Flywheel, and of course Flywheel, a very important trait in against characters like Goman, against characters like Shadow. It is just really nice to have, but here it's actually really bad against Queen Bee. So also going to turn out to be a great counter to Queen Bee. Antiquarian, sorry, Queen Bee's gonna be a great counter to Antiquarian. Look at how this Hunter purposely dragged these bees ahead of time to constantly farm more points while they're in recovery. Since you cannot control the bees in recovery, once you're in recovery, you cannot control the bees. They preemptively did it and essentially charge up their bees all in one spot. Great stick usage by the Antiquarian right there. Unfortunately, 2 of them weren't so great. Good Flywheel though, making up for it, but unfortunately with all those extra points she got from the Rescuer and from hitting the Antiquarian a couple times upon the chair rescue, it just means that there's no way she's going to be able to stop 2 shots. Man, did Queen Bee used to have like more than 100 energy? Did she really have? I don't think she ever had more than 100, but the fact that you can shoot 2 in a single at a single time is very good, of course. And right there, very good timing from the Lanterness right here. Queen Bee, of course, smartly going to ignore the Lanterness clone right here, but unfortunately does in fact get fooled anyway by the fact that she just vaults the window 2 times in a row. Right here is going to quickly knock her down. I mean, the mobility of full presence Queen Bee is not something you should ever underestimate. She catches up real fast, and that's essentially a guaranteed chip hit. Maybe that's what makes Queen Bee so strong, is that in-game potential. The fact that it's really hard to hide against Queen Bee, to not get found against Queen Bee, since that is something hunters like Goman can definitely struggle against, trying to find someone after you've already got your first kill. And right here, the Queen Bee is going to give up on the chair entirely, going to choose to stop the Cypher Machine. I'd say this is a pretty smart decision, because at the end of the day, if you don't stop the Cypher Machine, it's not really going to matter. She thinks that this person right here is thinking that they have borrowed time. Either that, or she doesn't want to take the risk right here. Of course, we can see right here the survivor doesn't have borrowed time, but of course it's just giving her a better chance to get a win here, and probably even a 4-man if she can stop this kill right here, stop this person decoding on the Cypher and knock them down, and going to end up knocking down the Gravekeeper right here. He's already out of shovels. When did he even use those shovels? Absolutely insane how quickly this Queen Bee has burned through those abilities. So right here, unfortunately though, there's nowhere good to chair. Apparently nowhere good to chair near the Cypher Machine, or does she want to chair in between both? I mean, if you chair in between both, you don't really have good control over either is the issue. This is both pretty mediocre control. I mean, right here, testing for Tinnitus. Once she doesn't get Tinnitus, then she goes for the Cypher. So pretty smart decision making right here. And right here, going for a far shot, ends up getting it right here. And the Puppeteer, of course, Puppeteer also not that great against Queen Bee. I mean, it's fine here. it's guaranteed kite time, but you kind of need a little bit more than just guaranteed 9, 18, 27 seconds right here. I mean, it's going to be a lot more because she did that basic hit right there. Mistiming the puppet a little bit, thinking it would run out a little bit sooner. Did not run out a little bit sooner, but like same thing here. Puppet's just forced to immediately use his ability because that's just an instant chip hit. He doesn't know if she's going to miss or not. More than likely, she's not going to miss because it's not that hard to miss. And right here, this is a pretty bad area. It's also very easy for Queen Bee to just walk right through while shooting. And if you go for the stun, it's just a guaranteed hit. So not a whole lot you can do there either. And of course, with no broken windows, there's not going to be a whole lot this Puppeteer can do. He was just caught out in the open from the very beginning because of that full presence, and then that full presence with such a fast cooldown ended up biting them in the butt again. I mean, I feel that Queen Bee, all things considered, is not that crazy before full presence tricks, but like once full presence hits, this is so scary. I mean, they're going to pop the Cypher here, but at what cost? This Lanterness doesn't really have borrowed time. She's going to be stuck right next to the her Survivor, and she's going to be stuck right next to the Hunter. I mean, they are getting a little bit of a split here. This Hunter is not able to knock them down immediately, but still, this is not looking that great for the Survivors here. I mean, maybe this Gravekeeper can get the rescue on the person right here, but with the full presence, I mean, look at the full presence spam here. How long is this cooldown for the full presence anyways? Is it only 18 seconds? And look at that. I mean, I think this is the fastest moving Hunter in the game at this point. It is 18-second cooldown, so she's really able to spam those full presence. Even ends up finding the Gravekeeper right here. Of course, they're not going to surrender yet because the Lanterness still has self-heal available. She's just trying to crawl out of this peeper, I think, or at the very least, just try not to get found here. The Queen Bee's surely going to go back to her old death spot, so she can maybe crawl away, not get seen. I mean, look at this. The Queen Bee's already from one edge of the lakeside to the other, already finding her. And not even a single % done on the gates. Usually, survivors who go into the end game here at least have started the gates, have been at the gates. They did not only did they not start, they didn't even get anywhere close to the gates. I mean, Gravekeeper, I suppose, could have gone for the gate, but it was such a hard call right there to make as the Gravekeeper. So very, very good start from who was surviving there? Very good start from the Survivors, or not a very good start. Very good attack from the Hunter right there, bringing those Survivors all down, making sure that none of them escape. I believe it's a tie situation now because I believe the opponent team's Hunter also got a 5-man. I mean, we'll see here in a second. So we can see right here that the Queen Bee, of course, got a 4-man, so very well played from the Queen Bee. I mean, Queen Bee has recently just become one of the most consistently used Hunters we've seen of all time, really. I mean, I don't think I've seen this much of an agreement over the same Hunter being used over and over and over and over since Opera Singer, honestly. Since Opera Singer, there has not been this much round one same Hunter Queen Bee spam that we are seeing all over like we are right now. Back then it was Opera, maybe Go Man back then, and we are just seeing an immense amount of Queen Bee. So if we take a look here at the stats, not a whole lot of great kite times overall. No one got more than 60 seconds. I mean, at the end of the day, what it really comes down to is your start. If your team didn't have a good start, it's going to be very hard to have a good comeback after that. They really needed a good rebound kite, but they didn't get that either. Lanterness was not able to provide that good rebound kite, or was it the Gravekeeper? Honestly, Gravekeeper got chased right after the Lanterness, and it was just really hard to mount a comeback after that bad start at the end there. I mean, you could see the mobility of Queen Bee actually taking domination right there against those Survivors, able to quickly catch up to the Survivors no matter where they were. It's so hard to rotate away. If you're caught out in the bad open area, it's basically a guaranteed basic hit, not to mention if you have any other energy. Again, I feel like the most important time to counter Queen Bee is actually going to be the early game, because realistically speaking, Queen Bee is a pretty sluggish Hunter. If you don't get that easy visual on the Survivor, if they're not stuck in the corner, if they're not stuck against the edge of the map, it can be pretty hard to stack up those bees to get that constant 13% speed bonus that you're looking for as Queen Bee, as again a relatively sluggish Hunter. But if you know the snipe spots, and if you know the hitbox of your chart shot with your ability, you can find that it's actually extremely versatile, very versatile ability. just because of the fact that it's able to shoot over a lot of walls that Ripper isn't able to shoot over, a lot of walls that Gamekeeper isn't able to hook over. It makes it a very unique ability, very different than what we're used to seeing. And this was GR's Hunter right here. So we saw GR Hunter also using Queen Bee. Absolute insanity. We're seeing so much Queen Bee today and the last few days. I mean, Queen Bee is a menace. Queen Bee is an absolute menace. I mean, right here, you're able to see that was the match we just watched. Able to just make it very difficult for the survivors to get a comeback after that good first chase because of the fact that she's able to come back with that full presence. Also, the guaranteed hits on the Palstones right there, treating it like Ripper. Lanternist here not having any borrowed time. I mean, at least for the survivor's sake, they hit the Lanternist. Sorry, they hit the Gravekeeper and not the Lanternist, because if the Hunter hit the Lanternist, well, Lanternist doesn't have borrowed time. At least when he knocks down the Gravekeeper, they could maybe get a comeback, because maybe now Lanternist can use her ability, escape, and Gravekeeper escapes with his borrowed time. Neither really ended up happening, because the Lanternist ability doesn't last at all very long once you pop the last Cypher Machine. Only lasts a total of 4 seconds, which is not a whole lot of time to get anywhere, especially when you're stuck in the corner of the map. Even in the corner of the map, granted, I didn't see if they had a great Cypher split, but all the way in the corner of the map, still not able to do a whole lot there with that Cypher split. Having a chair all the way on one side and then going across the map, no problem for Queen Bee. It really is insane. I wonder if they're going to nerf the full presence, because we are seeing Queen Bee get nerfed in the upcoming bounce changes. We are seeing the decrease in energy per use of the bees. I believe we're also seeing something else, but I can't quite remember what it is. But mainly, I remember one of the things that they were going to do when they were going to nerf Queen Bee a couple months back was actually to reduce how much energy you get per use of your bees. And they were like, maybe that's too much. Maybe let's do something else. Instead, let's just like nerf how people getting interrupted on rescues, which, don't get me wrong, is a great change, but that doesn't stop the fact that you could get terror shocked in the middle of your rescue. It doesn't stop the fact that you can still get double hit very quickly back to back and then basic hit. That doesn't stop the fact that if you get caught out in the open early on, the hitbox of the Stinger, although pretty bad up close, can be such a surprise far away, especially when you're trying to rescue and the Queen Bee is just shooting, making sure that you do not rescue the survivor without taking immense amounts of damage. There's a lot of versatility in that Stinger if you use it well. So very interesting, very interesting. I did not go into IVL thinking we're going to see a lot of anything except Opera, except Hula Baloo, except Goman. Queen Bee instead shows up. I was thinking maybe we'd even see Qist more often than those Hunters, but no, we end up seeing a lot of Queen Bee. I mean, so far only Queen Bee round 1. Even I've been playing Queen Bee myself. I've been trying to get on the hype, seeing what it's all about, and I must say, Queen Bee, if you can learn, if you can study exactly where every single spot is to snipe people, it is very tedious, don't get me wrong, kind of going on every single map, every single angle, trying to figure out where the shot gets blocked, where it doesn't get blocked. It's very difficult. But if you can master Queen Bee is a very strong hunter in game, I've noticed. Can be sluggish early game, can be awkward early game, but then once one Cypher goes down, right, you kill your last survivor, right, your first survivor, and then there's one survivor remaining. You can really go in this back and forth of just going on top of the Cypher, killing a survivor. As long as you have some energy left over, you realistically could just use your bees to go across the map and then go after the next survivor and just constantly have this back and forth pressure that is almost comparable to Opera Singer, although Opera Singer, kind of like Queen Bee, doesn't have any teleportation, does have that very strong ability to move quickly across the map. If anything, maybe even better than Opera Singer nowadays, just because of the fact that Opera Singer is able to move across the map, but there can be open areas. You have to sometimes take an indirect route because of the shadows. And right here, we're going to see GR going to end up picking Moonlit. In the meantime, Lakeside is, of course, banned, not because anyone banned it, but because they already played on it. You cannot repeat maps. And we're going to see right here, GW ban Chinatown. So we're going to see Moonlit. Very interesting. We don't really see Arms Factory nowadays. You know, it's not so interesting what maps we do see as it is for me what maps we don't see. You know, when was the last time you saw something like Arms Factory? You know, we don't really see a whole lot of Arms Factory anymore, especially ever since Dreamwish slowly disappeared into non-relevancy. We haven't really been seeing all that much Arms Factory. We used to see a lot of Arms Factory, maybe with even back in the Bonbon, when Bonbon was more of a consistent hunter, we would still see stuff like Arms Factory. Nowadays, you don't see it at all. Even after Arms Factory's nerf at the front gate, we don't really see it. I haven't seen it once since IVL. Maybe I just haven't been watching the right matchups, but I haven't seen it a single time inside of the IVL. All right, so going to the next match, you guys will notice that we don't have Miki with us right here, so I'm not going to talk nearly as much in between matches, although I still was yapping a lot after that last match, because again, it's kind of impressive to me to see that much Queen Bee. Anyway, we are seeing some fan support. I believe that is GW. That's GW's logo right there in the bottom right. I have no idea what that sign said, but I do recognize the logo at the least at the bottom right, so there's that. But yeah, we just have the players getting ready here. Getting ready for their next match. It's going to be GW Survivors versus GR's Hunter. Can't remember who GR's Hunter is. Is it Jin? Can't remember. If it's Jin, I do hear a lot of good things about Jin lately. That Jin is apparently like one of the new best hunters after Dong Xuan. Yeah, no Miki tonight. Miki is traveling. I forgot where, but he's traveling somewhere across the United States. So we're not, unfortunately, going to see any Miki value today. And yeah, hope you guys have had a good night so far. It is a little bit late, about to be 2 a.m. So we'll see here. GR win. Also, GR a very iconic team. You know, everyone knows GR from KOA 2, 3, 4. I believe they just won, what was it, 3 KOAs in a row before finally someone else won a KOA for once. It seemed to me for those years that not only was it just one team dominating NAU, but it seemed to be just like one team dominating the Chinese competition, which was GR at the time. I don't know very well back then if GR was always winning every competition, but they were definitely winning every KOA back then. So I haven't seen GR win one time. Of course, players change, metas change. Some metas are better suited for some players than others. Others are like, oh, I'm really good at Gravekeeper, but I was really bad at Mercenary, right? So you're going to be better in the Gravekeeper meta than in the Mercenary meta, back when Mercenary was a really good thing. So we are going to see Jin as the hunter. Again, I hear a lot of good things about Jin. Jin is apparently a very good hunter, very good at playing hunter, obviously. All these hunters are very good, but I particularly hear a lot about Jin. Jin is especially apparently a very strong hunter. So we have Gravekeeper, Meteorologist, Coordinator, Psychologist, or not Psychologist. Don't know what that was. I guess they're still picking their Survivor. Yeah, they're still picking their Survivor, so now they locked in their final Survivor, just Lanternist. They were thinking about Psych. I wonder if the hunters ever like see that and like think about, okay, might they go Psychologist in the future? Maybe, maybe not. Meteorologist, very good Survivor though. Again, part of this pack of Survivors I've been lately playing that is very strong, very versatile. Gravekeeper, of course, a very good rescuer. Good to play regardless. And what did they ban? They banned Gravekeeper. Or not Gravekeeper, Goatman. Sorry. They banned Goatman. So, are going to see a Goatman ban here. Of course, Goatman is still a very strong hunter. I do wonder if, let's say a hunter played Goatman round 1, would the team ban Queen Bee round 2? Moonlit is a pretty good map for Queen Bee, all things considered. It's not that impressively difficult to see where the survivors are because of the short walls and open spaces. You're able to find survivors quite easily in the end game with your full presence, and you're also able to, in the early game, accurately put your bees on top of them because there's not a whole lot of tall wall obstacles to block your vision. As a hunter player, you can pretty accurately put the bees and not just have to guess where they are, as opposed to something like Ever Sleeping, constantly going between those alleyways. You know, although the alleyways aren't very big, you can definitely lose out on a couple Queen Bee hits, Queen Bee points. And instead, we're going to see Hula Baloo. So no Gomen, no Queen Bee. We are going to opt for a Hula Baloo, which makes sense. Hula Baloo is a very strong hunter on Moonlit. Is it particularly good against this team? I wouldn't say it's great against well, not Fair Lady, against Lanterness, who is basically the better Fair Lady anyway. Not particularly great against that, I would say. It really depends. If you're already on top of her and she didn't get a chance to use her abilities, it can be, obviously he's good against any Sorara at that point. Coordinator is just going to be awkward. It's going to be awkward because Hulu doesn't really have any way to block the gun. It's basically a guaranteed not just 5-second stun, but also all the time you have to catch up after that. So although Hulu is going to be able to catch up in the mid game and end game with his jumps, he's going to have a very hard time in the early game where he doesn't have much mobility. Maybe with a warp, I don't know if he would really chase the coordinator here. He did bring warp. Now, regardless, you usually do bring warp on Hulu, especially on a map like Moonlit, especially if you're going to chase first stop. There's a lot of reasons to bring warp big map, and that big map has the roller coaster, and on top of that, you have a huge stunner on the team who can set you back a long distance if you don't have an easy way to catch up early game. He really could chase the coordinator here first. The only issue with doing that is it's going to be very easy for the guy at first stop to just tell his teammate, hey, I'm just coming for you, and then coordinator can get a really good rotation across the map before she ever gets a heartbeat at second store. She can already start moving across the map. So very curious how this match is going to go. We're going to see how it goes right here. I think the survivors have a pretty favorable chance here to take a tie at the very least. Again, although Hulu can spiral out of control if they play this well, patiently in the mid game, even if they don't have a great kite, it's fine because you can definitely catch up in the end game. But look at this. What an interesting use of the Lanternist ability. It's interesting because normally you'd get stuck in the corner right here and there is nothing you can do except let the hunter approach you. But this Lancer is going to take advantage of her ability, and look at all the distance she got. A very unique way to use the ability early on. Because you think about it, you're anyway not going to get a good chance to use it later on. And right here, the hunter's trying to farm Hunter's Instinct. Not able to quite do it. It's not really showing up. Running Exhibitionist for the faster recovery right here. Able to swing much faster after a miss. And of course, every swing that Hulu does is a miss because he doesn't have attack recovery. And right here, going to get a very good consistent load of damage here on the Lancers. Even able to get a sneaky, cheeky mud hit right there, followed by another white hit. Ooh, a very bad series of events. All things considered, that was a great start, but just fumbled a little bit on that pallet, on those pallet situations. I don't even think he needed a clone after those windows. That was just all on cooldown. So, I mean, fair enough. Fair enough that she gets hit at the windows, but then a whole nother set of 3 hits after that? That is not so great. Let's see if the Gravekeeper chooses to tank the damage, or use the shovel to tank the damage, which I don't think this hunter is going to let him do that. Even if he wants to, he's going to force him to come out. Is going to get the damage right here. Is he going to try to get the double? He didn't get the black. He's still going to try to do it. And right here, he does get it. I mean, once the Gravekeeper is forced to use a shovel, it's not like there's a whole lot you can do about it. So, right here, Lanternus is going to be melee chase. I mean, at the very least, a little bit of a mind game situation happening right here because he doesn't know if she's standing at the pallet or not. But he ends up getting 2 colors anyway. Ooh, very good body block from the hunter right there to prevent her from going to the pallet. But she slips through anyway, but then he has a jump anyway, and it just doesn't matter anyway. A lot of anyways. So, I mean, again, this is like this was not all that great for the Hulu. It was just that series of events at the pallet, and then she got chaired on top of the rescuer Cypher, which means the rescuer needs to immediately prepare for rescue. But then if he immediately has to prepare for rescue, that means Hunter immediately sees him. He has to use a shovel. Then it's very easy to chase him afterwards, get the double hit on him. Not a great situation. Not a great situation. Is going to let go of the Lanternus now, because no one is rescuing. And I mean, the Gravekeeper right here didn't even transition anywhere. He didn't leave the Cypher after seeing that no one is rescuing. They know that no one is rescuing. I mean, they're on the same team, of course. But instead choosing to keep decoding the Cypher machine, which leads to a very easy jumping over the river situation. That's what makes Hulu so strong. But part of what makes it strong is only if you allow the hunter to do that. And that Gravekeeper sitting on that Cypher definitely allowed the Hulu to get that easy jump over. Not a whole lot to do except press a button. So, right here, the corner is going to use the gun, but he has excitement for it anyway. So it doesn't matter. He ends up trump carding to excitement. And I think that might end up being a double down. That is going to be a double hit. A complete stuff on the rescue because she just doesn't have anywhere to go, anything to use after that gun. This is a very bad area to get caught out in. She was really relying on the gun, and this is a like not even close match at this point. Like it was good at the start, but then the whole series of events, Gravekeeper getting doubled down there. Well, not even before that. It's not necessarily his fault. As a team, they all kind of suffered there because of the fact that, well, Lantern's ability, Lantern's kite didn't go as planned. Goes down on the Gravekeeper Cypher. Gravekeeper then has to rescue, right? But Gravekeeper easily gets doubled down, and then you see this absolute domino effect. Spiral out of control with Hula Blue. This is what makes Hula Blue still such a good hunter, is that you make one mistake against Hula Blue, and it is just spirality out of control. You have no idea what's going on at this point. And I mean, at this point, what choice do the survivors have? This is going to be quite a long game of stalling out. That was a great hit right there from Jin. And Meteorologist only having the broken windows, not a whole lot she can do about the situation. Not going to drop the pallet right there. Granted, I think she wasn't near enough to drop it anyway. I think she walked a little bit too far from it. Right here, Hula Blue is going to pick her up. More than likely just going to drop her near the center of the map. Just to see if he gets a tinnitus. He is going to chair her. Okay, he is going to chair her. I mean, at the very least, it moves this game along a little bit. But that's also better for the survivors, right? Because if this Hula Blue doesn't end up finding his coordinator, I mean, right now he's on cooldown, right? He just got the tinnitus. He doesn't. Nope, he's easier. So that's going to be a 4-man here. Does she have any ability that's useful? She has a first officer pocket watch, which is not that amazing, not that incredible. Not a whole lot to do here as the survivor, except just stall out this match for, I mean, I guess technically no reason. Let's be real. What a great hit right there from Jin. Not a whole lot of time to work with. That was like a difference between a half a second right there of time to get the hit, and he does end up barely getting it. I can't believe that the clone actually ends up getting the red color hit there as well. Very good work from Jin there. Absolute domination, making sure to take out those survivors, taking advantage of the start that they had with the bad chase. At first, it wasn't looking good for him, but then once she went down, once she took those hits, that was when it was looking good. Able to take advantage of going down on a survivor's Cypher meant that he was able to quickly pressure that survivor, and then that survivor ends up quickly going, ends up getting double down, essentially. Not a whole lot to do in that situation. So very, very strong start for GR right there. Jin, very good hunter right there. Able to take out a very strong team right here. Of course, all these teams are strong, so this is no easy feat to have a commanding lead as much as this, as much as the one we're seeing right here. So very good work from Jin. Only question now is, what is GW's hunter going to play? Because GW has to match this. We did see GW also get a 4-man elimination with Queen Bee earlier, matching Jin's 4-man elimination. So very good. I'm gonna guess that we're going to see, I suppose anything can change. We don't know a whole lot about, well, I don't know a whole lot about GR survivors. The GR lineup, I assume, has changed quite a bit since I knew them from many years ago. I haven't really kept up to date. But so far, based off round 1, we've seen hunter domination. And then this first half of round 2, we're seeing, again, hunter domination. That being said, it's not like we've seen any Go-Man. We haven't seen any Go-Man, Opera, Hula Blue, and yet Queen Bee has been hanging in there, getting those 4-man eliminations back to back to back to back. Although I do feel the last time we commentated here with Miki, I do feel that the survivors, especially against in some halves of the rounds, we could have seen better decision making from the survivors that could have guaranteed or given a higher chance of a draw than the choice they decided to make in a situation where they were anyway not able to pull off a win with the kite they had, going for a rescue that they probably shouldn't. But in this case, I don't even think there was anything like that. I don't think there was ever a point where, like, oh yeah, we had the survivors do a great kite, and all we have to do is just decode and maybe give tinnitus on the chair, and we don't even risk the rescue, right? And we can just get a super safe tie that way. We didn't even see that the second half. We didn't see that. It was just a very strong very strong start for the Hunter all throughout. And then it's kind of same thing here. Just a very strong start. Very hard to make a comeback against this. As a survivor, I mean, especially Hula Blue especially. Like Queen Bee would have been hard as well, especially on Moonlit. But Hula Blue is just, what makes Hula Blue so difficult is that Hula Blue never has recovery. And we are seeing a swap out here. We are going to see GW swap out their Hunter, and they're going to put in, looks like Lit Lie right here. He put Helmer as one of his main Hunters. Of course, it's a troll. And Opera Singer as the other. Now, happens to be Opera Singer happens to be apparently to top tier players that the worst map for Opera Singer. Is the worst map for Opera Singer, Moonlit, because there aren't a whole lot of great places to dash early on. It can be very difficult to dash over the bridges if you don't have full presence. I mean, it's still possible, but it's more annoying. It's more tedious. You can't go in a straight line. You kind of have to take an awkward side to side line, which at that point any Hunter could rival that. And again, there's lots of open areas. The carousel, you know, not a whole lot of places to dash around the carousels. It's mostly just the carousel, and that's just one place to be inside the Shadow Realm, which is not great. And we are going to see now GR Survivor right here. I believe this is a substitute. AC is going to be playing Survivor now. Fire Investigator and Prisoner. Happens to be Prisoner is one of the better survivors against Opera Singer, because you can stun her in the middle of her trying to dash from Shadow Realm to Shadow Realm, which puts her on a pretty severe 9-second cooldown. She's not all that fast without her ability, believe it or not. She's a pretty slow Hunter if it's not for her ability. So let's see how they do here. Can GW survivors make it so that they get a couple escapes out? Because, or no, sorry, GW's Hunters. GW Hunter needs a 4-man elimination here. But can GR survivors, I meant, a lot of G's here. A lot of G's, hard to remember. Can GR survivors escape here? Because if they can escape, then this cements a point lead. You know, it's not going to matter for winning the round anymore. At this point, since they already tied round 1, it's going to go down to round 3 no matter what. And once you go down to round 3, that's when it matters about the points, not whether you won the round, whether you got more survivors out than your other team. That's not like 5v5 at that point. At this point, it really does matter overall. So right here, can't we see GR come out with more points over GW this round? Because again, GW survivors just got 4-manned. So GR just needs a couple survivors out. So let's see if they can do that. And why is the music okay? The music is good. All right, all good. So let's see here. They're just picking their survivors, just talking with their coach right here, figuring out what they want to play. And I believe we're gonna go right into it. Let's see what we see from GR. I'm thinking we might see, I wonder if we might see Doctor. It really does depend what the Lit Lie wants to play. Opera Singer could be good against Doctor, could not be good against Doctor. Mercenary, I think, is going to be a great pick, though. Matador, of course, another great pick. There are a lot of good survivors here. Now, at this point, he's not going to be banning any Rescuer. Smartly, he bans Meteorologist, which is a great survivor. Impatient, guys, has slowly been growing on me. Patient is one of those survivors where it's like, I don't think people have picked up yet on how good Patient is actually now. He, low-key, in a way, I dare say, he might be better than Mercenary. Because the thing about Mercenary is Mercenary has the same amount of abilities as Patient. The only advantage with Mercenary was that it was a lot quicker than Patient hooks, and you didn't rely on tall obstacles, right? But the fact that your hook is so fast now, and the fact that you can turn off, not having to vault over random garbage that all you want to do is just hook over, like let's say you want to hook over, like hook off a lamp and go forward. In the past, you weren't able to do that, because you would think you want to vault over the lamp and just waste your hook. Now you can turn that off, combined with the very fast animation time of Patient. Now means that it kind of is like Mercenary now, where Mercenary can legit elbow pad off any obstacle he wants and just gain a ton of distance, right? And although Patient Nest still doesn't really have that advantage over Mercenary, where like Mercenary can go from a wall to a completely open area, which is a great counter to Opera Singer. I will do that on Never Sleeping as Mercenary. That's something you can't do as Patient, right? Because anywhere you hook as Patient kind of has to go to a wall, to an obstacle, because otherwise you can't use your hook if it didn't lead to an obstacle. But we are going to see Litlai right here locking the Opera Singer. I'm very curious how we're going to see this patient do, because this is not a very brainless matchup for the patient. I mean, I suppose the start can be pretty brainless because you just use your hook pretty early on is usually the general thumb of rule with Opera Singer. If you have 3 abilities, you want to try to use the first one sooner rather than later so that you can actually use the second and then eventually the third one before you take 2 hits and go down. Especially because if you end up saving them, then you anywhere going to go down the blink. Although the rebound is a potential possibility, with Opera Singer 1000 presence, basically no area will counter her with hook anymore. So you may as well use it early on as soon as you can to get the maximum value out of it, because it's not going to get great value later on anyway. Sadly, we're not going to see the patient get chased here first, though I am still curious how he does, because I do really believe in patient nowadays. I really do believe in patient. I used to be such a big patient hater, and I think rightfully so, because now the devs have essentially fixed all my complaints with patient. I said that his animation was too long. They've changed that. He's basically as fast as Mercenary now. I said that it's awful that the whole idea of patient being able to hook over to get distance is completely defeated because he vaults over half the things you want to try to bounce off of. Completely gotten rid of, right? Now you can choose. Do you want to vault or do you want to go, do you want to just bounce off, which is a great change to patient. I'm very glad they did that. Literally was a quality of life thing that honestly should have been there from the very beginning, if you ask me. But right here, we are going to end up going into right here, round 2, second half. Can the Opera Singer match that 4-man kill that the last team just got? Can he match Jin's 4-man, basically? So let's see here. Not a whole lot to do here for the coordinator. I mean, this is as ideal of a star you're going to get, all things considered. Because now, if the hunter's running warp or anything like that, they're not able to just stop you on the roller coaster. And I'm going to have to change the layout here because I see the items aren't showing up very well. So we'll change that later on. But yes, the coordinator did use the gun right there, used it to go to the roller coaster, and I mean, this is basically as good of a start you're going to get. But look at all this open area here. Going to make it difficult for the Opera Singer. I mean, not really, though. She was able to play this area very well. Honestly, Opera Singer is still such a strong hunter, even to this day. I wouldn't be surprised if Opera Singer gets a 4-man here. Does have the, well, not quite. She doesn't quite have her shadows up, so she can't actually shadow clone on top of that. Ooh, right there, coordinator fails the mind game, but then well, she didn't fail because it ends up working out, but the Opera Singer ends up expecting her to not vault because she didn't swing immediately, but then she swung too late because the coordinator just ran away from the pallet after that little weird incident that happened there. Honestly, all things considered, a coordinator right here in this situation is not that bad. This is not that bad of a kite from the coordinator right here. Getting that guaranteed damage in, then the guaranteed distance with the roller coaster. I'll be a little bit awkward because she ends up getting stuck there. Matador right here does end up canceling the dash. She's now forced to use that shadow clone to get the cooldown back. Looks like it's not going to matter most likely because she's not going to be going back anytime soon, I'm guessing. And right here, coordinator, all she's doing right here is dying away. She's just dying away from the ciphers. Going all the way behind 2-story, because this is the most awkward place to die as a survivor for a hunter, because look at how far the Opera has to walk for the chair. I mean, thankfully a chair spawned over there, so it's not that bad, but imagine if this chair didn't spawn here. This Opera Singer would be in a lot more hurt. She'd have to walk all the way to God Corner. Yeah, that's a great place to die. Not quite in the corner, but more like next to that weird wall, or right behind the 2-story. That's a nice place to die. They're maximum distance away from all the chairs. To my surprise, they're still going to go for this rescue. Oh my goodness, this is not a good situation for the Opera Singer. Ends up missing her dash, puts her on a cooldown. Thankfully for her, Mercenary's not going to go for the rescue. But even is that even still a great thing though? Because now it means the rescue is still delayed. That means that now, if all they're doing is just farming tide turners, then they just want to delay the rescue, right? If they don't care about the rebound, then there's no point in rescuing when the hunter's off cooldown on dash, because at the end of the day, all she's playing around, all this survivor team's playing around, is just farming that tide timer. farming that timer off of Tide, and looks like they do end up having the Mercenary go back to his old Cypher. And so now the Hunter has a very difficult choice. Do you trump card onto the last Cypher machine? And it looks like the survivors are gonna go ahead and not take the chance there at all on giving her the option, because they just get off the Cypher, which means now the Hunter really has no point to teleport, which kind of makes it even more awkward if you think about, like, now what do you do? Do you chase this random guy and let them have the Cypher machine for now and hope they don't do it? This is not easy. This is not an easy situation. I mean, this patient is on the other side right here, so the upper singer literally can't do a whole lot. Now she's gonna teleport. She saw the Cypher shaking there, able to teleport, keeping a vigilant eye on it. Doesn't get the... Oh, he does. Oh, he does get the hit. For a second, I thought that wasn't a hit. That I was going to be going crazy if that didn't count as a hit. But that is a hit, rightfully deserved for the opera singer, albeit a little bit cheesy because of how fast she goes. Right here, very good control from the opera singer right here, able to move back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Matador just going to stop anything she wants to do. And just like that, able to get so much distance here. Did he have Pala Boost as well? He did have Pala Boost as well. So, unfortunately, it didn't lead anywhere great here. But he does have a single pallet to work with. This single pallet can stall quite a bit. Not going to get the ability off, unfortunately. And is that going to be a big deal? Should he have saved that ability? Hard to say if he should have saved that or not. Because if the server's going to be primed anyway, and no one was on it, if no one was going to be on it, it's hard to say should he have even used that ability, right? Because he would have to survive like a solid 15 more seconds, which would have been very difficult with all those pallets gone. Let's see here. I mean, Cypher's 99. Very smart move from the Hunter right here. Going for the drop down instead of the chair, because anyway they were going to rescue. Now you are in this awkward position where you have multiple survivors all in the same spot because he carried them together. He carried that Matador. And this guy has no borrowed time, so it was literally unpunished, essentially. There was no punishment for leaving him on the ground here, because now he's able to get them in a more convenient spot for this. This Hunter is able to get them in a more convenient spot. Mercenary wasn't able to head towards the gate ahead of time, because obviously he was busy getting chased and dying on the ground. And then Patience forced to address the Cypher, which means now Patience next to the Matador. All these little things, although right now it seems like it didn't seem to make a difference, because now this Hunter is still forced to make a difficult choice. Every little bit matters. You know, he has an idea of how far the stars could possibly be now that there's less area, right, that he has to worry about. But he ends up finding no one, so all that planning, unfortunately, is not going to work out, because by the time he finds out that he's not getting any tinnitus, now the stars could have really gone anywhere at this point. So it does not end up mattering. He does end up getting the teleport off. Now doesn't really get great value right there. Off of turning that Matador, because now the Matador is going to get rescued, and she has no plan B now. The plan B is to just kill this mercenary as quickly as possible and try to get there as soon as you can. But can you do that in a matter of 15 seconds? No, there's no possible way. There's no human way possible. She's going to get close. Don't get me wrong. She can get pretty close, but it's not going to be enough right here. And unfortunately, that's the second time she missed that dash on that exact pallet. Little Lie getting a little bit of a hard time on that pallet. Second time we saw that. We saw that on the first time on the rescue. And unfortunately, for GW, the survivors are going to secure themselves a point lead. It's more specifically a 3-point lead, I believe, because the survivor just got 5, and now the survivors got 2-2. That is going to be... No, you know what? Well, no, you know what? It is actually straight up a 5-point lead, because since it's a tie, no one gained anything, so whatever points that were existing before this, now there's a 5-point lead. I mean, this is not impossible to deal with, but this is very difficult, because now it means that they essentially need their Hunter to 4-man, because if their Hunter gets a 3-man kill, and then the Survivors get a 3-man escape, then I suppose they can bring it back. They could actually come out on top on points. That's going to be... That's very hard to do. Now with the good hunters, I mean, he still has a lot of good hunters, but there's also multiple hunter bans. Also depends on what else Litlai plays here. I mean, I don't remember off the top of my head. Can they sub in their hunter again? But I think Litlai is just going to play 3rd round here. He already used his opera. That was his signature that it showed right there on the front. When they introduced him, maybe he'll pull out the Hell Ember, who knows. I highly doubt it though. Probably not going to pull out Hell Ember, of all things. But yeah, let's see here. looking at the stats here, not very impressive kites, but the whole idea of why that game turned out so much better than, let's say, the Queen Bee match where we didn't see that impressive kites is just because of the fact that A, it was a bigger map, and B, honestly, Queen Bee's mobility endgame, I dare say, might be better than Opera Singer's mobility endgame, low key, because that was a lot harder to catch up between. Oops, wrong order. I'm getting used to this, guys. Wrong order. Order mattered there. So, all things considered, that was a very good showcase from the survivors. I mean, he finally got rid of that last coordinator. That coordinator took a long time to deal with. Was that an amazing kite? No, but what made that so good was the long chair times, the interesting use of the flare gun. Where was it the most amazing use? Did she kite out for a long time before that? No, not really. But she knew that she wasn't going to be able to cut out in that area. Without a miracle pallet stun, there's no real way to live in that area, so she's just going to take what she can get, use those two garbage pallets that combined together are not so bad, and just shoot immediately, right? Get the 2 seconds value off that pallet she has to break, and then you have to shoot. And then since she's in the corner, a little bit in the edge of the map, it makes it a little bit better to then shoot your gun, where it's going to be harder to reach the roller coaster. I wonder if that corner, I think that corner just stood there. Right there, she just stood right there at the roller coaster and just didn't leave anywhere. So a little bit interesting that she didn't choose to like run to 2-story or anything like that, since she anyway ended up doing that. So a little bit interesting. That's like maybe the one thing I was thinking that could be different there. But yeah, we are going to see Lidlai showcasing their hunter right here. Again, it wasn't even that bad. It was a pretty good Opera Singer movement right there. It was just the tide spam in the coordinator flare gun right there, just buying guaranteed time, gave a pretty secure tie right there. Not a whole lot to do for the hunter. I mean, that was just very good, very strong showcase. So very good stuff. What's up, Mickey? Welcome to the stream. Mickey's saying hello from New Orleans. Appreciate you joining us, man, even when you're not able to commentate with us. Jin is very good at hula blue. It's one of his specialties, I believe. Interesting. Eat some good food with me, Miki. Miki, what are you eating out there in New Orleans? Isn't it like 3 AM over there? Shouldn't you be sleeping, brother? It's either 3 AM or 2 AM, which is the same as me, 2:27 AM. So, we will see here. Waiting for round 3 to start. I wonder what else we're going to see. We have a lot of good hunters today. Still a lot of good options. Nothing off meta, I would say. I mean, it was Queen Bee, which arguably you don't see a lot of Queen Bee until recently, now that she's available to play in tournaments. And then Opera Singer, Hula Blue. I mean, these are pretty typical picks. Although Opera Singer is a little bit harder to play on Moonlit. Hula Blue, definitely you can see it coming from a mile away. So, all things considered, nothing super crazy. You bet you'll see Qist. Could be Qist. Qist would make sense. It depends really on the map here. We still don't know the map. As soon as we see the map from the teams, maybe we can make a little bit better predictions. Okay, that was the music. I could have sworn I heard like some weird like plastic tapping. Anyway, still waiting on the map. Could technically still see Goman if a team decides not to ban Goman. He's always available. If the teams don't ban him, it's technically still a worry for the teams. It's kind of sad because I personally haven't seen a lot of Goman at all. I don't think I've seen a single Goman. So all things considered, yes, even though Queen Bee is getting a lot of screen time, you have to remember that at the end of the day, what is the most banned hunter in IVL? It seems to be Goman. So I still think Goman is the strongest hunter in the game by far, but Queen Bee is showing up to be like a backup plan, right? If the team counters Goman too well, like if there's Puppeteer, right? If there's Puppeteer, you got your Novelist, right? And they're all running Flywheel, then Queen Bee's probably a more safe pick overall and harder to counter as well. So I would say interesting, very interesting. QS can be a little bit slow too. You know, QS has a slow start early on. You know, if anyone sits by a window, if they have broken windows, it's not so good. Broken windows hurts QS a lot more than Queen Bee. At least Queen Bee can keep up with her movement speed. On the other hand, QS just gets hurt so bad by a single window boost counters his whole boost basically. And on top of that, the Survivor still has Pal boost to use. So looks like we are going to see the Survivors, or not the Survivors, the teams thinking about banning here. I don't see any selections made here. If you look at the screen, it looks like, okay, so they're picking now. Okay, so Glory, GR, is going to go ahead and ban Eversleeping. And we're going to see GW pick Leo's Memory in response. Leo's Memory can be interesting. We used to not see Leo's Memory. Leo's Memory was treated a long time ago similarly to Hospital, where you would never see Leo's Memory in tournaments. And then something changed, right? At some point, something changed in the tournament minds of players. I'm not sure what it was, but we just see Leo's Memory now. I don't know why, to begin with, we never saw Leo's Memory that often. Like, I can get Hospital, right? Because Hospital's like in the center of the map, right? It's easy to reach Hospital with a little bit of teamwork from your tournament, from your teammate tournaments, especially with voice chat communication. You can plan something out. So, like, I totally get Hospital not showing up ever in the history of IDV. Like, you'll see it every once in a while as like a, maybe as like a situation to just tie up the match, right? If you're in the lead as a team and you just want to make sure no one gets a lead ahead of you, just pick Hospital because, yeah, sure, the other team's probably going to get 3-man, but so will you guys because Hospital's just a really strong map for Survivors. So, we're going to see Leo's Memory here. On the other hand, speaking of Leo's Memory, how does it relate to this? I never saw Leo's Memory in the past because it was said to be quote-unquote a bad tournament map. Well, if that's the case, then why are we seeing so much Leo's Memory nowadays? Don't get me wrong, the Leo's Memory back then was basically like a Hospital situation, with there being a pallet upstairs, a double window in the upstairs where there now only exists one. The balcony used to be so much longer. The balcony used to be right next to the window on the other side of Factory. I like the staircase starting there. And then the pallet that exists was a window back then. I do remember there was a small period of time where the devs removed that window and just made it an open doorway. I hated that iteration of Leo's Memory the most. When they removed the window and they didn't even put a pallet there, they just put an empty doorway there. I remember that lasted for a very short period of time. Leo's Memory changed so many times, man. Man, I still remember. I mean, I guess I shouldn't be saying still remember because it was the newest nerf to Leo's Memory, but it feels so long ago. When did they do the change where behind the corner of Leo's Memory, there was a pallet? When you use the pallet in the doorway and then you loop around to the window behind the Factory, there was like a pallet back there that you'd always drop. It was just free distance. When was that removed? Man, that feels so long ago. It's like at this point, it feels like a lucid dream at this point. But it's so hard for me to think back and be like, yeah, Leo's Memory used to have all these things. And maybe that's why. Maybe after they removed those things, maybe then people started picking up Leo's Memory. Yeah, nowadays the Factory isn't as strong as it used to be because there's just so much walking, right? What's the point of getting one strong pallet or one strong window when it's so long to the next pallet or window? It just doesn't make up for it. Unless you have broken windows, of course. So let's take a look at the Survivor team. We're going to see Meteorologist Cheerleader ban, Lucky Guy ban as well. And then the last ban is Doctor. I gotta fix this because I don't know why the gameplay is not showing everything. That is so weird. Maybe I need to make the page smaller. Yeah, if I make the page a little bit smaller. Listen, bro, I don't have production to do these things for me. I have to do everything at this point. If I don't do it, no one does it. Now, I still don't understand why the Gravekeeper face and Mercenary is cut off a little bit, but that one I cannot fix. That one is not letting me change, unfortunately, so we'll just have to go with this. This is okay. Not the end of the world. And alright. Now you guys can finally see the Survivor abilities for once. It's kind of criminal that that's been the setup this long already. Oh my goodness! No way. I mean, I guess? Listen. Okay. Listen. Hear me out, guys. Listen. Look at the team comp, okay? Not a lot of distance making survivors. Archer can be annoying if you don't chase Archer first, but maybe her plan is to chase Archer first. Granted, Archer's still annoying even as a first chase, but I mean, the rest of the stuff isn't so bad. First Officer. I mean, First Officer can be pretty annoying too. But First Officer, it's not that hard to bait out the pocket watch in my opinion. He doesn't have a lot of them. He only has 2 uses, and he doesn't get it back if he doesn't use the whole amount. Now, right here, the Clerk is trying to spawn somewhere where she can get a window vault, preferably. This spawn is still not great for it, though, because you don't spawn next to the window. You spawn more by the pallets away from the window, by the garbage pallets away from the window. So, I mean, we'll see here. We'll see. I'm very curious here. We don't see Clerk almost ever. If you looked at the last Koa, Clerk was very close to 0 uses. I think maybe she was used like 2 times or 1 time. Yeah, I should have played Thief to counter Clerk, obviously. Let's take a look at her build here. Is she running Impulsive? I don't know, because Impulsive doesn't show up here. Overwhelm takes priority over Impulsive, even though Impulsive comes after Overwhelm. But Berserker, obviously given with Clerk. You want to build on that fast recovery speed. Make sure you're farming survivors, because you don't really want to let them rebound. It's kind of hard to deal with rebounds as Clerk. Has the Rage, has the Addiction for the Archer, is very well prepared for it. And yeah, very interested to see how this goes. Not a whole lot of like easy distance making survivors right here, so totally valid to be going Clerk here. That being said, it is still a very interesting play, because even if they are not going like very good distance ability making survivors, broken windows still technically counters. So let's see here. I'm very interested for sure. We're going to be going into this first half of round 3. We're going to be seeing Clerk. GW needs to get at least 3 people killed here to put his team in a safer position. If he doesn't get a 3-person kill here, this can be very scary for GW survivors. Because it's just, they're going to have to rely on a 4-person escape, basically, which is not something you want. So he kind of needs to carry here. GW needs to do his part for his team. Right here, trying to look at the ground to farm up Hunter's Instinct. Getting a pallet brick animation, using it right here. Now has a window vault animation as well, in case he needs it. But then here's the issue, is that the Archer has so much ability use. And it's just not going to be very hard to deal with as the Clerk. Granted, her cooldown is very long, no cheerleader on the team, ending up banning it as the Clerk. I guess makes sense to see the cheerleader. Oh, the cheerleader ban now. But speaking of which, the Clerkins land such a huge hit with the flywheel right there. Flywheel ends up not really mattering all too much. Even if she hit that flywheel, would she be able to not get hit afterwards? She would still be in a rough spot. But regardless, great trade for the Archer. And again, flywheel not going to do a whole lot, because this is Clerk we're talking about. Interesting that she's using the bow before she vaults. She had a window boost ready, chose not to use it. And look at how this Clerk is 24/7 looking at the ground. Technically, this is the most optimal way to play Clerk, to look at the ground so you farm Hunter's Instinct. And what a great attempt at a prediction by the Archer. Even though she didn't land it, I gotta give props where it's due. Pretty genius idea there. It almost worked out, almost expected the blink, but somehow, some way, it made her use her ability, and she still got hit, which is so unfortunate. Right here, she does have Impulsive. I was speaking about that. You gotta run Clerk with Impulsive. I mean, that charge attack works very well with Impulsive. You'd be surprised how many hits you can sneak in with that. I wonder if we'll see any of this match. Right here, first officer gonna just go for the rescue here. He doesn't even use the pocket watch, just saves it, because it's not like Clerk has anything to stop this rescue to begin with anyway, besides her fast recovery speed. He's going for a body block. How interesting. I guess the idea is that look at all this free distance they get. but the archer only has one bow. It's going to be kind of hard to rebound with this. I guess the idea is that they need to keep someone alive at all times, because if you don't, it's going to be very easy to keep constantly blocking off those ciphers. Now, this clerk needs to spend recordings on window vault animations, because otherwise, if she doesn't, she's just going to get completely looped here. I almost feel like this archer should have gone to factory immediately instead of just like going to God Corner and then wasting all that distance, letting the hunter get closer. Especially because Clerk doesn't really have anything to use and she doesn't get the hit. And now that Broken Windows guarantees the stun. And I mean, the rage, every little bit of rage is going to help. Look at this, the archer getting the guaranteed value from the boost while she can on the pallet. Was it actually faster? I don't think so because she got slowed down on her vault. So it ends up being the same amount of distance. I've done the math on that. It is not actually faster to drop a pallet on yourself and vault it, especially not with a debuff. And right there, gray red light mind game from the clerk right here, making it so that the archer doesn't know, is she going around? Is she not going around? And thanks to that, it's going to allow her to barely land a hit. Remember, this archer does not borrow time though. She ended up using flywheel earlier. She's going to have to treat her flywheel like the borrow time, minus the gigantic speed boost you get from it. So not going to be anywhere close to as good. This is not a comfortable spot to be in though as the clerk. I mean, if this archer survives 9 seconds, that's how long your recording lasts. If they last longer than 9 seconds, they can go ahead and pop that cipher. You need to constantly have recordings. And guys, the clerk doesn't even have recordings. She has 0 recordings. But she does land the hit on the archer there. Are they still going to opt to pop? They are still going to opt to pop. I'd say that's the right call. Look at the position of the clerk right here. You have no recordings to deal with the gate. Lucky for her, no one is on the gate. She probably knows that because both ciphers popped at the same time and the third guy rescued the fourth guy. But I mean, still, now they're just going to split the gates. This is going to be at least a tie for the survivors. I mean, a YOLO teleport can always help, but why would that help when you have a pocket watch with 2 uses left? Right here, prisoner going to shock the clerk from a distance because he can't vault while he's using the shock animation. So he shocked her at a distance to still give himself time to vault. Gets a very nice pallet stun right there as well. Prisoner is not going to be able to get away very far, though. Look at that. Impulsive value, guys. Impulsive value. Do not sleep on impulsive. I don't think it was necessary there, though. Not really. It wasn't necessary there. It just secured the hit. What really secured the hit there was a desperate fight. But this is not good because at the end of the day, GW needed at least a win. Now, his teammates need a 4-person escape for them not to lose this match. And that is not a healthy spot to be in nowadays in this meta. I mean, it's hard in any meta to not get even one person die. For one person to not die, it is almost impossible in this game. So to ask for a 4-man escape, we're going to need to see some YOLO plays. We're going to need to see a lot of support. Could happen on Leo's memory. Leo's memory has a lot of annoying pallets. You guys saw there. Shack is very annoying. The corner at Christmas tree is very annoying. God corner is really annoying. I mean, on top of that, he played clerk, which has a lot of good windows. You got the factory window. You got the shack window. You got the God corner window. You got a lot of annoying windows. You got the bad corner window, which in my opinion, not even a bad area. And against clerk, probably one of the best areas. At least to start off your cut. Because it's not necessarily that good when she gets window recordings, because then you could end up being cornered with nowhere to run if she uses a recording on one of those windows. Since you're in the corner of the map. But regardless, in some cases, clerk can be good because there are a lot of pallet areas where it's just like pallet spam, like really good pallets, but no good windows, right? But because you're playing clerk is kind of easy to rotate, so you just rotate to the good windows anyway. It's kind of ironic like that. And because Archer ended up getting first chase, she has plenty of resources to continually use and spam that same window at Jack over and over and over, followed up by more window at God Corner over and over and over. And it's just so difficult as the clerk. I mean, I had a feeling if you chase the prisoner, maybe there's a chance. But she didn't go after the prisoner. She went after the archer. So that's not too good for her because, like I said, that archer, even with that rage, it just didn't work out. Just didn't work out. I suppose what choice do you have, though, as clerk? Because if you don't chase the archer, then the archer comes and harasses you, and you're going to have just as difficult of a life now trying to chase the prisoner, and Archer comes and tries to mess with you. I mean, I think it's a lose-lose situation. I believe it's a lose-lose situation. There's not a whole lot to do in either case. So, I think a fair attempt there. I think a tie, all things considered, is pretty understandable in that situation as Clerk. I mean, the Survivor just knew where to run. I don't even think the Archer, after the huge rebound, by the way, from the first officer, like putting that body block work in, was so good that I think she could have just ran to Factory. I don't know why she didn't just run to Factory. I think she underestimated how much distance that would have been. I mean, at most, use a bow. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that because that's a guaranteed window that the Clerk has to vault. And with broken windows, you can definitely reach the next pallet, maybe even the window upstairs. Who knows? I feel that she could have made that Factory kite a little bit better because she ended up going to Factory after using God Corner, but at that point, the Hunter was just a lot closer, so it didn't really work out there. I mean, again, still got some value from Factory. But I think it could have been better if she utilized the full extent of her distance rather than stopping short at God Corner. And of course, since you don't have anywhere to go, you're already at the good area called God Corner for a reason. You don't want to leave anywhere else. And so you just have to let the Hunter get closer to you. Factory would have worked just as well, in my opinion. Anyway, we're going to see here the next round. Regardless, we can nitpick all we want. At the end of the day, the Archer did a splendid kite against that Clerk. So, good stuff, good stuff. This now means that GW has to get a 4-person escape to beat Jin. That's their win condition. Anyone who has heard of Jin, not gonna be so easy. I mean, you could even just go Dream Witch here. You could even just go Dream Witch here and just spam Patrollers. Leo's Memory? Maybe not though, because there's a lot of also spammable pallets that should just waste Patroller bites. So, we'll see. Interested here to see what he's gonna pick. He has a lot of choices. He could go Shadow here. He could go Hullabaloo. Or has he gone to Hullabaloo? No, he's already gone to Hullabaloo. So, he can't go Hullabaloo anymore. Opera Singer is also very good on Leo's Memory. I mean, guys, in today's meta, it's a feat. It's considered great if you guys tie the match. It's considered almost impossibly difficult to win against something like those S tier hunters nowadays, because they are built to do such a good job at getting consistent ties. Even better than Anne, honestly. Although N is easier to play, Opera has so much more power, right? Hullabaloo has so much more power, right? These hunters have so much more power and outplay potential than something like Anne. It's like, why would you play Anne when you can also get to tie with these other hunters and then also get some extra while you're at it? Opera Singer is such a good pick on Leo's Memory too, with all those trees all over the place. I wouldn't be surprised if we see it. Like I said, he has a lot of choices, as long as he doesn't go Wax Artist. Don't go Wax Artist on Leo's Memory. A lot of random trees to take advantage of. I could definitely see a 4-man escape against something like Wax Artist. For now, though, GW picking their survivors. Thinking about their builds. There's a lot of choices to be made here. It's not easy to get a 4-man escape. Let's see what else they used. Have they used any heavy support? They did use the Antiquarian. Jin is going to ban the Doctor here. We're going to see Qist ban. We're going to see Goman ban. Yeah, Qist gets those guaranteed hits in. Gonna ban the Seer. Interesting. He's going to ban the Seer over the Archer. Is that necessarily better? Could that be a case? Could that be a hint at what hunter he's going to play? Pharaoh Lady. Mercenary is definitely a dungeon escaping type of survivor. Archer is definitely a major support type of survivor. The Pharaoh Lady? What does the Pharaoh Lady do here exactly? I guess just not be an easy target for Opera Singer. And if you support with Pharaoh Lady, she gets her ability back, and that could be what leads to an escape. I guess I could see it. And then Puppeteer here's just an overall good survivor. Can take the tension hits in theory. I mean, it's anyone's bet here, guys. I mean, you really could format as any Survivor team, let's be honest, because in either case, no matter what Survivor team you play, you're all hoping for a miracle. I mean, that's an exaggeration, of course. You can't be going stuff like weak kiters that typically play around tie scenarios. But still, I mean, going for a 4-man escape on a map that's spread out like Leo's Memory 2, there's not exactly a whole lot of areas that easily lead to the gates too. Like, you got the Christmas tree area, but the log Christmas tree area with the logs, they don't exactly lead like a straight route to the gate. It's not like Arms Factor. There's like a major good area next to the gate, and that's like your win condition to reach the gate. Alright. There's a lot of space between the good area and the gate on Leo's Memory. There's also a lot of dungeon spots. Some of these dungeon spots can be very annoying to get to because they're trapped in the corner of the map. I mean, it could happen. I'm not saying it can't happen, but it's very difficult, especially on the map they're having to play on. Leo's Memory is more of that type of like spam a couple pallets in a row type of map, and then take a hit to go to the next area, then you die to blink, and at least you can secure a tie that way, right? It doesn't exactly have areas that are good at dealing with fast pallet breaking though, which is most likely, yep, that's what Opera Singer is running, fast pallet breaking. So fast pallet breaking will deal very well with that spam, that pallet spam. That's kind of what Leo's Memory is known for. Sure, it was very good against the Clerk, but that's because it's a lot easier to loop the windows against Clerk. Opera Singer, you'd be lucky to even get one if there isn't a shadow clone put on top of it, so we'll see. We'll see. It depends here. It all depends on how this early game goes. If they can get a workable 3-Cypher Kai early game, then we might be able to pull something off. Also, we're going to see all but one survivor run borrowed time, so they are full on hoping that every single person's alive. That's the point of borrowed time. If you're running borrowed time, you're expecting yourself to survive by doing a 3-Cypher Kai. Archer, though, gonna be a pretty decent start here for the survivors. This is not the worst survivor for them to see get chased. Maybe Puppeteer would be more difficult. Ooh, dashing right into a pallet there. Not too great. Not too great of a start. Opera Singer also has a major stun penalty on pallets, more than other hunters. So, gonna work out great for the Archer there. What a great shot there. Great shot. Anticipating where she's gonna go, and it also put her on cooldown. Amazing. Oh my goodness, and Jin getting a little bit stressed out here, messing up the dash. Pretty simple dash there, but messes it up in a high-stakes situation. Every little bit matters, and every mistake counts. Going to end up getting the blink there. Was very close, dangerously close to a terror shock. But, the Archer is the one with no borrowed time. The one person he chased was the guy with no borrowed time. Look at the Archer here playing so patiently, forcing her to get out of dash. When she gets out of dash, that's a clear shot after a swing to shoot the hunter. So good stuff from the Archer here. Jin messing up another dash. He doesn't have a clone to teleport on. He doesn't have a blink. This is just free kite time. That's just a free 10 seconds for no reason. And my goodness, this Archer is on absolute fire. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't end up mattering there. But did any of you guys pick up what she just did right there? She purposely ran into the hunter there so that the dash gets put on cooldown. Jin doesn't want to touch the survivor. If any of you have played Opera, you'll know you don't want to knock into the survivor by mistake, because then you won't go in your Shadow Realm and then you get put on cooldown. In this case, it seems like it doesn't matter, so it's more likely Jin falls for it, and that's what the Archer did. The Archer purposely did it. Jin thinks it doesn't matter. Boom, flywheel. Unfortunately, still wasn't close enough to a pallet, though. But good thinking there. Now we're going to see the Puppeteer come in for the rescue. Goes for a swing. That's a guaranteed rescue now. Puppeteer, though, takes a lot of damage in the process, though. He has not a single ability use left. Is the Hunter going to get greedy here and go for the kill on Puppet? Why? I don't think there's any reason to. You just need one person here. Just one person. Maybe because knocking him down means he can't do the Cypher? Maybe. Maybe, because you see now he immediately does that Cypher. But there was no shot. There's no shot you can chase him without also losing this Archer. So Jin's going to take a little bit of a different approach. He's going to bring this Archer to the Cypher and make it so that he can guard both. Kind of. He's not exactly on top of the Cypher, so it's okay. It's something. He can temporarily stop him, maybe get a cheeky hit on this Puppeteer. He's getting close to the chair, so he does not forcing the Hunter to teleport back. That's going to give a rebound now, though. He's going to take the knockdown. Is that worth it, though? Was the knockdown worth it? He's going to use an early teleport here. Early trump card into teleport here. I guess he's hoping he can get it back before the Cypher pops. Man, what great teamwork here from Winter. Jin has no idea what's stopping him because she's invisible, of course. So, oh my goodness, and he just missed a third dash this game. This is critical. So they're just getting free decode now. That Cypher, instead of being 50 now, is now going to end up being 60 by the time he reaches it. 57, okay. But that's still a lot more than what it should have been. Right here, now chasing a full health Mercenary. This is not going to be good. Mercenary, granted, doesn't have any more elbow pads. Did he use every single elbow pad to make the rescue? Because he just has a syringe now. Oh no, he gave the elbow pads to his teammate. Who sees that? The Archer has the elbow pad. They're really banking hard on this 4-man escape. I see the vision. I see the vision. And now the Opera is stuck chasing a new chair with a Mercenary who has chair resistance and just built-in Tide Turner for 8 seconds. Every single rescue. Question is, do they have the resources to constantly rescue like this? Also, Archer, dead on chair, has to help out on the rescue. Does she? Where is she? I think she's nearby, yep. There she is. The Hunter really could just stall her out, or tunnel her out now. She's dead on chair. This is his target. And there's no one to help her. There's no one to help her. She ends up getting caught out in the open. Wasn't even really close enough to the chair to make it, even if she wanted to go for it. Someone else had to go for the rescue. So her getting found here kind of came for a major cost now. That's his one kill. That's his one kill. I believe GR wins here right now, but we're going to still see the rest of this match and how it plays out. A little bit unfortunate there. Archer ends up being in a spot that Jin just so happened to walk towards. And that's going to allow his one kill. She didn't even have borrowed time. There was nothing to do to save her. No one was there to help her. No one was there to body block. No abilities to do. I don't think GW can win anymore. I think they're just playing it out just for the just for pride at this point. But man, I mean, it's possible. Maybe she'll get it. Oh my goodness, could she get it? Oh, it's gonna be close. No, she doesn't get it. Even with the sticker nerfs over the years prevented it. And if I'm not mistaken, I do believe that is a win for GR. It is a win for GR. Even with a 3-person escape, it's not enough. They are short 2 points. They are short 2 points because the 5-point lead that they got from Jin in round 2 was able to secure them a solid lead, so that now, even if the teammates of GW, of the survivors, get a 3-man escape, it's not enough. They're still 2 points behind, and Jin securing his team a victory. That is going to be great for them. We're going to wrap up here in a bit this matchup, and we'll be back for the next matchup for the stream. And that's, I'm just going to stream the 2 matchups. We're not going to do the last one because that is just too late in the morning at that point. But we will do the second matchup. Not too long, about ending around 3 a.m. So about 2 hours spent on the matchup. Pretty valid, pretty valid. Right here, we are going to see... Oh no, well, it was technically a tie. It was technically a tie. But the tie was not necessary. Even a 3-person escape there would not have been enough for GR. So it actually turns out to be still a 5-point lead. Still ends up being a 5-point lead. Instead of being a 2-point lead, ends up being a 5-point lead still. Is my mathing there? 7. Man, I don't think my math is mathing there. I think it might be a 3-point lead. I don't know, guys. I don't have pen and paper in front of me right now. That was a good attempt, though. That was a good attempt from GW. Things were honestly planning out there. You know, things are honestly working out there. That could have been at least a 3-man escape. you know, kind of impressive. Kind of impressive there that they got that close to a 3-man escape, because it's still really hard to 3-man escape against Opera, especially on a map like Lose Memory. Was I not saying Opera is so good on Lose Memory? I think what really put the nail in the coffin there was Jin constantly messing up those dashes. And then that really gave them the opportunity to get free decode on so many extra cybers. So you have to remember that each time you put yourself on a 10-second cooldown, that is 10 seconds of free decoding for the survivor team. And if 3 people are decoding, that's 30%. 30% out of 500%. That's like what? That's like 1/10. That's like 1/10 of your limit. You just lost 1/10 of your limit every time you miss a dash. So he just handed out essentially 30% for free. I think he missed the second dash at some point during the first chase, so that's another 30%. And then he messed up a dash, I believe it was when he was chasing someone else. So there were just 2 people decoding there. There's just 1 person decoding there, but it was 1 cipher remaining. So it was on the last cipher, 10%. And it also gives time for the rest of the survivors. You have to remember that. Even if the survivors aren't decoding, there's always something going on. They're walking to the next cipher. They're opening chest. You're giving 4 people 10 seconds to do anything they want, which can be game losing. Depends on how many times it happens. For Jin, happened 3 times. Almost costed him a loss. Granted, again, he just needs 1 escape. Or 1 kill, I should say. Right here, we're going to see GW attempt to use Clerk. Not a whole lot of highlights there, because it just wasn't that great. There weren't a lot of great things. I mean, Clerk can be a pretty boring hunter, to be fair. Clerk, right here, unfortunately getting a tie, which means all Jin needs right now is to just kill 1 person. Just kill 1 person, and they're all set. I mean, you could see how dangerously close it got. But then he ended up finding the Archer. Cypher's primed. It doesn't matter. She has no borrowed. Almost got a dodge and escape, but wouldn't have mattered regardless. So, good stuff to GR. Congratulations to GR for winning. We are going to be moving on to the next matchup. It's not going to be immediately yet. We're going to first talk about a little bit about this matchup. Overall, I'd say good work from, I'd say GR survivors. I think did a great job here. Did a great job making sure to get that lead. You know, Jin was able to get that lead for them, right? And then Jin is GR's hunter. The GR survivors able to build on that. You know, even if it's a tie, that now is a 5-point lead for your team. That's huge. That's huge, because now that means your opposing opponent needs to either win 2 matches in a row, meaning they get at least 3 people killed, or 3 people escape, depending on who on your faction is playing, which faction of your team is playing, I should say. Or you just need one of them to straight up 4-man. The hunter did not 4-man. That's their best shot, heading for 5 points back. Those 5 points back, you kind of needed to come from the hunter, because as a survivor, it's an almost impossible feat. So, good work there from GR, but honestly, very impressive show from GW as well. Very impressive stuff. They got really close. For a second, I was wondering where those elbow pads went, and then they actually showed up right there. So, good work. Good work. That was impressive. It looks like the next matchup we have after this is going to be GG versus Wolves. So, this is going to be a very... Oh, no. That's Saturday. That's tomorrow. We'll be showing that tomorrow. Today, we have Dow5 versus Wolves, which is just as exciting, honestly. 2 Koa champions. Wolves won before, right? 2 Koa champions. We'll see the 2 Koa champions tomorrow. GG and Wolves. But today we have other 2 Koa champions. We're going to have Dow5 and Wolves play against each other. I'm very excited. Dow5 used to have Dong Xuan, and now they don't have Dong Xuan. So I'm very interested. Maybe they've fallen off a bit. Maybe they've come back stronger. I'm very interested to see how we do, how they do, how we do. I'm interested to see how I'm doing. Am I commentating well? Feedback, yo? Any feedback here? I appreciate any and all feedback. So in the meantime, guys, we're going to stop the stream momentarily for a bit, and we are going to wait until the next matchup. So stay tuned. We'll be back in a couple minutes, maybe like 20, 25, because they still got a whole interview to go. We're going through a whole interview, and I can't understand any of it. So if you guys want to watch, it's on Billy. I'll put a link in the description below. I should have done that on the last stream. But yeah, just update, refresh your stream in like a minute, and you guys can watch the interview if you'd like. In the meantime, though, I'm going to sit back. I'm going to relax a little bit, chill my voice, and we're going to come back to the next matchup. So thank you guys so much, and I'll see you guys in a bit. 1 second. We gotta turn on some music. All right. I will see you guys all in a bit. Be right back. Take care. I'll see you guys all in a bit. Hello everybody, welcome back to the next matchup. Today we're gonna have excuse me. Today we're gonna have Dow5 versus Wolves playing against each other as the second matchup for today. Very exciting one. As you guys may know, these are some former COA champions, former GOATs of IVL if I say so myself. Of course, they play a lot more tournaments than just Call of Abyss, but some of the biggest name tournaments out there is of course Call of Abyss. So very good players out here, historically have been known to have very good players. I believe Wolves used to have Alex, but now they no longer do. Alex has since retired from Identity 5 competitive wise speaking. And then Dow5 used to have Dong Xuan, again another very good hunter, now also moving on to a different team. If I'm not mistaken, I believe he was playing for a different team the last few days that we were commentating last weekend. But in the meantime, we're going to be going into the next section of the IVL, which is, of course, Wolves versus Dow5. From what I remember, these two had very strong hunters. So I'm very curious what will happen now. How has the dynamic changed over this time? Have they adapted? Are we going to see the survivors take over more of the role here, the point scoring role here? Or are we going to see the hunters, their new hunters, or not necessarily new, but the following hunters after their historic, like Dong Xuan, Alex, after they have moved on, what have they moved on to have next on their team? So I'm very interested to see. We're going to be seeing right here the Dow5 team. We have I believe Maming, Chen, X Meow, Unicorn, MHXM, and Suda. Now I do not know how to pronounce all these names perfectly since I don't speak Chinese. But also we have Wolves here. We have Xiaowai, Mr. Clover, Tian, Chouai. Of course, Chouai. They have Chouai, XMX, Lemon, Anx. And Chouai is definitely also another very good hunter. I actually see him play on YouTube. So if you guys actually search up the CCC YouTube channel, they have Alex play on that channel. They have Chouai and Persica, their streams on their channel. Of course, asked with their permission. But these are very good players. These are very good players. And why is the stream buffering? Production! Alright, looks like we have Dow5 Unicorn being shown first. Their mains are being shown as Enchantress Prisoner. Not particularly great survivors to use in tournaments, but they exist. They're options. They're good every once in a while against some hunters. Prisoner is great against Opera. Enchantress is great against Goman. And of course, they need to play a lot more than just two survivors, right? But this is what we can see. And we can see a 71-second containment time. Pretty impressive stuff. Very difficult stuff to get over 70 seconds nowadays. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, especially if you can get a 3-server kite. Damn. Good stuff. Good stuff. You don't see that every day. Right here, we're going to see 69. Nice. Kite time from Meow. Maybe I should just say Meow. Meow. Like a cat. We're going to see Lucky Guy as one of their picks, and Toy Merchant. We also see a little bit of the signboard. Looks like maybe a fan gave that to him. It's so interesting that they wrote 2 in English and everything else is in Chinese, but that's the only part I understood. So I'm guessing a fan must have given that to him. So what a nice, sweet gesture. If that is what happened, of course. Someone will have to confirm with me on that. Bro, is that a sign of himself, dude? He's got a sign of himself. He's his own biggest fan. Real dude. Sometimes in life, you gotta be your own biggest fan. In fact, all your life. Anyway, first officer, Mercenary. Looks like Momming is going to be the rescue main. 5-minute gift, everyone. Claim your 5-minute gift. Okay, back to the show. Looks like he's actually going to have the slowest containment time. Very interesting. Containers. Containers, of course, are good at their job, but ironically enough, rescuers are actually supposed to be better at having kite times. But, to be fair, rescuers are also just going in to do the rescue, use their abilities to do the rescue, and then when they get chased, they very often don't have much to begin with. So you got to be really good at saving your abilities. Dude, it's so interesting how we can see the phone screen. You don't get to see this angle very often. I wonder what he's testing. Dude, I can't imagine playing on a phone. I would hate that. Just having to leave it on the table and just pressing these small buttons. I could not. And Dow5's coach. So for those wondering, who is this guy with the tie in the background? There's always a guy with a tie in the background. This is not like a security guy. This is a coach. And their coach is going to be this guy right there. Of course, the hunter has their own coach as well. So right here we see Wolves Angsel. We're not going to see Choi first. So we're going to see Angsel first. His mains are shown to be Feaster, Peddler. I wonder if these are serious. I wonder how serious some of these people are when they put some of these mains. Because for the people who do not play this game competitively, no, Feaster is not a good hunter. Feaster is not a good hunter. Nowhere close. He has fallen off big time. If he ever was a thing. Which he technically was a thing in the past. But if you knew how to counter him, he really never was. He never really was a relevant hunter. Especially like Patroller. Like Patroller, Feaster's so overhyped too. Like you can't swing immediately as Feaster after you use a tentacle. So if they took the Patroller bite next to a window or pal, you can't even hit them immediately. We also have the coach being shown here for Wolves. Wolves also having their own coach as well. The Wolves coach here being shown as crazy. I don't know if he is crazy, but maybe a little bit. Everyone's got a little bit of crazy in them. I wonder if they have their own dedicated hunter and survivor coach though, you know. Also is what's that guy's name? The guy's name, like the number guy, the guy with 787. I don't remember his name. Is he still playing for Survivor? I don't remember seeing his name up there. I don't think we saw his name up there for the Wolves Survivor lineup. What happened to him? Does anyone remember the player I'm talking about? Wasn't he playing for Wolves in the past? I could have sworn he was playing for Wolves in the past. Yeah, not seeing him either. I remember he was a pretty goated survivor though. So, interested to see how the new squad goes. It's not just 100. Someone correct me. Was Alex played on Wolves? No, I could have sworn Alex once played on Wolves. I could have sworn he did. Miki says, "I wish I could take the sea with you, bro, but I'm quite gone at the moment." What does that even mean? Now I can know which patch notes affected what interactions. Dog, are we talking about balance changes? What's going on? All right, guys. We're going to be going into the first half of round 1. We're going to be seeing Puppeteer, Enchantress ban. Then we see a Gravekeeper ban. We see Archer, Lanternist. Could be Go-Man. It could be Go-Man. These are like Go-Man bans. I guess Enchantress could be potential Queen Bee. If you don't have full presence, it can be hard to catch up after a triple stack. Maybe. I mean, Enchantress is not like the end-all be-all for Queen Bee, though. This smells like Go-Man. Aeroplanist too. I haven't commentated enough matches to know what is the average survivor ban in round 1, because this can tell you a lot about a hunter's plan based off their survivor bans. But what I can tell you guys is Enchantress is very good against Go-Man, not that much against anything else. Aeroplanist, great against Go-Man, pretty good against Shadow too, but not really against anything else. I mean, what other hunter are you worried about? Maybe you're going to play Queen Bee and Aeroplanist just gains free distance. I guess it's a possibility, but unlike Aeroplanist, Aeroplanist is a lot more limited than something like Patient. He a lot more animation time. It's not that hard to catch up to him, especially when you have a consistent 13% speed boost. He could still go Queen Bee. I'm not saying that all these bans have to be, oh, he has to ban for and he's gonna play this one hunter, right? He's when he's banning, when these hunters pick their bans, their idea is like, okay, they just want to test the waters with some of these bans, right? Like Puppeteer is just a good overall ban. Yes, it could be Go-Man, but if he wants to, he could play, I don't know, let's say in theory Opera, like let's just say Opera or Shadow. You know, Puppeteer is still a good ban for those hunters, so he's leaving options on the table, right? But Aeroplanist, there's not a whole lot of stuff that Aeroplanist is good against that you would see, is what I should be saying, at least in tournaments, especially nowadays with Patient. Very curious what he's going to pick here, because this does not look like a good team for Go-Man. And what do you know? It's going to be Queen Bee. Seeing so many Queen Bees, has there been a single person in IVL who hasn't picked Queen Bee round 1? Also, Magician. Recently, I've played Magician against Queen Bee. Today, in fact, against Dreamer. Played him, and I really like Magician against Queen Bee. Dude, because it's very easy to block the shot, but you benefit from it. You used to not benefit from your illusion getting hit. I mean, yes, it took a hit for you, but you didn't get anything after that, right? But now you get a boost. So it just gives you such a huge lead away from the hunter. All that speed they get from constantly putting bees on you kind of gets canceled out with the illusion. I really like Magician against Queen Bee. Has really restored my love of Magician because of Queen Bee. I mean, so nice, so consistent to hit those illusions against the Shah. Anytime you can just get guaranteed value from your illusion nowadays, after the illusion buff with Magician getting a speed boost after every illusion hit, stuff like Bonbon, stuff like Queen Bee, if you can get a guaranteed hit, like just drop an illusion in the middle of a bomb or like a shot from Queen Bee, that guaranteed distance is so nice to have. It's just like a combination of two gigantic boosts at the same time, as if one boost wasn't enough. You get an 80% boost for about 2 seconds. When you use your illusion, you get a 40% boost, and then hitting it is another 40%, which is just 80% on top of that. So really nice stuff, good combination. And we're going to be going into the first half of round 1. We're finally going to be seeing some gameplay here, and we're going to chill the music out a little bit, and we're going to go right into the first match. Very interested to see how it goes here. Queen Bee, of course, this is like the meta in China right now. So I wonder if it's the same in IGL. We should do some IGL streams, but of course I cannot stream IGL and IVL. We're going to stick to IVL for this tournament period. But right here, going straight for Shaq. We've seen it before. Fast power breaking Queen Bee is very good at dealing with the Shaq palette. That being said, the spawn kind of makes it difficult to get good value out of your shots here. It does get a ton of energy though, 100. This is gonna put the Queen Bee at, as long as she can get close, right? But it's just so hard. How can you get close right here when you get that value from the shot, and plus the window? This archer made good value from the window. This Queen Bee, Queen Bee did not cancel the bees there, so she doesn't get the 10% faster vault speed. You get 10% faster vault speed if you put the bees on yourself. She do it this time? Okay, this time she didn't. Okay, so there you go. You do get a faster vault if you put the bees on top of yourself. We do see the hunters using that here. Gonna actually give up on her chase target because the Lanterness is just putting herself out in the open, making herself an easier target. We look at what a great shot there, knowing that he's going for the window. Okay, so see, now this is going to be a lot harder because Lanterness doesn't have much to use here. She doesn't have an escape route to the very strong small bow area. Man, unfortunately, they're not going to get the Palace Stun. Does not get the hit on that either. Man, do you see these amazing shots from Wolves right here? From Wolves Axel here. Anx 1. He's purposely shooting the shots in a way where even if she moves her position, the position is still in line with the shots, similar to Axploit, where if you move your clone and it's still in the path of the soul, nothing changes. You could say that's a little bit on the Lanterness part for not swerving left or right to make sure that doesn't happen. But either case, it's really hard to deal with as Lanterness. Right here, First Officer is going to use his Pocket Watch, has to use it. He was caught far from the chair. The next use of the Pocket Watch now here guarantees that he does not get double hit. This is the strength of First Officer that we don't see with Gravekeeper or other rescuers for that matter. Is that I guess Mercenary is a short cooldown, so he could use a second ult pad. But the thing about First Officer is he can rescue. He can use his ability to rescue and then still use it the same exact ability again. Right here, we're going to see a little bit of that shooting over the barrel tech with Queen Bee. Gonna walk through, but she doesn't shoot, so it's just free pallet stun. And on top of that, Archer is still here. She still has to deal with the Archer. Alright, we see the not the Feral Lady, the Lanterness purposely die here close, where the Archer can take advantage, and what a great flywheel. Was that a hit? That was a hit. Does he get another one, though? He does not, and that's a rescue. Very great time rescue there from the Archer, literally last second, literally last millisecond. Man, these survivors who constantly get abilities back are so strong. But right here, Queen Bee being even stronger, the fact that she could just walk through the pallet and get a guaranteed hit off, I almost feel a little bit bad. But then again, this Queen Bee is forced to deal with survivors who have very strong abilities that for some reason are permanently rechargeable. We'll never understand why. She does unlock that full presence though. This is where we see the true potential of Queen Bee unlocked. Do you want to know the most hilarious part about this all while I was talking about all that? They already have their last cipher. This is not good at all for Anx right here for Wolves. he has to somehow stop this rescue. Maybe he'll figure out that the magician has no borrowed time, so maybe he'll go after the magician. Does not even get a Terror Shock. Terror Shock was the one out there because he doesn't have borrowed time. That would have dealt with 2 people at the same time. And right here, they're just gonna pop right here. The Queen Bee's in a really tough spot. She just kind of got kited out by the Archer, so that even when she found the Lancers, it was just too little too late. That being said, it's not necessarily over. The Queen Bee could teleport here. Her blink is up. Does she want to? Does she wanna? No, it looks like she's just gonna take this one man here. Gonna use the blink. Even if she didn't use it, it's a little bit too late to teleport at this point. And this is gonna be a very commanding lead for Dow5 right here. Very impressive stuff. I almost want to look back at that match, get a replay on that match, because where did all the time go? They had Archer harassing there. They swapped people at some point. They had Lanternus come in and go ahead and take the Cypher over there, I guess, from... or I guess the Archer went ahead and took over the Cypher from the Lancers after she stopped getting chased. And very good stuff there. Very good stuff there from the Survivor team. Also, Archer with the amazing pallet stun. Very good kite there. Using that newly buffed lakeside area that we haven't seen a whole lot of. Very good stuff. And then followed up with the great flywheel there. Got one shot on her, and that's literally it. That was all she needed. She just needed one shot, and that one shot was all she needed to buy all the time in the world for her teammates. So good stuff. That was very good. I mean, what was that? That was just like 30-40 seconds of just free stalling out. So it's a very good use of her ability right there, making sure she doesn't take that damage. Just good stuff all around. So what can I say? Usually we see Queen Bee get a 4-man kill here, but in this case we saw just one kill here. That's not going to equate to much for the team. That's going to put the Survivors quite a bit ahead. When your Survivor team can win, ooh, is that strong. So we're going to see Dow5 Survivors put a very strong start here, and Wolves are going to be put backwards. So can Dow5's Hunter build on this lead, or will the Wolves Survivors tie this back up? Can they bring that win back in for their team to even things out? We'll see here. We'll have to see. Looking at the stats here, 80-second kite from the Archer. That's because she was the first kite. Doing such a good job looping that shack. There was no clear shot for the Queen Bee right there. By the time she could finally catch up, there was just already so much distance caused by the stun there. Purposefully not stunning at 100 there, just so that the Queen Bee has a hard time deciding, does she want to stand still, or does she want to go for the risky shots? I will say here that there is an advantage to staying still against Archer, because Archer has a smaller heartbeat, and Archer will become slower when she loses that heartbeat. So when you stand still against Archer as a Hunter, that's like counterplay. That's like better counterplay against Archer, so to speak, because you automatically put yourself at an advantage where they are slower, right? So it's the same amount of time. If you think about it, it's the same amount of time to wait out the 50 as it would be to just eat the stun, right? The difference is if you eat the stun, you put yourself closer to the Archer, so that by the time you free yourself from the stun, she still has a heartbeat, right? And obviously you want to get closer to the Archer again. But the only time it makes sense to stand still is if she put a 50 on you laceration and you want to like wait it out, let her run out. That's like the one time it makes sense to stand still. And then you benefit off of that as the Hunter. So you benefit more overall to stand still as a Hunter than to eat the stun. Because if you stand still, Archer will lose her heartbeat, especially after a pallet break like that. After a window break, I mean window vol. After a window vol right there, followed by a pallet break, you guys saw the Archer was quite a bit away. So if the Hunter really wants to, they really could just wait right there and let the Archer lose her heartbeat, because if you played Archer, you know it doesn't take very long to lose your heartbeat. I'm pretty sure she would have lost her heartbeat right there. Maybe if the Archer's thinking ahead of time though, maybe she purposely stays at the edge of the heartbeat just so she keeps up and she doesn't get a speed penalty for 5 seconds for no reason. So going right here into the Wolves Survivors. We missed one Survivor right here, but that's okay. We'll see the other 2 Survivors in a second. Right here we see Wolves Tian. So, oh yeah, 467. Thank you. Thank you for the one guy in chat. 467 was who I was thinking of before. I've seen him play for Wolves before, and he was very good from what I remember. He's got 6-7 containment time, guys. Guys, 467, that name did not age well, huh? Now that I think about it. Anyway. We'll see how they do. We'll see how they do. Dow 5, so far, put a very impressive showing. Very good route. Very textbook route there around the shack, taking advantage of the wall. And that wall also blocks shots from the queen bee. And then using the pallet, followed by a good 487. It's 487. Listen, bro. I had a feeling something was wrong, but 487. Thank you for correcting me. So 487, bro. At this point, someone could walk in and be like, "Oh, actually, it's not 487. It's 457." It's like, at this point, I'm just going with whatever you guys say. Doctor, Cheerleader as his picks, both very good survivors. So yeah, 487. You spreading misinformation for fun, yeah, for real. Oh, right here we see XMX plays Wildling as one of their rescues. You know, I don't see a whole lot of Wildling, and I love Wildling. I think Wildling is one of those survivors that people sleep on a bit too much. Can he be rough to use on chair rescues? Yes, he can be rough on chair rescues because that major cooldown on the pig, combined with the fact that Cheerleader can't cancel that cooldown, she can only cancel the whistle cooldown, which is pretty bad, by the way. That's really bad that that's his main ability. So there's no Cheerleader synergy, unfortunately. But right here, gonna see someone play Wildling, which I love to see. Wildling, one of those survivors that you don't see that often, but I think he's better than people give credit to, especially in harass. Harassing, I think people sleep on it too much. Granted, is he good against Queen Bee? In my opinion, no, because technically Queen Bee barely is faster than Wildling at maximum speed. So it means that if she's faster than the Wildling, then what are you playing Wildling for? The whole point was to be faster than the Hunter. So, I mean, we still could see Wildling though. Wildling is a great survivor overall. For Wolves, I can't remember. Is this the same? This must be the different coach. This must be a different coach than what we saw for Wolves. Wolves, I forgot his name, but no, I don't think he even looked like this. So they do have a different coach for their survivor team. That's a different coach right there. This guy, I recognize that. I think that's the same coach. He's helping out both the Hunter and survivor. Not an easy feat for Hunters and survivors to both have the same coach, because when you're playing as your survivor team and you only have one guy to look over your shoulder and see what went wrong, it can be really hard when you're forced to see both the survivor and Hunter's perspective. As a teacher, as a coach, you often don't have a chance to see both perspectives. It can be very hard. So that's the advantage of having two coaches here, is that whenever you're practicing, you could have like one guy in the VC, like not just seeing what's going on, but also like monitoring the game and advise in the middle of a match, right? And that can really be the most eye-opening moments, when a coach in the middle of a match can be like, hey, right here, stop 1 second. I need you guys to do this. You guys got to get back on track. And they can like really help keep your player on track. That's the point of the coach's job. Yes, they can teach your players after the fact, but that can be hard when the match is not right in front of you. When the match is in the middle of happening, yeah, that's when that coach's advice is really nice. And that's the advantage of having two coaches, because you can have one coach helping the Hunter in the middle of the match, one coach helping the survivor. It's not like you only give a bunch of attention to the survivors and then the Hunter is having a difficult time and no one can help him. So we're just going to see just yapping away right here, waiting for them to go ahead. Looks like we're gonna pick. Yes, whenever the camera shows both teams like that and their faces on the stage, you know it's about to start. By the way, only 20 seconds to pick their first bands. Not a lot of time at all. I guess they're thinking about the bands beforehand with their coach, to be fair, so they don't need more than 20. Enchantress Gravekeeper first ban. Interesting. I guess wants to leave Goman on the table. Also fine against Queen Bee. You know, picking Enchantress. You can get a lot of distance here, and when you're early game as Queen Bee, you can feel quite sluggish without that full presence. So, makes sense. First Officer Puppeteer, though, in response, followed by Archer ban. Interesting. So he bans Archer, and they're going to go anti-Korean instead. You know, we don't really see a whole lot of anti-Korean nowadays, especially as a harasser. Archer's just better at actually saving from balloons than anti-Korean was. Anti-Korean is good at keeping people alive when they're still alive, you know what I'm saying? Archer saves people from balloons very well, though. She's kind of like a, so to speak, a better cowboy if you think about it. Because instead of putting people on your back and they're still knocked down, you free them straight up. And a very underrated aspect is that when you free them, you're not next to the survivor. So like something like forward, you go next to the survivor, so you don't really get a lot of time to reposition after you free them, because you're literally right next to the hunter. Now the hunter kills the survivor immediately. Now it's like you only have a few seconds to reposition with Archer. You have so much distance already that it's quite easy to reposition after you one rescue to then follow up with another rescue, especially with a cheerleader on the team. But it does have to be, of course, without the animation from balloons. Otherwise, the star is going to immediately go down. And we are going to see another Queen Bee. Can't say I'm surprised. I'd say Queen Bee is going to be quite solid here against anti-Korean. The fact that you're able to constantly farm up bees and keep shooting even after she hits you with the stick a couple times. First officer, though, going to be, I think, in response to Queen Bee here. It makes sense if he picked it against Queen Bee, because Queen Bee, you not just need to use your ability before the rescue, you very often need to use your ability after the rescue too. Something like Archer, something like Gravekeeper can't do that, and Mercenary would have to spend 2 elbow pads to do that. So not an easy feat. First officer, just going to make life a lot simpler. He's picking his spawn right now. That's not his final decision. Okay, now that's his final decision. So he's going to spawn in the top left of Cornfield. Gonna block off Big Boat, I believe. I believe Big Boat right here gets blocked. So Puppet's gonna need to either go to docks or go to shore. Thinking about Cypher rotations here is very important. It's a very underrated aspect of tournaments. We unfortunately don't get to look at it because we only see the hunter's perspective. But there's a lot of planning that goes into what order you do your ciphers that we don't really get to talk about here, but keep it in mind, you know, that every time a hunter picks their spawn, they're trying to block a key cipher like Big Bow to make it harder for the Puppeteer to decode. But then Puppeteer can think about where to go next so that in the future they don't lead into a situation where they have too many ciphers all in one place where it's easier for the hunter to protect them all. We are going to see the broken windows on the anti-Korean here, most likely expecting to get chased. Didn't even put borrow time on her. Everyone else here, though, does have borrow time, are quite confident in their survivors' kiting ability. It's just the anti-Korean that they went ahead and put that no borrow time on. So almost like she's the bait here. They're ready for her to take the chase. And if anything, they want to, because that is the person with no borrow time. That's the person they're betting is not going to make it to endgame. So they want to get as much value from a first kite from her as possible. And it looks like that's going to happen. How often? I think so far every time it seems to be the meta that Queen Bee is picked to be played on Lakeside and then go straight to Shack. So very interesting stuff. Very interesting. Ooh, right here. Going to get a little bit closer to the anti-Korean than that Archer was last game. Also, this is not a good angle. This is not a good angle right here. Because last time, the Archer was able to go around the corner and there was no good shot. Right here, there's a straight line to the window. By forcing the anti-Korean to go in a direction like this, it's easier to get the damage in. Right there, we see a key shot right there, key chip hit, smashing through the pallet. Also going in this direction doesn't allow her to go to small bow. Very small differences from the Dow 5 Hunter right here that make big changes in the result of this kite right here. Gonna force her to go into a much worse kiting area now. This is for those wondering, a much worse kiting area. Does barely sneak in the hit through the pallet though. That is huge. That is absolutely huge. He even stepped in the pallet a little bit there, a little bit sooner on the pallet drop, and he could have gotten stunned. So, good stuff right there, good stuff. And now it's not going to be that hard to get one chip hit here. I say that, but he actually misses up here, but does end up getting the damage here anyway. Fun fact, when the survivor goes down and they're like in the getting up animation off the ground when they got knocked down, you can still farm energy off of that as Queen Bee. Fun little fact that when someone gets knocked down by your shot, you can still farm like 12 more energy off of that. For those wondering, why do the Queen Bees always put bees on them even after they go down? Because they're getting energy off of that. And you'll notice that in the bottom of the screen, that they do get energy when they go down, even when they go down. I don't know why. Maybe the Des will change that. Right here, farming up bees right here to go back to back. I think he did, or did they disappear? But anyway, Puppeteer going to take quite a bit of damage here, but does in the end get the rescue off. This game is not going to be as simple as rescuing 2 times and relying on Tide Turner. The kite was just not long enough for them to do that. So we'll have to see what they plan on doing next. In the meantime, Queen Bee is just farming a bunch of energy here. This is the advantage of playing Queen Bee, is that Queen Bee still benefits off of Tide Turners. So that's really nice here. Gonna go into this chair with 100 energy to work with and full presence to spend. That being said, First Officer's already in position, and he's going to go sooner than later. He's not even going to risk it. He's not going to risk her randomly walking into Big Boat and costing this rescue now. So I'd say very smart move from him. Does not hit the watch though. She can see exactly where he is right now because he missed the watch. You see how his outline is on top of each other? Yes, so that's because he missed the watch. So now he doesn't have a extra pocket watch after this. Does sneak the rescue, but Queen Bee is eager for that hit. She wants to snowball later on for a win potential, so she's going to take the hit on the First Officer. That's going to help her get the win potential later on. Even though it's going to make this chase take longer, she's not worried about that because this anyway has Tide Turner. Right here though, great use of her stick. That means that not only is she not going to get shot, it means she can make the next window without getting shot. And now she's like in this loop where the Queen Bee cannot get an easy shot on her. You see, this is what we were talking about earlier. And somehow, someway, we're in the exact same situation where, just like with Dow 5, Wolves are also cutting out the Queen Bee. And right here, last Cypher pops, this time not as nice, unfortunately. It's not going to be as nice for Wolves as it was for Dow 5. But that being said, they are still quite a bit ahead here. This could still be a win. If one person expects the Hunter to do something different, right? It could be a win potential. And it might just be a win potential. That warp is not going to stop the dungeon. And that gate is open. That's a win. That's a win. That's a dungeon escape. And it's going to be a back-to-back win. MHX does not look happy down there in that camera. And was that his name? I didn't quite read the full name. But he does not look happy down there. And my goodness, that is a really frustrating match. I will say that is incredible. The fact that the Antigorian didn't have that strong of a start and their Cypher Wish was that good, that's honestly kind of hard to believe. I mean, that's another match where I wish we could go back and we could analyze that match bit by bit, because talking and looking and having me talk all this time is giving me a hard time to think about what exactly happened with the Cyphers, especially when it's me here. Where's my co-commentator? I need my co-commentator so that I can actually look at the Cypher and explain what the hell happened there. But that is just some really good Cypher rush right there from the survivors, not giving the Hunter a chance to breathe even though the chase wasn't even that bad. That was a pretty solid chase. What was it? There was only like 2 Cyphers done and then a 60% on the third one, which is not even that amazing for the survivors for a win potential. If we're talking about win potential, it's not even that amazing. And we are going to see back-to-back wins against Queen Bee. Finally, someone is stopping the Queen Bee madness here. Not just Wolves, but also Dow 5 from last round are also stopping the Queen Bee madness. Good stuff here. Now, in a moment here, we're actually going to see some highlights from both matches, so maybe we could remember what was some of the key stuff that we saw in both those matches. But I must say, that was very good stuff. Very good stuff from the Survivor side. So, we're going to end up seeing a 95 second kite time. Is that better? I think that was even better than the guy who kited last time. Well, to be fair, there were 2 people who took kites though. So you gotta add both those kites together. This is just really one person kiting. Guys, just one person kiting. And amazing work, amazing Cypher Rush. Not a single decode over. It all adds up to exactly 500%. 200 plus 180 plus 120. That all is 500%. That is some hecking efficient Cypher Rush, dude. That is some good stuff. Good stuff from them. Now, I do wonder, where was the difference there? The fact that they still ended up winning that, even though I would argue that the Antiquarian had a worse start than the Archer. I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that the Queen Bee chasing the Archer ended up finding the Lanternist, which then made the chase a lot more reasonable, a lot more doable. a lot more doable for the hunter to actually still get its high position there, because the fair lady, or not the fair lady, the lanternist did not kite close to as long as the archer did, especially without the damage she ended up taking either. So if we think about it, let's think back to those matches. I want to really talk about the early game of those two matches and the difference in the early game of the kites. Yes, they both came out wins, but if we look at the situation, in the end, both hunters chose to spawn near shack. Both hunters chased the guy at shack. Now, what was the key difference there that I would argue that the Antiquarian had a much harder time getting chased there than the archer did is the way the hunter circled the shack. When we saw Dow 5 survivors play, and when we saw wolves hunting, the wolves hunter went around shack in a way where the survivor turned the corner and they made the window immediately, right? But when wolves survivors played, like right here, we can see right here, oh, well, it's already onto the lanternist, so it's very quick. But when we saw the wolves survivors play, you could see that the Dow 5 hunter took things a little bit differently. He purposefully forced the survivor to go around shack in a way that's more advantageous for him. What do I mean by that? By that I mean that he went around the opposite direction of shack that the right here. You can see. So this is what I'm talking about. He forced the Antiquarian to go in a direction where there's more time for a clear shot, where there's more time where she's going in a straight line, where he can take advantage of it. Granted, he was also, I think, closer and able to take advantage of it better. But still, that's a very important thing. That's such a small thing as hunter to take advantage of. To know as your hunter, which direction is it better to have the survivor loop you in? Would you rather they go around a different side of shack or the opposite side of shack? Would you rather they go clockwise around shack or counterclockwise? And in this case, it was better that as Queen Bee specifically, who is relying on shooting in a straight line into the direction of the window, that you want them to vault the window in front of you. You don't want to be on the side of them when they vault the window. And if we look back deeper in that wolf's kite, when that Antiquarian was kiting, that's why she was having a hard time at shack. But as soon as she went to Big Bow, the tables flipped. Now she was vaulting in a direction where the Queen Bee was on the side of her, and there wasn't a clear shot anymore. The window was not in front of the Queen Bee, it was to the side of her. So when the Antiquarian does the vault animation, it's not just a straight shot forward. She's now behind the other side of the wall, if you get what I'm saying. And I think that's a very key thing. It's a very key thing to pick up on. Psyche, you should be the President of the United States. Thank you, Scabula, for that comment. So, we're going to end up seeing some map picks here now. Now, we're still seeing them pick it, of course, but Lakeside is banned because they already picked Lakeside. You cannot repeat maps. In the meantime, Dow 5 is going to ban Darkwoods, and Wolves is going to go Leo's Memory. Very interesting. Again, I would love to go in detail about talking about why the direction of your kite matters so much. It's so crazy to me that we saw essentially the exact same kite, exact same hunter. Yeah, sure, the survivors were a little different, but the abilities really didn't make a difference. Honestly, Antiquarian had the edge with the jump over the window, and she still didn't make it. So if anything, she should have been better off, but she ended up having a worse start than the archer. And why was that so? Because of the direction that the archer had to run around shack versus the direction Antiquarian had to run around shack. She had to go the opposite direction of archer so that when she's walking towards the window, there was a clear shot. There was a clear line of sight shot. As opposed to the archer, there was a point where the Queen Bee was closer to the archer than the Antiquarian, but she couldn't shoot. Why could the Queen Bee not shoot when the archer was closer? Because there was a wall in the way and the archer was vaulting the window to the side of the hunter. Not directly in front of them, but to the side. And that means that there was no clear shot, even though she was technically closer to the archer. That little difference, even though she had less distance, meant that she took no damage versus the Antiquarian, who technically had more distance, did end up taking damage because she ran in a straight line to the window. And it's not necessarily her fault, because why? Because the Queen Bee did such a great job. What's the word I'm searching for? basically keeping her in the same spot. Zoning. She did such a good job zoning. Now, normally zoning is used to say, oh, just keep keep a survivor in the same area. So that's not a great explanation in this situation, because in both situations the survivor stayed in the same area for about the same amount of time. So the hunter technically kept them there the same amount of time. But what really matters is the direction that the hunter pushed the survivor in. That little difference meant that now the queen bee chasing Antiquarian had a clear shot, whereas opposed to the queen bee chasing the archer did not have a clear shot, because she was chasing her in the opposite direction where there were walls in the way. And so that when she vaults the window, even if she's closer, it doesn't matter. There's a gigantic wall in the way, and she's on the side of the window, which just makes it harder. As queen bee, if you're going to play queen bee, you rather have a survivor vault or do actions like dropping a pallet or vaulting in front of you, not to the side of you, because to the side of you, it's a lot harder to get an accurate shot. Any tall wall will also now block your shot. Now, of course, if you're working around short walls, then now the direction doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if they're right in front of you. Technically, right in front of you is a little bit easier, I would say, because you could even just walk right through the pallet. If they stun you, you just hit them. Man, how many times are we going to see this cosplay? I swear we've seen their cosplay. Dude, they're so emotionless. They're not even saying hi to camera. It's too tiring for them, bro. They're too tired. The cosplay took too long to make. They have no energy to even celebrate it. Okay, I'm kidding. But that, I don't even know what character that's supposed to be, but very beautiful cosplay nonetheless. Anyway, as we wait for them to start up, well, we could think about what else we could see here. Leo's memory. Now, Leo's memory, I've said it before, but I'll say it again. Opera Singer is so good on Leo's memory. A lot of random trash to dash on top of. Very good stuff. Very good stuff for her. I mean, if you're constantly in a 45% speed boost, what can go wrong? That's what makes Opera Singer so strong after all. So yeah, very curious to see what we see from the hunter side. It's always the hunter that matters more. It's the survivors that are trying to play around everything, but the hunter is like, they like define the flow of the match, right? They define the kiting areas that you can now use, and what areas are good and what areas are bad. Like we saw against that queen bee. This game is so beautiful. This is what I love about Identity 5, is that even if you chase the exact same survivor, right, and you're up against the exact same hunter on the exact same map, and not just the exact same map, but also in the exact same area with the exact same persona built, there's so many things that you could change right there. And on top of that, you can always just look at the area differently. You can keep all these variables the same. You can keep the survivor the same, the hunter the same, the persona the same, the trait the same, and the amount of time you spend reaching the area the same. All these things, all these factors, keep all of them the same, and you can still end up with such a majorly different result. Like we saw, like you push that archer in the opposite direction, and now that archer kite's way longer at Shack. Her kite was going to dominate so hard. That's why the queen bee swapped. Antiquarian got pushed the opposite direction. It's the exact same area. And yes, not the exact same survivor. But if anything, I think it goes to show how changing one thing in your chase as a hunter can completely change the world. For your game, not for the rest of the world, technically. But, like, technically, right there, queen bee should have had a harder time chasing Antiquarian, because Antiquarian could get over that window faster, right? And from a distance with that vault, with the stick. And even with that advantage over Archer, because Archer technically, if you think about it, Archer has a hard time, because yeah, Queen Bee can shoot her, but neither can Archer. So technically Queen Bee could go right around the corner and then shoot her before Archer can shoot her. I mean, it's kind of like a standoff if you think about it, but I would say Archer has a worse time dealing with specifically that window at Shack, and she still came out on top because of the direction the kite went. I mean, I love this game, bro. I love this game. There's so many factors you can change. Every game feels different. You could play a 1v1 against the same hunter on the same map, in the same area, as the same survivor, as the same persona, and I could still come up with multiple things that I want to try. I could still come up with different areas, test out different routes, see what works better, see what was okay, this was okay, but hold up, there's something even better here. And in this case, it's like actually mind-blowing, because it's not even a different area. It was different results, just using the area differently. Like, that's how crazy this game is. That's how in depth it can go. So much to say about it. But in the meantime, we should focus on the next match. And yeah, we're gonna end up seeing Seer Antiquarian ban here, followed by QS ban. So we could see a Gomen. And right as I say that, they go Puppet Enchantress. So it's not looking too good for Gomen. Gomen is one of those hunters where most of the survivors do really bad against him, and then there's a couple that just are like devastating, right? They're just absolutely devastating. Now he bans Meteorologist. At this point, it points to it not being a Gomen, because Gomens typically don't ban Meteorologist. She's not that amazing on the kite. Could it be something else? Maybe he wants to go Shadow, like, because getting that heal off really does benefit against Shadow, because Shadow really relies on people being half health, so she could like then follow it up with a full presence hit and just knock them down, and then choose, do I want to leave them or do I want to choose someone else? And like, she has that versatility of finding those half health people. Meteorologist just completely gets rid of those half health people with her heals. Aeroplanist though is going to be a great counter to Shadow. Mercenary, great all around pick. Now keep in mind, I do want you guys to remember that you don't want to go fully in hard countering one hunter. You want to kind of spread out your resources, because you don't want to go too hard on one thing and then you're super thin countering another hunter. So the idea of Mercenary here is Mercenary that great against Gomen? No, he's one of the worst rescuers against Gomen. If he gets chased first, Mercenary has a very hard time dealing with Gomen. But the idea is that you have so many other good counters to Gomen that the hunter's unlikely to go Gomen. So you just you only get the benefits of Mercenary. And even if they do go Gomen, chasing Mercenary is still not great, because everyone else has no debuff penalties on decoding. So you're chasing a guy with chair resistance, built-in Tide Turner. Everyone else has no debuffs on decoding. Like, even if you chase the best person for Gomen here, which is Mercenary, not only is it not great in the long term for you in terms of decoding, but even in the short term with the built-in Tide Turner, it's still not exactly great, right? It's guaranteed 8 seconds on his second hit that he keeps on living, and the 8 seconds, that matters a lot. And we're instead going to see Wolves pick Peddler here. This is a totally valid pick here, because Enchantress doesn't work too well against the Vine. There's nothing to stun. You can't stun the Vine. I actually had a random in my low tier quick matches. When I played on my alt account, I actually saw a random as Enchantress run into the Vine trying to think they could stun the... It was the most hilarious thing ever. You cannot do that. And so Vine is going to be very good against Enchantress. Now I will say any Chip Hunter is also great against Mercenary, because if you can negate the fact that he can take an extra hit and survive for 8 seconds with a single chip hit on him, that's crucial, right? Because now you essentially water him down to just a basic survivor, a basic rescuer with just elbow pads. Because one of his key features is that he survives hits, and that can be key against detention. That can be key on rescues when you have no one else to help save. He could be a last resort. Aeroplanist? Aeroplanist could do good though. Aeroplanist could do good. He can like boost out of the way of a Vine if he plays it well. And Puppeteer. Puppeteer has a harder time against Chip Hunters, for sure, because you're using your puppet on just a chip, and that still gives the hunter an opportunity to farm other abilities, because a chip hit, as Peddler, you don't just get a chip, you also get the wall out of it, right? So sometimes you can even force the puppet just by making a wall and you still keep the chip. It really depends. It really depends how they play it out. If the Puppeteer is constantly keeping good distance, then that's not going to happen, right? But if they can't keep good distance, then that's going to be a real concern. So it really depends on how they play. Like I said, based on your area, can be majorly different results. Even if it's the same survivor in an unideal matchup, it can be very different results. You could go from Peddler quickly killing a Puppeteer to Puppeteer 3 cyber kiting Peddler. It really just depends. Is the Peddler even holding her weapon? Oh, she's holding it by like a chain in that picture. Okay, never mind. All right, guys, we're going to be going into the first half of round 2. Exciting stuff here. You don't usually see Peddler, but the hard counter against Gomen is just too much to deal with. They did not ban Gomen, and so Hunter opting here to go with the Peddler instead of the Gomen. Still haven't seen Gomen. I'm hoping we see Gomen at least once, because I do think Gomen's interesting to watch. Although a little bit cheesy, constantly blocking off paths to pallets. And here we go, going into the first half of round 2. Both the survivor teams tied things up. They both got 3 escapes, so no one's in the lead, but for once in our lives, we can actually see the survivors be up for once, which is very nice. Right here, this is a very annoying pallet for Peller, because if you try to put a hole in the wall, it thinks you want to absorb the cipher. Little stuff like that you want to think about as survivor. That's why you need to play as survivor, as hunter, guys, even if you main survivor, because you learn about stuff like that by playing hunter. You learn that Peller can't use her wall there because the cipher's in the way. Gray Bay with the vine, it's not going to really matter besides just keeping him in the same spot. That's all it really does. That's still a very good thing, though, because look at how garbage this area is. He's basically forced to use another puppet, right? At the very least, he'll use this puppet to get to the shack, but I think he realized that he's just going to get vine and then he's not going to make it to the shack anymore. So he opts to take a different line, and he doesn't even get the other puppet off. That's really bad. That's a really bad start for the survivors. Now, granted, it's 60% with an 80% cipher. This is not too bad, but he does get chaired on one person's cipher, so this person's immediately going to start getting pressured. It means that immediate resources are pulled out. He doesn't even get the chip pick up. Oh, he's not going to use the earthquake. Okay, usually I would expect the Peller to use the earthquake followed by, like after a vine, they use an earthquake to just get that extra chip hit. It makes it easier to snowball later on, but maybe there's something I'm not thinking of that this Peller really wants to keep an earthquake for. I don't know what it'd be because she's most likely going to make another hole in the wall here, right? Okay, but I think the Puppeteer... Listen, the Puppeteer is just trying to die in the corner here again. He does get to use his ability one more time, though. I don't know about this route. This is really weird. Like, it seems like he wasn't trying to rebound based off where he was standing. Like, why was he standing by that wall? Right? Like, he was standing by this wall with no pallets, and then he ran out of the open and used his puppet. Was he trying to rebound there? Was he not? Why didn't he just stand by the pallets there instead? A little bit weird. But it's not a super big deal, right? At the end of the day, the first tide is kind of like bait, right? You're not really thinking too much about rebounding. Great earthquake right there, by the way. And right here, Puppeteer's going to be forced to take another puppet. That being said, Mercenary gets away with only 1 chip hit. All things considered, that's a pretty good result. Peddler here going to make another wall. Puppeteer not even going to get another earthquake out. That's going to make it harder for the next kite in the future. There's more resources for the hunter to keep. But he does die quite a bit away. Like, look at all this time the Peller has to walk. By the time he even gets here... Oh, someone missed a calibration because the cipher went from 13 to 11. That could have been the difference between, like, a 20% cipher and now an 11% cipher. Every little bit is going to count here, especially in the mid-game. We are now entering the mid-game, by the way. So this is the section of the game where the hunter kills one guy, and now everyone should be hiding. We didn't really see this, the Hula Baloo match, and then someone died really quick to Hula Baloo. It was the Gravekeeper, I believe. It is very important that you rotate the hunter when one person dies. Because look, the hunter's totally helpless. He doesn't have a clue where anyone is. His only job is to patrol the ciphers, and the survivors are going to be like, oh, hey, I see him. He's going over here to this cipher. No, wait, he's going to shack. Like you see, momming over here, keeping an eye out. Oh, I don't think he realizes that the hunter's coming his way. So, I mean, but do you really want to chase a mercenary, though? It's still not great. But that mercenary already has a chip hit on him. So you could vine him, and then you could put an earthquake followed by a basic. You could get the combo off. Is he going to survive here? He is going to survive here. A lot of trees block the hunter's way, unfortunately for him. Does that hit? Not quite. He missed it by just a bit. The pallet is still here. That's a pretty critical chip hit because now that means you could just get blinked. That blink was never... or it was used on the first kite, but it came back by the time he needs it again, which is perfect timing for the hunter. It means, though, that now he doesn't have anything for the last cipher. So, I mean, this is the problem with chasing Mercenary, is that even when you chase Mercenary, Mercenary doesn't even have to think about taking a hit at an awkward time. Because, dude, he has 8 seconds of free time to work with. He just went in the corner and just went in the corner away from the cipher. There's not a whole lot of survivors have to worry about now. Now the hunter's just stuck very far away from the cipher, so this is very key. Good thinking from the Mercenary there to die in the corner. Every 8-second counts. Every 8-second moment counts. Right here, the wall is going to unfortunately close on him. The Peddler right here is going to try to body block the path to the chair. Try to make it over half. At least maybe stall out. Right here is going to make a green zone. It's not going to allow an earthquake hit, though. I don't think he's going to go for it, though. There's no real point, necessarily, unless he's thinking about someone not carrying borrowed time. Unfortunately for this hunter, everyone here has borrowed time. He ended up chasing the one guy. I don't even know. Maybe the puppeteer actually did have borrowed time, too. I don't even remember anymore. But look at that. Great pop from his teammates right here. Making sure to go ahead and use the pop sparingly right there, right as he's far from the hunter. Then they popped. Ooh, missed a hit. Every second here counts. Is that going to prevent him from getting a teleport on the gate now? Yeah, he's not going to go for it. He's not going to go for it. He's just going to go ahead and take his time. That is a pretty big difference maker for the fact that the survivors are still keeping up their pace. They are very still strong lead here. Strong showcase of the survivors kiting out. Even though the peddler got a pretty decent start on that puppeteer, like eliminating basically a whole puppet use in that situation, which was amazing. That's really good. Puppeteer is just able to farm extra time there. That is the downside of chasing Puppeteer. Ever since Puppeteer's buff to be able to use this puppet in Tide Turner, he is honestly, I think, better than I give him credit for, even in rank match. Because I will say that I don't really like Puppeteer because Puppeteer kind of takes a lot of damage and he can be a liability sometimes, because if he ends up being your rescuer and you guys need to heal up and reset, no one can heal the Puppeteer. You rely on other people being injured. So if he ends up being your rescuer and someone else gets chased and you guys decide not to go for a second rescue, it can be very difficult to think about what to do then, because no one can heal the Puppeteer. You need other people to be damaged, and of course no one else is damaged except the Puppeteer, and one other guy dies. So that's the thing about Puppeteer. But Puppeteer, on the other hand, against Kites is complete opposite, because nowadays you get rescued with Tide and it's not a liability anymore. It's not a liability like it used to be, because now, like, liability on healing was like a smaller factor than the liability of not being able to use your ability off of Tide. It basically made you have no ability, even though in theory you should be able to use one more puppet. The fact that now you can use your puppet in Tide Turner means that it opens up rebound potential. Now, is it that amazing in that situation? Technically, it actually didn't do anything, because Tide Turner ended up doing the full work in both cases anyway, right? But it does always leave that potential open. The hunter has to commit harder to a Puppeteer, because anytime they don't spend getting abilities out in Tide Turner, they'll have to get out after Tide Turner ends, which is just going to be free kite time. It means that the hunter cannot commit that hard on the rescuers. He has to spend more time committing on the Puppeteer to force that puppet out sooner, so that by the time it runs out, he's not going to be, the hunter's not going to be losing out on like time where like, oh, I should have gotten the puppet out sooner because now the tide's over, he still has his puppet available. It's like guaranteed 9 more seconds. It's like a 29-second tide now, which is way better. So it always forces the hunter to stay on target, kind of like with barmaid, right? Or doctor, right? If you hit a barmaid or doctor and you just leave them, right, they heal up for free. Similar to Puppeteer, except instead of leaving them, if you leave them not just for like, I guess it is similar, because you leave the doctor, you leave the barmaid, they get healed up. Even if you come back in 15 seconds, still get healed up. Kind of like with Puppeteer, except reverse, right? If you don't force him to injure himself, right, he's going to save that injury potential so that he can injure himself to use the puppet later, which is kind of, it's a little bit, it's like opposite, but also like the same thing. Like by not staying on a survivor, you're not going to get resources, right? There are times to switch targets, and there are times to make sure other survivors' resources are being taken out, but it can't be like a huge deficit. Like leaving Puppeteer would be a huge deficit. And it just wouldn't be worth the overall time, because it's not just going to be 9 seconds, most likely. It's going to be like extra time after. Granted, Peller can always just earthquake him, so maybe not, but it's still very good. Still very good. It's still free kite time. You don't want to give that to the survivors. If he has a puppet, you'd rather he use it in Tide, where you'd anyway have to wait out the Tide turn, even if you were to hit him. As long as you can get the hit right before Tide ends anyway. So, looks like we're going to be waiting here on the survivors here to start, on the hunter here to start. So I'm gonna go ahead and put the music back on. We'll see here. We'll see. So Dow 5's hunter right here has to get at least a tie to tie up the score. And Wolves, we saw Wolves do such a good job before as their survivors. Survivors on both sides have been extremely talented. Very good work here. We don't usually see survivor domination. Even a tie is like proof of a survivor team being good, right? I know it's not like a win like we're used to seeing in like rank. All you want to be win, 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 win. But in tournaments, if a survivor ties, that's scary for the hunter, because nowadays hunters are so strong that they're able to secure better than a tie, honestly. So if the survivor's tied, that must mean they're doing something right? They're doing a good job rotating from the hunter after the first kill. They're doing a good job splitting their ciphers so that the hunter can't guard multiple ciphers at the same time. And you know what's in common with those two things? You have to plan them both out ahead of time. That if you're not the kind of survivor to already know what's about to happen, it's going to be too late. If you didn't already move off your ciphers, you're boom, immediate chase after the first kill. You don't want to give that to the hunter. If you didn't reset your health ahead of time, you can't heal instantly later. You need to plan for it. That's something unique about Survivor, is that Survivor, it gives you the ability, and not just the ability, but the option, and not just, well, not, that's the same thing, but it's not even just like the option, it's not even just the ability, it's like the route you should do, right? To play the game slow. That the hunter is all about killing and killing and killing. You got to go as quickly as possible because you're on the clock. The ciphers are on the clock, right? You don't know where the survivors are, so you always have to assume the worst case of them being on the ciphers, right? But the survivors, they have clearer vision. They are sneakier than the hunter. They are smaller than the hunter. They don't have the weapon. They don't have the lethality of the hunter. But what's so unique about Identity 5 over other games that just have two guys with guns is that only in this game, only one guy has the gun. But the advantage of the other guy who doesn't have the gun is that he's more mobile. He's more agile. And so it seems like the guy with the weapon, surely the guy with the weapon is going to win, right? But it's not that simple. It's not that simple because the guy with the weapon is not so agile. Not so easy to move around. Even with that faster movement speed, oh, they move faster than the survivor. Surely you can move around and find them. Not so easy. Not so easy, it turns out. As we saw right here, Dow5 did an amazing job on their survivor side. After killing that puppeteer, hunter could not find anyone, right? And what does that mean? You could say, Psyche, oh, but they weren't decoding, so no one really gained anything. That's not true. What did they gain? They gained healing. They gained, I think they gained healing. I can't remember. Maybe they didn't gain healing. But what did they gain besides that? They gained the ability to move around the map, around the hunter, to the other ciphers across the map. If you don't do that ahead of time and you just immediately do the cipher machines, then what ends up happening? That ends up happening, and what ends up happening is someone gets chased and your teammate has to still spend 30 more seconds running to the cipher. If you can make it so that the hunter doesn't have to chase anyone, I should say, because obviously they want to chase someone, but if you can make it so the hunter cannot chase anyone, and then you can still spend that time making to a cipher while you're all being sneaky, bro, why not? Play the game slower. Take advantage of those more like tedious drawn out moments where it's like you're doing nothing but walking. Make it so the hunter's also not doing anything but walking. Why not? Why not? And that's like a very cool thing about the Survivor, is that you're able to make these like choices ahead of time and be sneaky and be clever. But it also means you have to think about it ahead of time, because it's not going to be something you can do with brute force. You cannot brute force a cipher that a hunter's always going to stop you from doing. The hunter can brute force it. The hunter can brute force their way to the cipher at any speed they want in a straight line, seeing what the ciphers are decoding. They always know when ciphers are being done. You're not going to win that brute force fight unless the cipher is literally 90%. That's the advantage. That's the power of survivors, that you can take it slower. You have to be clever, but it means you have to think about it ahead of time. And that, in a way, makes Survivor harder. Besides the fact that you play in a team and no one likes to work with people. So working with people is always harder than working by yourself, right? But if you can work with people, then that is the beauty of Identity 5, is that you come out stronger than the guy who's by himself. The challenge, though, is working with those people. Mercenary, though, Matador, going to be a very strong combo. Airplane is going to be great to counter Shadow, I suppose. I wonder if it would be good against QS2. Probably would be. Not that amazing. You're going to need like a pallet or window vault, at least one, and then rely on your jetpack. Like, just the jetpack alone is not going to be enough. And then Lucky Guy for the all-around pick. Whatever the hunter picks, Lucky Guy can pick a good item to counter them. and it's going to be Opera Singer. I've mentioned this a million times before. Opera Singer is a very good hunter on Leo's memory. With the massive amount of trees and obstacles all across the map, there basically is almost never a time that Opera is not taking a direct line to you at a 45% movement speed buff, which is absolutely insane. Maps like Moonlit, maps like Arms Factory, they might have to move to the side somewhere for them to gain that movement speed, and so it just cancels out. But on Leo's memory, you're constantly moving forward, moving forward, moving forward. You don't have to take detours to keep up with your ability. That is the strength of Opera on Leo's memory. So also very good against Aeroplanist. I'm not a big fan of Aeroplanist, honestly. I rather Patient. I'm a Patient fan. I've been seeing the other teams go Patient, right, over Aeroplanist, and I'm with them. I'm with them. At the very least, maybe Aeroplanist round 1, so you can say Patient for later, right? But I just think Patient's gonna be better than Aeroplanist, especially on Leo's memory. Are you kidding me, man? Kidding me, man? Like, yeah, Aeroplanist can fly over the very top of the staircase, which Patient technically can't. But the whole idea is, how do you get there? Patient can always get there from the bottom. Aeroplanist has a very hard time getting there, right? So what's the point of having the strong ability if you can't easily get there? Patient can always easily get there, and like, who cares that you can't jump over like Aeroplanist can? You have a gray window next to you. You got a whole factory. Anyway, we're gonna be seeing here Mercenary running Empathy. I hate Empathy. I prefer Symbiotic Effect, but I guess maybe Empathy is good at running away from the Hunter, to be fair. I have been considering it. Maybe Empathy is good, like if someone dies next to you, right? Or if someone is like dying away from you and you just need to get away from them. Empathy could be good for that. It's just like a free movement speed buff for 14 seconds to get away from the Hunter. Maybe I should consider it. But at least in terms of a rescuer, I find Symbiotic Effect saves my ass so often. Like Empathy. Ironically enough, I feel Empathy is going to be better when you're not rescuing, right? Because if you're rescuing, you'd rather get the constant 10% speed buff. But if you're trying to get away from the Hunter and someone died next to you and you just want to get away as quickly as possible, Empathy is actually going to be better. That I've been thinking about it. Anyway, we're going to see Opera Singer move straight to Shakir, going to chase, it looks like the Matador, I believe. Matador, interesting. Matador is a funny business. Playing against Opera Singer, you never know when they're going to swing or not, and he does end up getting it. I mean, it's, to be fair, as an Opera Singer, it's kind of silly to swing randomly because then he doesn't even have to use his ability. You may as well just get it out and hope he misses because you do move really fast. Great use of the window here, by the way. Opera, the slowest window vaulter in the game currently right now. Just free distance right there, quite a bit of free distance. Right here, Matador trying to stall as much as he can for his secondary ability, but he's not going to quite get it. Ooh, hitting around the corner of the wall, and now his secondary ability is active. Now, at any moment, he can vault any pallet here and force a Hunter to break it, but he's going to choose to save it and use his flywheel instead. He's got a Sui built, so now the Hunter knows that, and the Hunter's just not ready for it. He's like barely before the Hunter can even do anything, he's already dropping the ability, dropping the Gunera pass, and look at that. Purposely blocking the dash so she gets put on cooldown here. Every little bit is going to matter right here. Let me put the game volume up. Every little bit is going to matter right here. And that's just 5 seconds where where the Hunter's behind now. Is this going to be another tie? This looks like another tie. And if we look at the predictions below, for those wondering what those numbers are in Chinese, that is talking about the prediction of what this match outcome will be. So they kind of have this AI that says based on when the Sarai went down, what is it looking like? The biggest percentage was being given to a tie. And as a top player here, I've played this game for very long, I can tell you, yes, on average, this game should be a tie. But you never know. Any small pallet stun can change the game. Or any terror shock can change the game. Obviously, that one's more obvious. Look at here. Airplane is also trying to run into the Opera Singer on purpose. Did not work out. This time the Opera did not fall for it. Keeping the pressure on this Matador. Look at this. Matador has an ability available, but he chose not to use it. Why? Because he's going to get rescued again. They are confident that he's going to get rescued again, so they're opting not for him to use this ability. They're telling him, hey, we're going to rescue you again. Don't use your ability. Try to save it for the rebound, right? Just die away from the ciphers for now. And that's exactly what he did. Because check it out. Now Wolves XMX is going to go ahead and finish that cipher now, where otherwise they would have had a hard time. Now all the ciphers are popping. One by one, they go down. Lucky Guy, Mercenary. We have another cipher, I believe, being worked on by probably the Airplanist, or maybe even the Controller by Lucky Guy. Very good cipher rush being done. The problem is, this Mercenary actually still needs to make the rescue. I suppose the double down is not the end of the world. He's most likely gonna... And that's a huge penalty right there for the Opera Singer. That is massive right there. Not going to be able to catch up. And that's just free distance. That's free distance. This cipher is ticking away. He could not afford that. That just basically allowed the Matador to get in position. That allowed the Mercenary to get in position. That allows the Matador to get... Look at the Matador. He has all his abilities up. He's got broken pallet boost. He's got 2 red apron abilities. He's got the Gonera to drop on the pallet right here if he really wants to. He kind of has to, though. He's out of resources. He has no more resources. Ooh, and he's just going to end up going down. I'm wondering why didn't he use his ability on the pallet right there, because he could have combined it with a pallet boost. Then, since he didn't do that, he's just allowing a free pallet break and he didn't get a pallet boost. Anyway, hindsight 2020, we can say all we want after it happened. It's hard in the moment, though. Mercenary going to immediately going to take the chase here. He needs to last at least long enough for his teammate to get a tie. Great elbow pad, though. Did it cancel a dash? No, it didn't. Opera still has her dashes up. He tried to go for the window here because that's a great counter to Opera, but it's not going to be enough. Opera's going to desperately try to go for that gate, but it's not going to be enough. And it's going to end up as another tie. Tie, back to tie. Survivors are doing a very good job in both cases. Granted, the Opera made a small mistake there, but if that Matador right there, guys, if that Matador, when he vaulted that pallet, the last pallet he used before the Opera Singer broke and then killed him, that pallet, he could have, in theory, dropped his Gonera pass ability, the one he drops on the pallet, and forced the Hunter to break it. But the difference is, like, it's silly, right? But he's going to break it anyway, right, Seki? Not quite, because if you let him break it normally, not only are you stuck on the side of the map with no pallets to use anymore, but you also didn't get a pallet boost out of it, right? He could have gotten a pallet boost out of using his ability, right? That's the only way that you could vault into the Hunter and not just immediately die, right? If you have no other way to survive, if you're relying on your boost to survive, the Gonera pass is your way out. It's the way out to force the Hunter to break the pallet, even though you vaulted into them. So you get the pallet boost and you get the pallet break, as opposed to just the pallet break. Well, now you don't have anything to use as a secondary ability on. So that was very important right there. The Opera did not get hit by the secondary ability because it meant that he just dies with an ability that he could not use anymore. It was too late at that point. I'm sure he would love to use it, but he just couldn't anymore, and it was too late at that point. He had no way of getting back to the windows at that point. So great. Well, not great for the Hunter, but great that they didn't end up losing that, because that definitely could have been a loss. Even though he had no borrowed time, all those abilities waiting to be used and Mercenary ready to body block, that could have been very different for the Hunter. That could have gone a very different way. That could have been a win for Wolves survivors right there. Unfortunately, not to be. Dow5 going to end up taking the tie here and evening things out. No one is in the lead right now. Points are even on both sides after both rounds. Granted, survivors won on both sides, which is something to note, but it still ends up being even on both sides. Now we're going to round 2, right? Round 2, both sides tie. Nothing crazy. Hunters did their job, survivors did their job. You know, survivors didn't do an amazing first kite. They didn't do a 3-cipher kite, but it was good enough for a tie, which means now the survivors can play it slow, play it laid back. Granted, that second half right there was much better. It was much better for the survivors of Wolves than for Dow5, because for Dow5, they had to play a lot slower, they had to play a lot safer, they had to play a lot more careful, right? Think a little bit more ahead of the box, ahead of time, outside of the box, I mean. But then that Mercenary, you know, that Mercenary saw how much cipher progress they had. They're like, you know what, let's just brute force this. What do we have to lose? Even if he dies, we're just going to pop in, I'm just going to get back up, and we're going to get a tie that way. So I would say that right there, Wolves were in a better round 2 position than Dow5 right there. But Dow5, I think, did a more impressive job there, showcasing what to do when you guys are behind. Playing it slow. Playing it, not rushing it, not playing fast. Making sure that you, as a survivor team, can catch up for the slowdown, for the lack of kite early on. Or not necessarily lack of kite, but a worse kite. As you guys can see right here, we're going to see here, we saw Puppeteer go down quite early. Look at this. No cipher there. No cipher was done there. We only had 11%, the highest when Puppeteer went down. But then by the time the what's her name, the peddler finally started chasing someone, it was too late. They already had their people set up ready to decode servers hella fast. Look at this amazing block from the Matter. The Matter did such a nice job here kiting, even though it wasn't like a super like 3-star for kite there. It actually in total ended up coming out quite good, very close to a win there because of the help from the mercenary, and also because Matador, in my opinion, gets abilities back a little bit too quickly. Like, are you kidding me? 4 ability pushes and 2 abilities that you could just drop on pallets. That's 6 abilities. Are you kidding me, dude? That was old Acrobat, bro. That was literally old Acrobat. He was basically getting 6 balls every game. And it's even easier because Acrobat had to at least Dakota Cypher to 100% to get that 6 ball, right? Or at least Rescue to get the Mud Ball to 6 ball, right? He basically always got the Firebomb, and he still does always get the Firebomb. Kind of sad we don't see Acrobat anymore. Nowadays, it's a newer meta. Still love Acrobat, though. It's still such a good survivor. But yeah, good stuff right there. Good stuff. I think the, again, Dow 5 survivors had a harder time because they had to play it slow. But I think that's also like a little bit impressive, being like, oh, hey, the Hunter has nothing to do here. Literally nothing that they can do, but just hopelessly search for survivor. As opposed to Wolves, they were closer to a win. And so then it's a much more like brain dead decision. Be like, oh yeah, of course, protect him, right? As opposed to playing it slow, being like, oh hey, don't decode the cipher. Seems so counterintuitive, right? Why should we not decode the cipher? That's our job as survivors. Because then you go down, you get chased faster, and then you need a kite for longer to make up for the fact that your other teammates still needed time to get to the other cipher machines to make up for the fact that the Hunter is now chasing the guy on the cipher machine, aka you. Okay, so now they need to start a new one. Anyway, we're gonna go ahead into round 3. This is anyone's game. Round 3. If anyone gets a lead here, it's kind of silly that sometimes games come down to this. 1 second here. Wolves ends up banning Chinatown, and I think we won Moonlit there. Yeah, we had to have got Moonlit because Lakeside was already banned, and I couldn't have. It was like some. I saw they picked the map somewhere in the center of the screen. That's either Moonlit or Lakeside. We already saw Lakeside, so it's Moonlit. The last map is going to be Moonlit here. But anyway, as I was saying, it's a little bit sad that we see both teams play so good here, and it's really just going to come down to one match at some point, right? No one really deserves to lose here, in my opinion. I feel like both sides have played so good. Like, yeah, Wolves were closer to a win round 2, but Dow 5 did such a better job controlling the match in a situation where they were behind. Like, what's better? Harder to say, so to speak, right? What's more skillful in that situation? In either case, though, whoever gets more points than the other team at round 3 will just immediately win. Because round 1, technically nothing happened. The points stayed even. Round 2, nothing happened. The points stayed even. Round 3 now, is that a daughter with her mom? Dude, even her mom is coming to IDV competitions. Crazy. At least I think that was her mom or her very old friend. Bro, listen, man. We're not judging here. We don't judge here. She can have whatever friend she wants. Anyway, guys, another person cheering for Dow 5. Yeah, that is the kind of the sad thing, as I was saying, is that it really is just going to come down to one match. You know, whoever here just decides to, well, not decides, it's not that simple, but whoever gets the better result is gonna win because of one match. So if one thing goes wrong for one of the teams right here, they're gonna lose, and there's not gonna be a round 4, because the only way there's gonna be a round 4 is if they end up with the same results back to back. Like if the survivors get 4-manned and then the opposing team survivors get 4-manned again, well then that's technically considered a tie. It's like 5v5 rules, right? If your survivor team gets a 4-man escape, you guys are celebrating like, oh, we definitely won this 5v5, we deserve to win. And then the other team's survivors also got 4-man escape. That's a tie. It's a tie. No one get anything. Man, that's a really beautiful cosplay. Damn, bro. She's got that blue eye stare, dude. Anyway, today we're going to be focusing not on the beautiful cosplays, getting lost in their eyes, but instead on the amazing gameplay we have here. As much as I'd love to get lost in her eyes, bro, we got to focus on the gameplay. We got a job to do that I'm getting paid $0 an hour to do, so we're going to go back to doing it, I guess. Anyway, let's see what's up here. Still waiting on the people to choose their characters. Still waiting on survivor picks. Still waiting on hunter picks. Probably getting advice from their coaches right here on what they should pick. So in the meantime, we will wait for their choice. All right, and it looks like we are finally beginning. Doctor. Finally, we see Doctor. The hunter decides to not ban Doctor. The survivors immediately go Doctor. Very strong survivor here. Nowadays, very good. Basically guaranteed to get that heal off. At least one heal. And then nowadays, I used to say that healing is not that important. At least for a win, right? Because back then, the meta was a lot more for winning as survivor. Right, it was a lot more likely the survivors can get a winning kite if they do their part. But nowadays, hunters are so strong. The best you're getting nowadays, realistically speaking, if we're being realistic here, is a tie. What is key to tying? Healing. Healing is key to tying, where otherwise healing is not that great because healing slows you guys down, which makes it harder to win, right? So in a winning position, you don't want to heal. But if you guys are going to tie and you're going for a tie and you're okay with a tie, like in tournaments right here, Doctor is one of the best survivors because what is she absolutely destroying? Healing. Healing is such a time investment. So when you have to do a heal, Doctor is amazing. Now again, if you're going for a win, even as Doctor, healing is a little bit too slow to do. But if you guys are going for a tie, that Doctor heal could be the difference between you guys getting caught in the middle of trying to finish the heal and the difference between the heal's done and you guys were able to split up mere seconds before the hunter approached your location. Looks like we are going to end up seeing an opera singer here on Moonlit. What can I say? Opera singer is one of these hunters that I know a lot of people, especially in the Chinese community here, not to hate on the players in IVL, a lot of people say that opera is a Thai hunter. In some regards, that's true. But you make one slip up against Opera and suddenly it's not a Thai hunter anymore. It's not like Gamekeeper or Ann where it's like a Thai hunter in that sense. It's a Thai hunter in the fact that they can get more than a Thai at any point. It just takes one mistake from the survivors. And I mean, there's also a lot more options for that Opera can do. A lot more mobility, obviously. It's just it just takes one small thing to go wrong as survivors, and Opera can take over games very quickly. That's Thai is assuming survivors do their job and things go like decently optimally, right? 70-second kite, at least 60-second kite minimum, right? Then you guys can tie. But that still takes a little bit of luck, not getting found when the hunter's randomly prowling around after their first kill. It all takes timing, practice, but at the end of the day, you could still get unlucky and they randomly stumble upon your location. Opera Singer going to run faster power breaking. Of course, Doctor with no borrowed time. Anyone else with no borrowed time? Matador has no borrowed time. It's important to keep these things in mind because these are the people who they either A, want to get chased, or B, they're expecting one of these to get chased, so they want to have a second tide prepared. It looks like the idea here is in case Matador or Doctor gets chased, they still have two tide turners. Looks like that's the idea here. So no matter which of them is first chased, they still have another tide turner. But that way, they're also not going to lose out on the kiting potential and risk someone going down very quickly. So going right into the next matchup right here, Opera Singer going straight for first stop on the Doctor. Let's see how she does here. Not a whole lot of options. This is looking just like the coordinator match from earlier in this exact same situation. I mean, what is there to do? The difference here is instead of us seeing a shot here, we're going to take a hit followed by a heal at at second stop. But this is such a dirty combo. You go to second stop, and it's just basically a free heal. Now, wait, what's going on here? Is she still up there? Is she still up there? Oh, no, she's not up there. Someone hit the button. It was all planned. I think this is going to be a full heal. Is the hunter going to decide to still commit to her? Oh, my goodness, he is, and he's probably not going to find her. It's not looking like he's going to... Oh, nope. The red dress kind of gave it away. Granted, I think she was going to get seen no matter what, but does barely find her. But at what cost? Servers are 50, 60, and there's no damage on this doctor. What happened to it? I don't know. It just disappeared. The doctor just does that. It just disappears. Now, unfortunately, the doctor not going to cancel the dash here, so it's going to be really hard to get a second heal off. It's just one blink away, and yep, she's dead. Yeah, once you use those bottles, it's really hard to get another heal after that, even at full health, even if you weren't chipped before. I mean, she was chipped, but she healed back to full. So that now she had no chips. She just needs to do one chip heal to be good against the basic. Drop the pallet there. I think a little bit of a miscalculation from her and there. I don't think there's any world where she can make that heal off. Even with the veteran bonus, Opera just catches up too quickly. She tried it, but it just didn't work out. It's just not enough time. Not against Opera Singer, at least. Any other hunter probably would be. Right there, was that an ability? That was an ability use. Matador just used an ability right there. Granted, it's not going to really matter, but it does. Well, I guess it means he gets his secondary ability quicker, right? Because it still counts as using his secondary ability, right? As using the ability to get his next ability faster. Doctor here, just going to go to the edge of the map to die. Yep. Looks like it. She's just going to go down on the edge of the map to die. Hunter getting unlucky that no chair spawned here. This should really be a guaranteed chair. I don't know what the devs are doing that they still haven't made this a guaranteed chair. Because this is such a big deal that we saw in one matchup. We saw in the last matchup, GR versus GW, where the chair spawned there, and that was a huge difference maker, and the chair still took so long. Imagine if that chair didn't spawn there, right? In the case of Wolves here, at least the doctor didn't die so deep at second story, right? So deep behind the building. But it's so game-changing when a chair doesn't spawn, surprisingly. Anyway, Gravekeeper's going to come here for the rescue. Pretty textbook rescue here. Hopefully no Terror Shock. Okay, no Terror Shock. And Doctor cannot heal. She has Tide Turner. I know exactly what she's doing. She's just going to go die in the corner. Or not in the corner here, but die behind the building, since that's the furthest point away from the chair. So, yep, she's going to go here and right. She's going a little bit too far. This is okay. This is not too bad. This is fine as well. Now, the only downside of dying on this side is that he could totally pressure the Cypher at first stop. Is he going to, though? He is, yeah. He is. So maybe he should have died on the opposite side of second stop. It doesn't really matter because I think he would have chaired inside two-story, though, then either way. He's going to chair inside two-story either way, but I think it might be a slightly longer chair. If he went the other direction, either way, he's going to mess up a dash. That's huge. That is absolutely huge. Nah, well, maybe not so huge because he does have that. Wow, wait, was that an ability cancel? It was not a dash cancel, but it was still a very good wind. That actually counted as canceling the dash. That counted as canceling the dash, so she has to wait for 5 seconds here. Technically, the whole cooldown is 9, but the recovery is like 4 seconds. And right here, gonna use this very good pallet here. Opera has to deal with it. Cannot do anything but break it. Drop this pallet, and this is so annoying for the Opera Singer. It's just extra time. And then followed up. Wow. Wow, that's a very strong combo. The fact that you're able to vault and immediately push, very good. Wow, barely not getting hit there. Very dangerous position right here. Any one of these could be a pallet stun. And does get that hit. Meteorologist does not go for the pallet stun here in either case. But what a strong combination right there. Going for the vault, and then even if the Opera Singer teleports, just push him away. Push him away. And right here, we are going to see the teleport immediately pressuring. Is he going to flip back, though? He could choose to flip back. Does he decide to? Looks like not. The Cypher has too much progress to flip back. He's going to rely on hopefully killing this Matador quickly. But the problem is that Matador has all these abilities. Matador just gets infinite abilities. Wow, that is insane that hit. That is absolutely criminal that hit. And now he's going to use this ability, and ooh, Opera doing a good job right here, looking away, and he walked right into it, thinking that the Sorari was standing next to it. Did not get it. He tried to go for that Terror Shock. I see what he was doing. He was hoping he stood by the window. Anyway, though, he has another ability. Ooh, barely doesn't get it. Was it on purpose to stand there? Did he get stuck on the wall? Who knows? Either way, honestly, either could have worked out. He doesn't have borrowed time though, so he's just gonna immediately pop it. But you know what? It's fine because he timed it with the pallet boost after the hit, so it kind of substitutes for the borrowed time. He's going to keep kiting. He's got that broken windows. That teleport is still on cooldown. I don't even know what I'm hyped about. This is looking like a pretty clear tie to me at this point. And he was... Look at how close he was to his second ability. Yeah, there's no dungeon here. Wait, but dungeon was over there. But he ran out of boosts. It wasn't realistic. Does everyone get out, though? It looks like everyone does get out. And that is going to be a tie. Going to be a tie for Wolves survivors right here, and a tie for, or not a tie for the Wolves survivor, a tie for the Hunter there. I don't know why the background was so... I think the background was wrong. Sorry. Anyway, in either case, tie for both teams. No one gained anything there. Now it's going to be all about this next second half. It's going to be all about the second half. It's going to all come down to this. If a team can win here, if one of the teams can get a 3 kill or a 3 escape here, that's going to secure their win here. Or even a 4 kill. 4 kill, of course. But a 3 escape at this point is going to do just as good. So let's see if any team can do their role here. So right here, we are going to have Wolves Hunters go ahead and have their Hunter play. Wolves were the one who played just now. Dow 5. I don't know why the background was different there, or maybe I was just looking at it wrong. But Dow 5 right here, surviving and getting a tie. That's a pretty good result. That's a pretty good result. Tying, nowadays, like I said, not an easy feat. It takes some real skill to do that. So, can the Hunter of Dow 5 take advantage of this tie? It is, I would say, a little bit easier to win as Hunter than it is to tie as Survivor, but maybe I'm just a little bit biased. I do play Survivor after all. But yeah, let's see here how they do. In the meantime, we have an all-time high of 71 seconds from the Matador. Doctor, I know it doesn't look like a lot. I know it seems like, oh, Doctor only cut at 62. Well, in reality, she also took a roller coaster. That roller coaster wasted a lot of time, then got the heal off. Just 3 hits. Even as Opera Singer, with that insane mobility, having a very hard time to catch up to the Doctor. Granted, roller coaster did a big deal there. Ooh, my hand is being a ghost now. Can you tell it's 4 a.m. for me? Anyway, guys, today is an interesting day for sure. A lot of even games here so far. We do have that win from the survivors on both sides. Game 1, for those who are just tuning in. Game 1, both survivors won. You don't see that every day. In Game 2, both survivors tie. And then Game 3, the survivors are tying again. So it all comes down to this. Whoever gets more points than the other team, essentially whoever gets more kills or more escapes than the other team wins. If Dow 5's Hunter can get the 3-man here, Dow 5 wins because Dow 5 is hunting next. If Wolves survivors can get a 3 escape here, then Wolves are going to win. So we're going to see what ends up happening here. Whoever ends up getting the better result is going to end up winning the whole thing. But if we see another tie here, then all it's going to come down to is it's going to have to come down to a round 4. And if they end up getting the same result in round 4, if both teams get the same results, like if let's say the Stars both win, then it's going to come down to time with an M. Let's see if that will be the case though. It looks like we have a sub here happening. Dow 5 going to be playing right here, subbing in Suda. They are so rich over there in that East competitive that they have people plugging in their headphones for them. Bro, I want to get to a level like that at 985 where people are putting the headphones on my head for me. I'm still over here plebbing it up, putting the headphones on my head. One of these days, bro. One of these days. We'll get there. We'll get there. In the meantime, though, we have survivors surviving here. That's their job. We haven't seen Choai. What happened to Choai? Where my boy Choai at? Was Choai Hunter there and I didn't notice? Was Choai? No, I don't think he was. Anyway, we're going to see Dow 5 hunt here. Let's see. If Dow 5 can get 3 kills here, they win. But if Wolves get 3 escapes here, they win. So it's not even like a do or die situation for anyone. It literally could just go either way. It's right down the middle, cut split in half. Whoever could take this wins it all. So Let's see here. In the meantime, we must wait. We must be patient, Junebug. We have to wait and see what they do. Let's look at the chat. I haven't read the chat in a while. Mostly because my iPad died. Couldn't read it. Alright, let's see what's up. Who we got in here? Oh, you think Tian is 8... I should probably back off the mic. You think Tian is 8487? Oh, we got some nice peaceful elevator music while we wait. Yeah, it is nice to see Queen Bee in tourney finally. It is really nice. I didn't expect her to see this much though. Like, I barely see her. And I never really thought she was that difficult to deal with, honestly. I never thought she was that bad. Don't get me wrong, she's annoying, but like, once you got the hang of it, I don't know, I don't think she's that bad. But maybe because I always play with broken windows, so. I love Wildling. A lot of people just don't realize how his harassing works. Yeah, Wildling is interesting because he's not like a super easy to understand harasser. You have to understand the way harassing works in this game is that there's two phases of like harass. There's the pushing phase and then there's the stun phase. And the easiest to explain this with is forward, right? That's the explanation of why technically forward doesn't need to stun to free someone, because he pushes. The push is enough to free survivors in this game, right? You don't technically need the stun, and you only need the stun when the survivors are already fully in balloons. There's like two different phases. There's like wrapping a survivor in balloons, and then they're already fully in balloons. Once they're fully in balloons, you need a stun. And Wildling doesn't stun, but he pushes really well. So you need to hit it in the wrapping around the balloons phase. And it can be very good. It can be better than forward. So much better than forward, especially because it doesn't cost you anything. You have infinite pigs. Anyway, in the meantime, we got Coordinator, Fire Investigator being picked as the survivors. Coordinator, just very good. I mean, I have a feeling this might just result in another tie, honestly, because Coordinator is one of those survivors where she's really hard to get a winning kite with, but she's really good at tying because that just guaranteed kite time is just cannot be messed with. Gravekeeper as well. Just a very overall solid pick. We don't see a lot of Fire Investigator. I haven't seen a lot of Fire Investigator. He's still a very good survivor. I think it's just because there's a lot of competition. You know, there's the Meteorologist, there's your Cheerleader, there's your Matador. Man, Fire Investigator is so good, but they added like Meteorologist, which is Meteorologist is so item efficient. Matador, of course, item efficient because the fact he gets infinite items. You know, I love Fire Investigator. Don't get me wrong. But could he use a little bit of love, honestly? Because why would you play him over Matador nowadays? Meteorologist? I still love him. I still love him. I have so much fun playing Fire Investigator. But come to think of it, he does have some tough competition, right? With some other survivors, we're saying. We got some secret intel going on here in the chat. It is 487. He is really good. Who is 487? Which player? The rumor says 487 played in the pro team. Are like one of these guys 487? Did they change their name? The rumor says 487 played in the pro team just for a relationship, but they broke up. Damn, bro. Tough. Then 487 left the team immediately, bro. Guys, he was fake. He was fake. Never trust a man who's only hanging out because you know the girl. That's all, man, bro. Yikes. Okay. Well, I'm oversimplifying it, to be fair. I'm kidding as well. 487 post a long statement but then deleted. No one take anything what I say seriously. I know the sarcasm culture is different in America than in all the other countries. We do sarcasm a lot. All right, I'm kidding. Hula Blue also completely missed it. Very strong hunter on Moonlit. Very good hunter. I'm curious to see what their persona builds are. Also, this looks like it's going to be a coordinator chase game. I mean, it's kind of free, right? The whole idea of coordinator is you put her in a place where she can use such an OP thing on her kite, right? And in this case, it's going to be the roller coaster. On hospital, it'll be the hospital, right? On other maps, it can be the other major buildings, right? But those are usually on the edges of the maps and are hard to reach. So unless you spawn the coordinator there, kind of like roller coaster. Roller coaster is also on the edge of the map in the corner. So unless you spawn the coordinator there, which they did in this case, she's not really going to be able to use anything else very well. That's kind of the sad thing about coordinator, is that she's very dependent on an OP area. She just uses her gun to guarantee that safety net, to use that OP thing, where otherwise you could use it. Like, I'm not saying she can't use the roller coaster immediately, but it's a lot less efficient because the hunter would have hunter's instinct up. They're probably not going to be like, the whole idea of coordinator is you want to try to lure the hunter behind the working the first stop, so that way when you use it, they're all the way furthest from second stop, right? That's the whole idea. So let's see what she does here. That's what I'm expecting her to do, at least. She's going to try to kite a little bit, is what I'm expecting, and then shoot the hunter. Oh, no, she immediately took it. Okay. So, but this is what I was talking about, is that now you see how the hunter's already ready to go to second stop. He's between first and second stop is my point. You want to get them behind first stop, preferably. Now she uses the gun. I mean, it's okay. It's okay. But you can see here, it's not really that much distance. Oh, okay. Well, I guess if you drop a fire investigator ball, it is a lot of distance. I see the vision here. I totally see the vision right here. The idea is we're going to try to get this coordinator back on this roller coaster. Never mind. Never mind. Screw my vision, bro. Screw my vision. Oh my goodness, that was so close to a terror shock. Who she's playing with fire here. That was this close to a terror shock. Okay, Hula Blue changed colors there. Wow, that was a huge mistake from him. Wait, but he can't do anything. He can't do anything. Oh my god, the coordinator knows. Do you know she knows? Man, but look at the double color hit. This is the thing about Hula Blue, is that it can look so good for you, and then in a matter of 10 seconds, she's dead. Like, she's just dead in a matter of 10 seconds. Are we going to see a ball here? It's taking quite a bit. Okay. He opts not to use it. Okay. That's fair. Fair. He doesn't want to use his ball. He's going to go for the rescue anyway. He has Tide Turner. Makes sense. Yeah. He's going to go for the rescue. Gravekeeper just popped a cipher. 69 decode. Nice. But is it going to be as nice as this rescue? We got to see. They're going to do before half, I'm guessing. Yes, before half, because there's no way he's going to stand there for that long. Wow, well, beautifully timed ball. He's forcing the Hula Blue to have no choice but to chase this coordinator, because there's no way he can even afford one hit on him. I mean, maybe one hit, but 2 hits definitely not. There would be too much of a split between this coordinator and fire investigator. And even if he were to go for the hit, for the 1 damage hit, he would have to spend all his clones to do so. Right here. Beautiful rescue. 0 damage taken. This is looking like another tie. Unless you can see a dungeon escape. It is on God Kite. This is totally a place you can kite to dungeon. Especially with the help of 2-star. Even if you just walk here. Yeah, this is like a good place to go though as well if you start getting chased at first stop. And your gate got interrupted. You might be able to get a dungeon escape here. A lot of opportunity with this dungeon here. They could win this game. Right now it's looking more like a tie though. It's unlikely that this coordinator rebounds. Flywheel's not up for another 40 seconds. Gravekeeper's just waiting out his shovel, playing it slow. It is going to cost his whole shovel. He's going to be down to 1 shovel this game. Beautiful clone dodge, by the way. Is it going to prevent a double down, though? Yes, it is. That is huge right there that he didn't get double hit on the rescue. He got double hit after the, or sorry, he got hit, he took damage after the rescue right here. Coordinator right here, not going to be able to do a whole lot. It's just going to be a matter of time, even if he can't kill her immediately. No, not if she gets a stun off, though. That's really bad for the Hula Blue right here, because that tide was about to wear off. He needed that hit. Okay, well, he still gets it anyway. Thankfully, he doesn't miss the last clone. But it's going to cost. It's going to cost him extra time, extra seconds. Now that Cypher is going to be 58%. Look at this. Getting off the Cypher ahead of time. They're not shaking any Cypher. I guess they are shaking 2 other Cyphers, but the 2 other Cyphers are across the map. Like, what do? Do you chase the 2 Cyphers across the map, or do you chase the guy in front of you? It's a really hard choice regardless. Right here, he's going to get a double collar in this Fire Investigator. Fire Investigator needs to make a move with this ball soon. He is... Ooh, he was trying to body block him, but the Hula Blue just cuts right through, and he takes damage. Not a great ball right there. Not great value there. He's going to try to get value from it one more time. If he can get value from it one more time, and he did. He did. Okay. He did end up getting value from it. He doesn't take the double hit, though. Okay, but he does end up getting the hit right after. So this is not too amazing. He died in basement. They might just pop here. They might just pop. They could pop, no? No, what is his trade? Oh, his trade is Warp. Does he have Trump card? No, he doesn't. Okay. They do have someone here to immediately rescue, but this is not looking safe. This is not looking safe. Is that going to be another immediate hit? Ooh, this Fire Investigator is running. He's running. He's running, but can he run far enough away from the Professor? The Professor needs to hit a good scale here. He does have his scale up, and he does have Black as the last color. He misses the hit. I mean, granted, Black was on the other side. Every second counts here. He needs to get this kill fast. They still haven't started the gate. It's not over. It's not over. The ball's stalling. Every second is really mattering here. He hits the scale. The swing is too slow. He can't do anything. Honestly, he could have just swung away. Why not save the colors at that point? Just swing away and just bait the scale. Anyway, I don't think it's going to matter in the end. Ooh. Okay, that time it didn't hit. See, so now he still only needs red. But it's too late. Warp is not going to make it anymore. Even if he killed him sooner, it's just a little bit too far away. He would have needed to kill him like 20 seconds sooner, I would have said, to comfortably reach the gate right there without them opening it in his face. And that's going to be a tie again. We're going to be going into a round 4. There was, wow, a lot could be said about that match. There was a lot going on there. We had a roller coaster start there, literally taking the roller coaster, followed up by the flare gun, followed up by the really good use of the Fire Investigator ball. Really nice there, just stalled extra time for super value whenever you can get that 2-story block off, that is. And then followed by the God Corner Kai. The God Corner Kai was looking pretty good. And then unfortunately went a little bit out of control there. But it was almost looking like a win potential for the Hunter. Nothing insane. You know, Coordinator did a pretty average Kai. Right, Hunter did a pretty average job. They did what he had to do. Made sure that there wasn't any extra time spent on a kill that he shouldn't have to spend extra time on. Right, but then you start chasing that Fire Investigator. Right, and the Fire Investigator made a couple mistakes there. Not using his ability soon enough. Ended up not blocking the Hunter off with his ball. Cuts right through, takes damage, then dies in basement. That could have been a very dangerous situation. That could have been a loss right there. A loss for the survivors. And I was telling you guys, I was like, this is a scary rescue. They might just pop here. They did not. They went for it, and you could see just how scary it is against Hula Blue. Because the thing about Hula Blue is Hula Blue doesn't need both clones to hit. He doesn't need his clone and his body to both hit. He just needs one of them to hit. Because when one of them hits, then even if the other body is not technically in range, if his like body's in the wall, right? So like right there, we saw the clone, we saw the lizard, the Professor, behind the wall right there, right? And the clone was placed behind the wall. And then his main body, the Hula Blue main body himself, was in front of the chair. So in theory, you would think like, oh, surely the Hunter is not going to get the double hit off, but he does. He does. He hits right through the wall because he just needs the clone to hit. And once the clone hits, then the Then the main body also hits. Right here, we're going to see a 106-second kite from the coordinator. I think it is really intriguing how we saw the what's it called? The antiquarian from Wolves on round 1 only do a 90-second kite, and they were so close to win. And now this coordinator right here did 16 extra seconds, and they were not close. They were not close. They were like a solid 50% behind. I think a big part of that has to do with the map. Moulin is a more spread apart map. It's very set in stone where the ciphers spawn, so there's not gonna be really any luck involved about how close ciphers spawn next to each other. The devs did a pretty good job making sure all the ciphers spawn pretty decently far away from each other. There's no like section where there's like 3 ciphers all next to each other so that a survivor could just one by one walk to them and quickly finish them with minimal walking time. On Moonlit, for those that don't know, there's a cipher that guaranteed spawns on bridge. 3 ciphers on one side and then 3 ciphers on the other side. So it does in a way make it so that survivors are limited and to as to how much they can do with Cipher Rush. Right here, great job from the meteorologists. They're just wasting a lot of time. Matador wasting a lot of time, just doing their part, wasting a lot of time. That right there was huge that did not count as a terror shock. Could have been a completely different game if it was a terror shock. Fire investigator here. Such a clean rescue here. That basically sealed the nail in the coffin for this tie. Then the Gravekeeper wasn't getting double hit. That stun right there. It was looking so good for a tie. And this is kind of what I mean about Hullabaloo. Is that it was so good for a solid 5 minutes. And then in the last minute of the game, suddenly it's in the Hunter's favor. It is insane how fast Hullabaloo can spiral out of control. Do not underestimate the strength of Hullabaloo. Very good Hunter still. Very strong. Overall, very good. I mean, obviously, what can I say? He may be considered as high Hunter, but he is still so good. You make one mistake, that Hullabaloo saw Fire Investigator died by a basement, took over that basement. Now that Professor has a really hard time. Now the Professor's dying. Alright, now the Professor thankfully didn't die, but it was so close. Anything really could have happened there. It really could have been the Hunter's game in the end there. And right there, that Hunter could have taken the win for his team. So impressive stuff right there. That they were still able to maintain that tie, and it was very close to a loss for the survivors. Yavi used to be the Hunter player at Wolves. Who was Alex playing with before? Alex, like Alex, you know, everyone knows Alex. Who was he playing with before? Wolves coach Crazy went to coach the Chinese team in Asia Cup. Bro, what is the Asia Cup? I had no idea about. There's IVL, there's IJL, and now I'm learning about an Asia Cup. What? Is this the recent thing that we had with like multiple teams across the across Asia play? It wasn't very impressive. If anyone saw those matches, you saw it was pretty embarrassing. Like what they had, there was one country who didn't even have more than four people represent them, so they had to have a Hunter play both Survivor and Hunter. Kind of wild, but is that the Asia Cup you're talking about? Wolves are really trying to ensure their Survivor team is strong to match out 5 Survivor points. Yeah, very good stuff. Tian is not 487. No. Okay, someone here says no. At least that's I'm basing it off of them. That's why you've been playing 7 years, because it never gets boring. Yeah, I need 5. There's always something. And they keep bringing out new characters too. Like low-key, you could spend all your time mastering the newest Survivor, and honestly, there'd still be more to learn. There'd still be more to learn, because if you were to play only, let's say, Opera Singer as mime artist on every single area, on every single map, and then you also have to think about different situations, like what if the Hunter has presence? What if they don't have presence? So then every single kiting area where you practice a 1v1 against Opera, every single area that you can think of, every single route that you can think of that's worthwhile, now double that and think about 1,000 presence. All right? Well, what about max presence? Now triple that. You got to redo every single area because of the Hunter's presence. And then, funny enough, sometimes different options open up because some Hunters overcommit to their extra presence ability. So then you could be like, oh, this Hunter has this extra presence ability. right? So I might need to change my route here to cancel out that presence ability. Like if it's Axe Boy we're talking about and it's the full presence, right, that slows you down, then now dropping down is kind of advantageous if you're anyway going to get slowed down, right? Although usually not. Usually it's bad to drop down because that's what causes the slowdown, because then you're slow when you fall down. But that's besides the point. Point is, your route changes when the hunter has more abilities. That's what's so unique about the game, is that there's always new things. There's so many combinations with one survivor on one persona build against one hunter, and you just think about every single map, right? Just think about every single map and every single spawn. Well, it doesn't end there, because then what if the trait's different? What if they have warp versus blink? What if they have 1000 presence? What if they have 2000 fire presence? And that's just one hunter, and it just goes on and on and on. And we're not even considering other hunters and now their presence abilities. Granted, some of them don't change, like Geisha. Like, let's be honest, Geisha's 1000 doesn't really change anything. But yeah, some of them can change a lot. Man, I love this song. Oka's here. What's up, Oka? The chat is lurkers. Well, I think the chat is just people falling asleep, honestly. It's a little bit late. It's a little bit late. Honestly, it was really nice. We had like about 50 people, up to 50 people. Granted, I think Miki was helping a lot, because having one person is a lot more boring. I think Miki helped there a bit more. Also, it's so tiring on my voice. Like, bro, it's about to be 5 a.m. We're in the overtime. By the way, we're in the overtime first half right here, going back to the match. A lot of characters are banned now. No Gravekeeper, no Mercenary, no First Officer. The strongest rescuers are all banned. I'm curious to what they're going to pick. Are we going to finally see this Wildling? Or is the Hunter going to ban it? I wonder if the Hunter might ban it. And then there really might be no good rescue, because they even used Coordinator. Seer, Doctor. Makes sense. Doctor's still on the table. Very strong survivor. Seer also very good. It is kind of crazy to me that after all these years, Seer is still a top most banned survivor. I really would like some stats on that. Like, what percentage in high tier is Seer still banned, and then in tournaments? Because if everything is still the same, then it's kind of silly that it's been this many years and Seer is still banned just as often. Like, it's insane. It is a little bit silly. But yeah, Escapologist right here, getting banned as the last target. I guess they don't have a Wildling player, because Wildling would be great here. Would Wildling not be good here? Hula Blue's out. Hula Blue's out, already used. I would be a fan of Wildling. Plus, it's Chinatown. On Chinatown, there's not a whole lot of kiting areas that are great, so it's just having Wildling being anywhere on the map would be amazing. Would be very good. I haven't heard this song in a while. It's crazy how the shuffle. You guys heard about how iTunes had to de-randomize their randomizer so people have the illusion that it's random? I don't know if this is so interesting. We'll talk about this later in between matches, but cheerleader, archer, acrobat, weeping clown. Because people, I'll tell you why. I'll give you the little bit of a teaser. Because people didn't feel that the songs were random enough, because they felt they were hearing the same songs too frequently and others not enough. Like, I feel the same way. Like, I feel like I haven't heard the song all day today, and I feel like I've heard other songs a million times. So they de-randomize it by purposefully telling the AI, hey, pick a song that you haven't picked in this many songs, right? If you still haven't picked this song 0 times, right, then you want to pick the song. And so it's like, it's not random anymore if you think about it, because they're telling it to pick songs it hasn't picked, which isn't random anymore. That's not true randomness, and it feels more random because you haven't heard the song in a while. It's like, oh, on average, we would hear all the songs by now. Well, averages kind of say screw you, and some songs you'll just never hear. Shadow is gonna be the survivor, right? Guys, when are we gonna see the hunters become survivors and the survivor become a hunter? Dude, Weeping Clown, ooh, that's kind of nasty. Shadow playing against Weeping Clown. That's not good. Not good for the Weeping Clown. Yeah, I would... If it was me, I would definitely be suggesting Wildling here. I feel Wildling is pretty strong here. Especially on a map like Chinatown where you're more reliant, so to speak, on your abilities than on other maps. And Shadow is just going to go ahead and lock in the bottom of the map. Very annoying hunter, especially on Chinatown. We'll see here, though. It really does depend where she goes here. I think the endgame is what's going to come down to this. Endgame shadows are so interesting to watch. Early game can be a little bit, what's the word I'm looking for? Can't think right now. A little bit drawn out. They can drag out a bit. So let's see here. Acrobat running Doctor. I've been seeing some people run Doctor. I don't see a whole lot of people run Doctor though, so maybe it's not that great. Yeah, but I prefer healing, which Cheerleader has healing. Does the Archer have healing? No, she doesn't. Empathy on Weeping Clown. I guess it makes sense. Weeping Clown kind of needs to rush in, right? To help for a rescue. I understand the Weeping Empathy. I just don't like it on rescuers like Mercenary who are heading to the chair, right? Symbiotic Effect would be better than... So yeah, let's see what happens here. I think something worth mentioning here is it's going to come down to time if they get the same result. So if this Shadow if the Shadow gets 4 people killed here, and then the next hunter also gets 4 people killed here, then if the Shadow takes too long to kill them, then that other hunter is just going to win. It's going to come down to time here if they get the same result. The Archer is going to get chased first. A pretty understandable first chase right here. But look at her. Made sure that she only got 58 there and not 60, which means that it's still going to take 2 scares to kill her. This is what I mean by it can be a little bit tedious and drawn out on your first chase of Shadow. It's going to be that in-game movement of just being around multiple places at the same time. Very annoying here. Not a whole lot the Shadow can do right now except just brainlessly follow right now. Not a lot of whole outplay potential right now, especially because she doesn't have that Ghost for Vision. Just for eyes, I mean, so to speak, to know if she can mind game or not. Right here, trying to get the 100 with the scare, and she does get it. She does get it. That's pretty huge now. Now she's going to die to a blink. And that's what the Shadow is looking for. She's looking for that half health so that she can then rely on the blink. So that's going to be huge here. You're going to rely on the shot here, but she gets scared here. Can she get scared again? Not quite, not quite. She's going to need one more scare here to get her down. And she looks and she just walks to the bow and gets hit through. What a great play from the Shadow right there. Thinking ahead of time like, oh wait, this Archer's going to walk up to me. I don't even need to vault it. Great thinking there, right there. And also, the Weeping Clown getting canceled, or not getting canceled because he didn't use his rocket. But the fact that all these things are coming together at the same time is what makes Shadow gameplay so mesmerizing to watch. So right here, unfortunately, it doesn't make the Cypher on time because he had to spend some time stopping the Weeping Clown. I suppose they probably would have ignored it and kept decoding anyway. But either way, Weeping Clown entering this rescue with 15 eyeball. This could go bad. This could go bad. One terror shot could change the game right now. One stuff could change the game. Gonna get the guaranteed rescue though. Tries to cancel it with the ghost. It wasn't enough though. And now he doesn't have the ghost scare for the Archer to immediately knock her down. Archer could rebound here. Does she have flywheel? She does have flywheel. In theory, she could flywheel 100, but it's gonna be very hard to do once the ghost has the scare up. He might be waiting for the ghost's ability to be finished here before he does anything. And the full presence has something else to say about that. So not a whole lot to do about that. Honestly, she could have flywheeled that, no? She could have potentially flywheeled that 100 right there, because you can see the tombstone shake ahead of time for just a brief moment. Unfortunately, not going to land it, man. That could have been game-changing if she hit that. Weeping Clown, Cypher, going to get stopped in the middle. This is a huge power play by Shadow here, taking this middle chair, because now she's controlling not just the middle Cypher, but really multiple places at the same time. We do see Acrobat here come in. Interesting here. He's going to step away from the chair, give the free rescue away. Okay. And he's going to let it go, and he's just going to go for the Archer here and after the rescue. So he lets go of the damage on the Acrobat and trades it for just time not being spent on this Cypher. Okay. Okay, so that's an interesting trade-off. That's an interesting trade-off. He's instead going to walk towards the Archer here. Getting some value out of her stun delays the pickup by 2.1 seconds. And now going to get picked up. Still a pretty long chair, though. This is where it gets most interesting. They don't have a whole lot of decode, honestly. I mean, never mind. 83, that cipher's getting done very fast. But their last cipher is at middle. Ooh, that's not a good last cipher. Having your last cipher at middle is going to be very easy for a hunter like Shadow to pressure. Look at this cipher split, speaking of which. What is this cipher split? This is one of the most awful cipher splits I've seen in the tournament. No offense to the teams, I'm just saying this is not a good cipher split. Right here, look at this. 2 ciphers essentially at middle and 1 more at tunnel. There is absolutely nothing stopping this. Ooh, and he's not going to avoid the 100 right there. If you walk in a straight line, you could potentially avoid getting the 100 right there, and you'll only end up at 99 or 98. But he doesn't end up getting it. Does just end up taking a hit. Does happen to be at 0 eyeballs somehow. Okay, never mind. Now it's at 4. 6 now. And this is the whole game plan of Shadow. Just constantly pressuring the ciphers right here. So that it's very difficult. Like, do you decode? Do you run away? Weeping Clown using his rocket right here. The cooldown is only 16 seconds. I forgot about that. I'm so used to it being 20 from the old days of Weeping Clown. Right here, teleporting, then immediately moving the ghost. He already knows the person's not going to be on the cipher, so he's not even bothering checking. He's just moving away the ghost. It's so funny how I can see, like, Shadow, like having a seizure almost, like, while you're moving the ghost. Like, you're not even controlling her anymore. She's still moving across the map. Right here, slowly playing this game, but the survivors are playing it even slower. I would love to see this Weeping Clown get healed at some point if they can afford it. Kind of awkward though right now. So if they heal though is the issue. They can't really heal because then they'll have 2 people on top of each other. Right here, is that going to be 99? There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Getting that 99 eyeball, making sure that you don't get stunned from the full presence. That is absolutely huge. But look at this hunt value. The hunt from the hunter's persona here, making a huge difference. But the ball, what a great spot for the mud ball from the acrobat. Gonna slow down this hunter, slow down the pursuit. He cannot get this 1 eyeball off. It's taking so long. The hunt here is helping so much. Look at how fast the Shadow's moving with the hunt, but it's still not enough. The acrobat constantly pressuring, making distance. That bought a lot of precious time on those ciphers. If he could kill this Weeping Clown and pressure with someone on chair, that's kind of what he needs right now. I think he got it. I think he got it. Yes, he got it. This is huge. This is huge. I mentioned it, and he happened to get it. Weeping Clown not being in a very good spot right now. He's dying in middle. Oh no, he's going to take him to tunnel. Interesting. Or, sorry, no, the cipher's at hotel, not at tunnel. Completely mistake that. So, yeah, this is an even better cipher situation than with the cipher being at a tunnel. Or, sorry, not at tunnel, at a hotel. But the cipher's already primed. In that small time that he spent chairing that Weeping Clown. The cipher's already primed. Insane work from the survivor. Accelerated decode is not to be messed with. So, what is the game plan at this point? Preferably knocking down this Weeping Clown, I think, would be nice. In case he runs out of detention later on, this person will be half health later. I think setting up the ghost here at the gate is another plan he has in mind right here. He's just looking around, making sure that, trying to form a game plan ahead of time. What is he waiting on? What could he possibly be waiting on right now? He has his blink. He has his ghost in position. I guess. No, I really don't know what he's waiting on. I don't know what the idea is. I'm very curious as to what the idea is, because right now survivors can be... Well, I guess no one can open chests for items. And then what is the Weeping Clown gonna do? I actually have no idea what the plan is here. He's just gonna open a chest. I'm not really sure what we're waiting on right now. Yeah, why isn't the hunter hitting, and why... I mean, I guess the survivors can't force a hit, right? So I'm very curious as to why the hunter is not hitting here. Off the top of my head, I don't know why. Usually you do it to, like, stall out for blink. But the survivors are just going to pop here. They're just going to pop immediately. Yeah, honestly, waiting so long on that hit was almost like a curse for the hunter now, because now they have both people at the gates. Both people are pressuring both gates now. I'm not so sure about that play. If someone knows the reason, I'd love to know, but right now I cannot figure it out. Right here, does end up getting the knockdown on the Weeping Clown. Shortening his kite significantly right there is going to be huge, but the gate opens. the gate opens, and he's not, look at that, he's not even going to stay in the gate. He's not, the acrobat's not going to even give a chance for the ghost to get leached onto him. And that is going to be a tie. That's going to be a tie. For those wondering, the cheerleader speed up, I don't even think is necessary there. Even if she doesn't have borrowed time for the 5% mobility from the exit gates being active, you can actually still just run in a straight line against Shadow, and you could potentially get 99. Like you guys saw right there, the acrobat did such a great job running in a straight line. It sounds so silly when you say it, but it's actually really hard. It's really hard going in a perfectly straight line, I swear. I swear on my life, it's really hard to go in a straight line. If you're playing on keyboard, it's a lot easier because you just hold W, right? But if you play on a phone or iPad, it's really hard to like hold your joystick in exactly one direction without any pixel moving. If even just one pixel moves, boom, you get 100. You get 100 eyeball and you get stopped in place. So very huge there that the acro was able to do this. So same thing could have applied to the cheerleader, but then if you mess it up, don't worry, cheerleader has lots of pom-poms to just outrun the 20 eyeball and just guarantee that she doesn't get stunned. So very good work there from the survivor team. Also from the Shadow right there, no one really overcommitted on a Cypher machine at any point. Maybe you could argue the Weeping Clown, but I would argue also no, because the Cypher ended up being popped and primed before she could even capitalize off of it. So very huge. So good stuff from the for both sides there. Really not much to say there. Not much to say there except have a drink of water. She's waiting for her cooldowns to go down, but all her cooldowns were finished. Her blink was done. Her teleports were done. She didn't use any teleports in a long time. There were no cooldowns. That's why I was so confused. Her blink was done. All her cooldowns were down. Trump card is not a thing. Yeah, Matador is almost like the best survivor right now in a way. It really is ridiculous how much ability you get in a single game. And keep in mind, they nerfed that by 5 seconds, the cooldown on that. It was even easier before. Here are the stats from last game. We got an insanely long kite time from the Weeping Clown, but that's only because he got followed for so long. That's literally the only reason why. 154 seconds. There was like a solid minute and a half there where he was just getting followed by the Shadow. Oh, he changed his hair. I actually didn't have time to do anything with my hair. The whole reason why I was so late was because I just finished washing my hair, so I didn't even have time to do my hair. So there's just literally nothing done with it. That's why I look so bad. Anyway, we're going to be waiting for the second half of round 4. There will be nothing after this, guys. It's going to be down to this last round. And if the survivors get another tie, then it's going to come down to time. Yeah, that last hairstyle, I really didn't like it. I asked some people at work, like, how do you guys think about it? Like, one person told me, okay, it's worse. Another person told me it's good. It's better than the old hairstyle. Another person told me I got grilled. Another person told me it's good. I think part of the problem is that I don't really commit to my original hairstyle. Like, my old hairstyle, I like it, but I didn't often, like, listen, technically I really didn't teach myself, right, how to perfect my hairstyle. So sometimes it comes out good, sometimes it comes out like okay. Like, I know when it's good, I know when it's bad. And part of it's just because I was lazy. Maybe if I always kept it up, maybe if I always did what's like the best look for my hair and kept it consistent, maybe then everyone would be telling me, oh yeah, this new one is way worse. But part of the reason the old one, I think, doesn't come out as good is because I just didn't put effort in it, right? Which makes sense, right? That's fair. Asia Cup was, let's just say the hunter didn't know they can break pallets, and there was Listen Naiad. Yeah, I heard about the Listen Naiad. I didn't know hunters couldn't break pallets. Are you kidding me? Did they even play the tutorial? Are you kidding me? those matches were so lame. I feel so bad because some of them had traits like listen. Yeah, it's like they've never played the game before. Like it's like when you I'm surprised, bro. Dude. If there wasn't a feature to automatically swap your survivor off of the snowman and everyone was just lucky guy, just like the old days, where everyone was just auto-selected lucky guy and you could have duplicate lucky guys, then how much you want to bet that we would have survivors that wouldn't know how to change the book? How much you want to bet that there are survivors who wouldn't know? Because who remembers when you start the game and you're just automatically lucky guy and you got those randoms in your match asking, how do I change my survivor? And they're stuck with lucky guy. How much you want to bet that that would be the case? I'm willing to bet that that would be so like, because if they don't know they can break pallets, then bro, how do they not know about changing their character? Like, how did they even find out about changing their character? I'm curious. Yeah, they must have just had no one to play for them. Maybe IDV is not as popular in Asia as I thought. In that case, because if they don't even, if your tournament contestants don't even know how to play the game, there's no way though, right? How were those people selected? How was that selected? You can't be telling me that they got selected through skill. There's no way that we have Listen I got selected through skill. Yeah, there's no way. There's got to be someone who are better representatives of their country, right? Than whatever that night was from. Besides that one team who had like 4 people, right? There was a team that only had 4 people, and for once in NetEase's life, they had to make an exception and be like, you know what? You guys have literally no one in your country who plays this game. You guys are just going to have Hunter duo faction. Like, usually that's not allowed. You're not supposed to have Hunter duo faction as Survivor. It's usually not a thing in official tournaments. Maybe it is, but why would you do that, right? You feel like they picked random people off the street and forced them to play IDV. That's why you watch pretty much. Another person here says, I watch pretty much every tournament, but I gave up in the middle of Asia games. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. You haven't seen Archer in so long? We've seen plenty of Archer in this tournament. Yeah, Mid-Cypher was so bad against Ivy. Yeah, I don't really know. Yeah, her plan, I don't think her plan went well, because if you leave Ghost, you can't have your Ghost on one gate, your main body chasing someone else who's not near any gates. Like, honestly, why didn't he kill that Weeping Clown when he was right in front of the gate? That would have been a great time. I don't understand why I didn't kill. So there was like a point where that Weeping Clown ran in front of the gate, in front of like the red house, greenhouse area, with like the, I don't remember which one's umbrella, which one's lantern. You know, the houses with like no pallets inside of them, right? Not hotel, but the other ones. He ran in front of that, and he like ran to a pallet that like she didn't even hit him at. But she could have hit him after it. She could have hit him before it. That was a great time. Because you're chasing your target in front of a gate area where they can't really decode safely, and you still got your Yith, you still got your Ghost on the other side of the map. I just don't really understand what we were waiting on there. All the cooldowns were done, the Ghost was set up. I mean, of course, I don't play Shadows, so I might not understand, but oh my goodness, Choai is being subbed in. Finally, Choai is getting to play round 4. What is he gonna play? Oh no, bro. Oh god, I know what he's gonna play. I wanted to guess. Because I see Choai play. I see Choai play a lot of games on YouTube, and I watch some of those games. And I'm like, what is the one Hunter I always see him play on this one map? I'm like, oh my god, there it is. It's Clown. It's Clown. He's so obviously gonna play Clown. These survivors gotta play around Clown so bad, and even if they do, man, Chinatown is so bad for survivors against Clown. It's so bad. It's so unfair. I wouldn't even be surprised if Choai bans Entomologist and Seer. First 2 bans. Because Seer can be very brutal for your dashes. An entomologist, even though you get your rocket parts back, you can't afford to put your rocket parts back on 7 separate times. That's how many hits the bees take nowadays. Escapologist and seer. Okay. Escapologist also makes sense though, because that's another story you take a hit on. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Seer and escapologist is very similar. Look at that. Look at that mech pick. Is that a read on Clown or what? Listen, I wouldn't be so certain about Clown if it wasn't Chinatown. Like, I know Choai is known for Clown and everything, but Clown is only good on Chinatown, right? And he's real good on Chinatown. He is such a good hunter. He's probably, I would argue, maybe one of the best hunters on Chinatown. Like, you could low-key play Clown round 1 on Chinatown. Like, maybe not. Maybe that's an over-exaggeration. But it depends on the team comp, of course, but... We're gonna have Night Ban? Maybe it's not Clown then. Maybe it's not Night then. Or, sorry, not Night. Maybe it's not Clown then. Regardless, the servers are still gonna pick, Novelist here. Just a good overall ban. Ban QS, ban Goman. Queen Bee's out. Peddler is out. Opera is out. These are a lot of good hunter choices. I guess Hulabaloo's on the table. Choai is a very good Hulabaloo. I don't know if you guys have seen, but Choai has some insane Hulabaloo tricks. Like, I don't often say positive things about Hulabaloo, but it is actually kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy how accurate he is with his consistent double hits on the clones. Like, I don't see anyone do it as consistently as Choai. Like, getting those consistent double hits back to back. And I don't mean, like, just, like, anywhere. I mean, like, he hits a survivor, they get a speed boost, and he hits them again with another double. Like he hits them, they go behind the pallet, they drop it. He knows when to turn his wheel, right? If his wheel has a color on top of a survivor that he already has on them, he will spin his wheel and he'll know exactly where his clone will land on. What color his clone will land on, because the clone color depends on where your main body colors are. So when you spin your main body clone, it will change the clone. You have to have these things internalized, and he has it internalized to a T. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw him play it, and bro, read him like a book. Read him like a book. Which also makes a lot of sense for the mechanic pick to see here. But at the same time, Wildling is very bad to Hulabaloo. Very, very bad survivor. This guy's basically guaranteed to get double hit. We might see like a flywheel on the Wildling here, because the Hulabaloo is very obvious. The Hulabaloo is a very obvious choice here based off his Night ban. Like, once he revealed the Night ban, like, I'm sorry, this is most likely not going to be a clone at this point. Let's see here. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Wildling with Tide Flywheel here, just to give him a chance at not getting double hit. I would highly recommend it, because in my experience, you kind of need your pig to make the first rescue in Hulabaloo, at least on Chinatown. Like, bro, there's no way you're not getting seen from the chair on a map like Chinatown. Especially with your long footprint duration and the pig constantly following you. It's not that hard to get seen as Wildling. So you're forced to use your pig, right? To make the rescue. But even if you make the rescue without taking damage, which as Wildling, you can get hit through the pig against Hulabaloo, because for some reason it goes through the pig, the colors, and damages you and throws you off the pig. Let's say you do make it, right? And you don't get any colors, but you, or let's say you got injured, right? You have no ability now. It's so easy to double hit you. And that's kind of the story of Wildling versus Hulabaloo. And that's not even counting the fact that you could get seen from far from chair and just get double hit on the spot right there. And just take multiple color hits and go down. We're not even considering that. But did they even have a choice though? If they don't go Wildling, Clown becomes a much better pick. Like, they can't go Knight against Clown. Makes me wonder why even ban Knight though, if like Knight's so bad against Clown. Anyway. Well, to be fair, he didn't know about the Wildling until after he banned Knight, right? Wildling does not have Flywheel here, so more than likely he's gonna get double hit here. I could see Choai winning this. I could certainly see Choi winning this. This is a pretty good, this is a rescuer that he's very happy to see right here. Like, Wilding is definitely one you can take advantage of. With Hula Blue, it really comes down to those double downs a lot of the time. If you can double down that rescue and prevent them from decoding. Let's see what he does here. He's going to end up going to the greenhouse area, trying to look at the ground to farm Hunter's Instinct, I believe. I don't know if he has it, actually. He does have it. Okay, now it shows up, disappears again. And he's going to go after the Mechanic here. Mechanic doesn't really have anywhere good to drop a bot to body block, though. The best way to use bot against Hula Blue is you want to drop it in those areas where you body block the Hula Blue and he has to deal with the bot before he can pass through. Somewhere like Hotel would be a great example of that. But she didn't spawn there. I'm a little bit confused why they didn't put her there, because it's a lot harder to get value with the bot this way. Maybe she already dropped it. Look at this insane double color hit. Well, maybe not that insane, but pretty good. Still really good nonetheless. Wow, great fly wheel getting out of range of that red. And she does dodge the red, and now this is just free kite time. Kind of. It didn't take that long, but it is every second counts at the end of the day. Now the question is, did she drop her bot? She did drop her bot. It's standing right there. Okay. They look pretty set up for a tie here, and a pretty quick one at that. This Prisoner already finished his first Cyber Prisoner Mech combo. Ooh. Yeah, this can be a pretty quick tie. This can be a pretty quick tie, but it has to be a tie, though. If Choi wins, if Choi gets 3 people killed here, and he totally could with this Wilding, man. Like, so much for faster decode. If you're Wilding, this is just so bad. You see this. There's nowhere to get a clear angle on this chair without getting seen. Oh no, this is Novelist. Oh, it's the Novelist rescuing. Good thinking from the team. I didn't even realize that this is the Novelist. Great thinking right there. Gonna secure a much safer result. Right here, Choi trying to put him in the red so she cannot use her robot. Good thinking, good thinking. Let's see if she can get on her robot right here. Still can't get on her robot. She literally cannot use her robot. Robot's doing nothing right now. Every bit is going to count here. They need to go as fast as possible for this tie, but also in a matter that they don't lose this game. Let's see how things go. Yeah, Wilding gets seen here. Did Wilding get one order? No, but Wilding does get seen here. I don't know about the positioning. A little bit awkward on the positioning. Thankfully, he has no more clones. But he just needs one more hit. Ooh, but he does reach the chair quite quickly. That's nice. That's good. That's good. Okay. He's trying to get the double hit, but he can't. He can't get the double hit. Okay, he did get it in the end. Really, really nice jump there. Thankfully, the Wilding didn't predict it by going backwards. That could have... He could have lost out on that. Just one hit. Just one color. Only one color hit so far. He still has another clone. And he lands it. This is what I'm talking about. Like, the height difference. And he's able to hit it. Like, that, honestly, I don't know if I could hit that. I don't know if I'd be able to hit that right now. I'd have to practice that a lot. Good stuff. Good stuff. And look at this. Look at this, guys. Now, on the one hand, he's immediately putting pressure on this Wilding. On the other hand, though, this match is taking a long time, though. He just needs to stall out the match. If he can stall out the match, that'll be great. Choi right here, trying to corner this Novelist. I don't remember what the match time was for Wolves last game. He just needs to make sure that this team takes longer. He does knock down the Novelist. Novelist has no borrowed time. He could go for a win here. He could go for a win here if he wants to. He messed up the jump! That's a huge mistake right there. A pretty simple jump and ends up making a mistake. Just a pixel off. Can he still build off of this? He has to make a difficult choice now. A choice he wasn't forced to make before. Bro, look at this bot giving tinnitus in the corner. If anything, it's going to fool him into thinking that someone's here. Okay, no, it looks like he's cheering away. He doesn't have detention. They could go for a rescue here. It's going to come down to time. It's going to come down to time most likely. I mean, maybe. I mean, Novelist still has self-heal. This is now looking like a clear victory for Choi. He has to just make sure that this match takes longer than what his survivors took. As long as he can make the survivors here of DAO 5 take longer than his teammates, then he wins. He wins. He needs to just make sure that this match just lasts longer. Now, I don't remember how long this match lasts. How long did the old match last? It's just a regular hit. He doesn't have the tension. That's just a regular hit. Let's see. Let's see. He's trying to teleport here. Look at the stalling. The absolute stalling menace that Choi is putting up here. He's not even trying to kill anyone. He's just trying to stall out the game. What a great dodge on the prisoner. But he still gets that double color off. Not a whole lot to do in that situation. Choi gonna close the gap by jumping over. Just every second really counts now. Ooh, what a great bait right there. Making it look like he's inside the pallet. That would have convinced even me. So that was really good. Okay, and the prisoner surrenders as soon as possible to try to end the match. But what is the match time? Do they win? The camera's pointed at them. They do win. They do win. So even though he tried to stall it out, it wasn't enough. How much was the match time? How much was the match time for this match? And last match? I'm very curious. Wow. Still, honestly, very good Cypher Rush from Dow5 right here. Making sure to secure the tie here in a very timely manner, so to speak. I guess Choi's only option there was to really go for that win, right? Because he couldn't possibly stall the match. He did a good job stalling. Honestly, the stalling out was really good there. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't try to teleport on the Cypher, though. Did he not have teleport up? Why not teleport on the Cypher to try to stop him? Maybe he didn't see it shaking. Who knows? There could have been a lot of things that I wasn't keeping track of, mostly because it's almost 6 a.m. I want to go to bed. But thank you guys so much for watching. That victory is going to go to Dow5, unfortunately. Choi was playing for Wolves, right? Choi, unfortunately, not going to secure that victory for his team, but he still showed a really great hula blue, very strong at hula blue. I don't know off the top of my head if they're still in the tourney, if Wolves is still in the tourney. Before I end this stream, I'd love to see what the match time was. Does anyone remember what the match time was for last game? I completely forgot to keep track. 2-2, obviously. We'll see here in a second. As soon as they show it, we'll see the time, and we can go backwards and we can see the time of the shadow match as well. So I'm very curious what it was. Like, how close was it? Was it a matter of seconds? Was it a matter of minutes? Choi looking at the coach like, can I finally play Clown? Honestly, was Clown better there? Clown honestly could have been the move there, because with Wildling, there's nothing saying that you can't come after Wildling after he uses his pig, honestly. How does everyone have smooth, clear skin? A lot of makeup. I know it seems crazy that the guys have makeup on, but they don't really have a choice about it. The makeup artists make them. Let's take a look here. Where is the match time? Bro, where is the match time? Dog. Does it not show? Does it not show on here? Oh my god, bro. I can't see it. Oh, 5:25. 5:25, bottom right. 5:25. Okay. So I'm gonna go back here a little bit. Let's see what the match time was for the shadow match. 5:25. That is an insanely fast match. Well, not insanely fast, but pretty fast match. Pretty fast match. And you can't like skip ahead 5 seconds. I just want to make sure it is 5:25. 5:14, 15. Yeah, the duo decoders there, such a strong combination. They had both mech and prisoner up. So right here it shows 5:25, 5:23 when he surrendered, but maybe it was a little bit off. The 5:25 is probably going off of actual in-game match time. All right, let's take a look at the shadow match as well. I want to see the shadow time. Yeah, we're gonna see here in a second. Okay, it should show right here. Is that 8:29? Holy, that is not even close. That is not even close. He had to go for a win at that point. Which, you know what? That makes sense. I didn't think it was that far ahead. My God. I didn't think they were that far ahead in time. My goodness. So I was saying, why not stall? Teleport on the Cypher? That's why. Because you're not going to stall 3 minutes teleporting on an 87% Cypher. You're not doing it. Even if they let it go and do another Cypher, that's not going to be enough time. They would probably finish that other Cypher. Speaking of which, they would probably finish a fresh Cypher before the next teleport is even up and then do the gate. Now there isn't even a teleport for the gate. He really was trying to go for a win there. That was really his only option there, to go for a win, because this time is 8:29 for Shadow, and even with his stalling tactics, 5:25 is what he got. If he didn't do the stalling tactics, we're looking at like a 4-minute match for a tie game, which is absolutely insane to think about. Like very good stuff. I mean, he wasn't trying to stall the game necessarily, because stalling was not his win condition, but I mean, he essentially stalled as well. Like, they weren't making progress on the gate either, to be fair. All right, he wasn't killing anyone, but they weren't making progress on the gate either. So it kind of made it hard to tell, was he stalling, was he killing? It's hard. It's hard without the tension. Who can blame him? He was just far behind. There's nothing you can say. Unfortunately, Wolves is going to go down here in the end. But congratulations to Dow5. Nonetheless, a very, very interesting show. We haven't seen Survivors win round 1. I think that's a good match to learn from. Me as a Survivor player trying to go into tournament competitive, or playing tournament competitively in Identity 5, looking at that match and thinking about like what was so great about that match, and even just like something as simple as like how your route, the way you circle Shack on Lakeside, matters so much against Queen Bee. And you could say the same thing against Gamekeeper too, by the way. Same thing applies to Gamekeeper. Same thing applies to Ripper too, if you think about it. Because Ripper can't really hit through the wall because Basement's in the way. Unless Basement doesn't spawn there, I guess. Right, but then if you're going in a straight line opposite side of Shack, right, through the opposite doorway of Shack and then towards the window, that's a very long straight line walk, right? And that's like Gamekeeper is just an even more severe version of that. It's like a way faster hook, and then Queen Bee is like way harder to dodge. It's such an insane fast shot, even faster than Gamekeeper. There's no animation that stops her from standing like there is for Gamekeeper. And I don't know if you guys know the hitbox of the Stinger. It is absolutely crazy. The Stinger hitbox is insane. Like, you could let her go past you and then run to the window and it still hits. Like, I swear it's got like a trailing hitbox behind it. I swear to God. I've seen it before. I swear I've seen it before. Alright, guys. Unfortunately, we're not going to take a look at the last match. I'm not going to be commentating all 3 matches tonight. Just the first 2. It's already way too much, to be honest. For those curious who the next matchup is, the last matchup today is going to be Weibo Gaming versus MRC, which, again, I mean, all these teams are so interesting to watch. For me, I don't really know Act too well, but Weibo Gaming, of course, I've heard of because of Persica. Literally, let's be honest, bro. She's carrying Persica. She's literally carrying Weibo Gaming's weight in gold right now, because I wouldn't give a damn of Weibo Gaming if I didn't know about Persica. I would be like, Weibo who? I don't know who that is. And of course, MRC have been, I don't think MRC have won any Call of Abyss, but they have been the autumn champions for the IVL previously, I believe. They have like a whole pet after them, like a crown, the floating crown pet. I'm sure you guys have seen it in the shop. That's after them. They have won, I think it was the autumn IVL. So, cool stuff. Maybe it was spring. I don't even remember, but very good stuff. Enticing stuff nonetheless. Anyway, guys, that's going to be all for today. If you enjoyed the stream, be sure to check out tomorrow's stream for IVL Day 5, where we're going to be streaming the next matchups. Next matchups, for those wondering, we're going to be streaming GG versus Wolves. It's going to be the first matchup. And I don't think we're going to have Miki, because I think Miki's going to still be in New Orleans. And we're going to have TE versus Weibo. TE, for those not familiar with TE was like a team that like showed up in Koa. I remember a few years ago, and I was shocked by how well they were doing. TE was one of the best Survivor teams and Hunter teams I've seen, especially Survivor. I think Survivor, they did so good. And so I'm excited to see TE play. Weibo, Look, listen, my thoughts. I think TE is a better team than Weibo. At least from what I've seen in the past, I think TE is gonna be better than Weibo. Because the thing about Weibo, I watch Persica play, and Persica's gameplay is very clean, very textbook, and her reaction is very good. If there were 4 Persicas on the team, Weibo would be an incredibly hard survivor team to stop. But the thing is, I watch like the whole. I also watch like the whole team play. Right, there are YouTube videos out there that show all the perspectives of the survivors at the same time. Right, the YouTube channel I watch, CCC, shows not just Persica in some videos, but the whole team as like a team dynamic. And I don't know what it is with that team's antiquarian. I don't remember their name. People who keep up with Weibo, what is it with that antiquarian missing all her sticks 24/7? Can someone please explain to me? Like, bro, like every single time I watch one of those videos where like it's like the team that showing the whole team dynamic, where like Persica and with all her other teammates from Weibo, what is it with that antiquarian always missing her sticks? What is his name? It starts with a Z? I can't remember. He misses his sticks every time. It's so bad. It's so bad. And I watch the other players play, and it's just in general, like, maybe because I played this game so long so I can see the little details, but Persica is a lot cleaner. I'm not trying to gloat on Persica too much, but like I watch her and I can tell she's thinking ahead. She's thinking ahead of the box, ahead of time. She's already has a plan for the next thing that's gonna happen. And like with the other ones, you could tell it's a lot more panic. Like something happens and suddenly they don't know where to go. Right? There's a little bit of a what's the word I'm searching for? Not deliberation, but basically they're not sure. Basically, there's like a word I'm searching for. They're not sure. They're in something. Indecisive. Yeah, indecisive is the word I'm searching for. They seem indecisive, right, about where to go, what to do. Sometimes, not all the time, but because at the end of the day, they are top players. But Persica's so clean with the gameplay, as opposed to the other teammates. So I'm rooting for TE. I'm rooting for TE. I hope TE wins. Like, don't get me wrong, Weibo is great, but I think if it was just Persica, her 4 Persicas would definitely win. I don't know about one Persica and her other teammates, because I see a lot of misses from the antiquarian dude. Whoever that is, I can't remember. Does anyone remember who that is? People, Weibo gaming fans. Yeah, Goker. Sorry, it wasn't with a Z. Goker. I remember, like at first I didn't pay attention to them, but then I noticed how often they were missing their sticks. I'm like, Jesus, bro, who is this guy? Like, bro. Yeah. Am I the only one who feels like Weibo as a team feels underwhelming? Like, I know it's just a rank match. Like, I watched them play rank, to be fair. Like, I don't watch the tournaments they play in, but when I watch them play rank, what is it with Goker always missing his sticks? Every single time. Every single time he comes into support and it's just like misses and then gets hit. Like bro, it's every time, bro. It's every time. Yeah, TE was runner-up of Koa this year, so they're still doing so good. I'm rooting for TE. I'm rooting for TE to win. We'll see how TE does tomorrow. If Psyche was on Weibo, he'd be crashing out like he does on Miki. No, because I'm telling you, dude, if that antiquarian was on my team, I genuinely would be crashing out. Like, I was thinking to myself, like, man, like, I get it every once in a while someone messes up, but it is consistently bad. Like, there's one thing to being consistently good. There's such thing as being consistently bad, bro. At least in terms of the sticks. Honestly, the kites never impressed me either. Maybe because the sticks keep missing. As for the other 2 people, I can't remember, but I do know that like, man, I love the way that Persica kites from pallet to pallet area, and able to time Palestine so well, never getting fooled by them faking they walk through. Like, that's so good. That's such an important skill to have in this game, not getting hit through the pallets. having a plan as well is also very important. Obviously, Persica has a plan when she kits. You can tell that by the way she runs. There's no indecisiveness. But yeah, if Gokur was in my rank session on a stream, I might kick out Gokur, bro. Like, bro, that's crazy. Like, it makes me feel bad when I say that, because then am I better than Gokur in that case? Am I saying I'm better than Gokur if I'm criticizing Gokur like this? I don't know. I don't really want to decide for myself. That's for other people. To be fair, I don't play anti-Quarian. How late are you? You're so late that I'm not even talking about the stream anymore. We finished the matchup. Now I'm just talking about how Weibo is overrated. Because don't get me wrong, Persica is such a great survivor, and I watch Persica kite, and I can tell Persica has a plan when she kites. And then I watch her teammates play, because they also have perspective shown, and it seems so much more indecisive, so much more over the place. Like, they just find themselves in bad areas so much more often than Persica does. And in the times that Persica does find herself in a bad area, the few times, she has a backup plan. She's got that bot to get to the good area. Like, she's using it on purpose so that she can get to the good area and just make it seem like she's just using the bad area, so the hunter like is more inclined to go for these hits with their abilities, and then hits the bot, and now she's able to get to the good area. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Thinking ahead of time, where her plan was never to try to use the bad area. Like, if that was one of her teammates, they very likely would be trying to use the area instead of like accepting that there's no way they're going to be able to survive in this area like this, and just sack their abilities and then use their ability to then instead make it to a stronger area. That is such a key thing with Prisoner. That is such a key thing with Mechanic, being able to identify that you can't just survive anywhere. So many survivors nowadays are so strong that you really could just get away with any trash area. And Mechanic, Prisoner, humbles a person. They humble you. That's why I've been liking Prisoner lately, because Prisoner like humbles me. It brings me to my roots and is like, wait a minute. This trash that I've been using, I've just been dependent on my abilities, on my broken windows, and I haven't even been realizing it, right? Do not get me wrong. I love broken windows, because broken windows, the thing about broken windows is I don't rely on broken windows per se. I use the bad area on purpose, kind of like Persica will run through a bad area to just bait with the bot. I will run through a bad area, never having a plan to use that area. I'm just using it to bail me out with broken windows to get to my next turn. And that's kind of the whole idea of Persica's game style. The whole game plan, it seems like, is that she's using her abilities to keep staying in the good area, and then when she gets caught in the bad area, she's ready, she accepts it. Or if she's got nothing, she knows her way out is a pallet. She doesn't just mindlessly drop the pallet, right? And I don't see that level of gameplay from the other teammates in Weibo. I definitely feel like Weibo, in terms of clout, is carried by Persica. After all, who are you seeing on all like the Weibo player like showcases? Who are you seeing as the front face of Weibo every single time? I'll give you a guess. Anyway, guys, that's gonna be all for today. In terms of team synergy, you think Zeta is one of the best. Personally, I haven't watched Zeta enough to know. But yeah, Zeta, I hear a lot of good things about Zeta. Obviously, they won co-op before. That's just part of commenting, being into IDV comp. I'm so tempted to say that I could do better than Goku. Low-key, that's my bias coming out, though. In my head, I don't want to say it, but that's my bias coming out, bro. That I really do feel like I could do better than that. Like how are you playing with Persica side by side? I don't know, man. Maybe it's the stress. Maybe the stress is getting to you. I feel like when I play with someone like that, who I look and I'm like, wow, I didn't think about that, I adapt so fast to it. Because when someone else shows me something, I'm like, wow, I could be integrating that in so many places, and like my brain like opens up to all the possibilities. As soon as I see like one thing done, I'm like, wait a second, I could do this in like 10 other places. And it's like, that's what I love about Identity 5, is like one small thing that someone else comes up with, and I can build off of that. And that's what confuses me about Weibo, is that they have this amazing player who's coming up with strategies and routes all the time and thinking of ways to take advantage of these garbage areas and still getting out of them unscathed. And they're still using this trash. Like, they'll try to use trash and it just doesn't work out, and it's like, come on, we all knew it wasn't gonna work. Anyway, maybe I'm like in this mood because I just made the video about like staying away from the trash, right? Accepting that you have to take a hit sometimes, right? That you have to sacrifice an ability, that you have to sacrifice a hit. I just made a video about that. So I'm like, one of the main things that I've really come to think about was two things: playing in tournaments, because hunters, like Opera Singer, if you get caught out in a bad area, you just take a hit second hit instantly. And the other thing is like I'll watch Persica, right? But the thing about Persica is that you can watch a good player and not learn that much. You'll learn a little, but you won't learn as much as then when you put them side by side to someone who like kites in the same areas but just uses it way worse. You can be like, whoa, wait a second, I can see the difference in action here. Like, and now it's so much more clear, the difference here. And that's the difference, that Persica is knowing when she needs to sack that hit, when she needs to sack that ability, that any powder window she just comes across, it's not like, oh, I gotta stay here and get as much value from it as possible. No, it was really just a distraction to help her get to the next area, and that's what the game's all about. And I think at some point over the years, I've lost that, and I'm slowly getting into that groove again, of just thinking like that again. I feel like that's a big part of why I've gotten a lot worse at the game, is because I forgot about that the key thing, that you shouldn't just be using anything you come across. Obviously, I don't use everything I come across, but sometimes I'll stay at an area that is like good, but I overstay my welcome. I overstay my welcome at the area and I can't loop it forever, and I stay there too long when I should have been moving, and I should have accepted it because I was stubborn. I didn't want to. I was like, I'm not kiting at like factory, Unarmed Factory, right? And in my head, Arms Factory is such a good kiting place, but eventually you can't loop those windows forever. So I end up overstaying my welcome, and I'm forced to use a really bad palette when I find out the hunter's really close to me, instead of being like, oh, I should have thought ahead of time. If I thought ahead of time, I would have left factory one window sooner. And it's like, yes, I lose out on one window, but now I have a way better palette area to work with. Like, that's the difference. Like, instead of trying to loop factory for one extra window vault, that is just not worth it. I'm now instead able to go to middle, right, with that very strong middle palette on Arms Factory, because instead of trying to get one extra loop from the window in the back of factory, I just left factory entirely, went to middle while I still had the room. That's what I'm talking about. Stuff like that, where like you don't keep using an area until the very last second. You left a little bit sooner because you realized eventually you will get to the point where it will become last second. And what happens when you're last second? You need to now use the random garbage next to you. You don't want to let that happen. You go to the next one. You go to the next pallet area, sack the window. All right, feels bad. You didn't get as many window vaults as you wanted. It's not as fun, right? It's fun looping factory for as long as possible, seeing how long you can get value out of it. But at the end of the day, once you play this game enough, you kind of have an idea of how long it's going to last you. And so at this point, I kind of go about my kites as like, man, why did I kite here for so long when I knew factory wasn't going to last me this long? And that's kind of like how you improve at the game, is you be like, wait, that wasn't going to last me. I should have left while I had the chance. And that's what you're looking for. That's what I feel like separates Persica from the rest of her teammates, is that she's able to identify that. She's able to identify that and leave while she has a chance. Because like I said, when you play Mechanic and when you play Prisoner, it humbles you. It makes you realize that you can't be so reliant on your ability, because your ability either A, is not so overpowered like Matador or Meteorologist, and B, can't be used everywhere like Mechanic Doll. You can't use it everywhere. It has to be between thin areas like pallets, and good pallets that the hunter can go around. Stuff like that, man. Stuff like that is what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, guys. We need to humble Psyche. Replay the clip of him confidently thinking he pulled off rescuing Falcons when he actually didn't. What are you talking about, dude? It's happened a lot of times. There were like 99% of rescue. A lot of times in the total matches I've played, no. Maybe like less than 0.1% of the times I've ever played rescuer. Maybe 0.01%. But it's definitely happened before. Where I like 99% rescue someone, I leave them. Do I feel like I've gotten worse? I think I've gotten better over these last few weeks. I feel like I've gotten a lot better over the last few weeks at the game. Like, I'm now able to consistently get at least 70-second kites against Goemon, Opera, Shadow, even. And now I'm practicing against Queen Bee and able to get more than 3 server kites against Queen Bee. And I'm not playing Rescuer in those 1v1s, mind you. I'm not cheesing it with Gravekeeper. But if I do have to play Rescuer, it's like anywhere between almost a 3 server kite to like, holy crap, absolute destruction, like kind of kite. Depends on the hunter in that case. Like something like Qist, I can do an absolute destruction type of kite if I play it right. And Qist, mind you, is a good hunter. That's not a bad hunter. So lately I've been thinking about that more and trying to integrate it more in my routes where I've realized I'm overstaying my welcome in these areas. And it's like, imagine you're looping a window, right? And the hunter's slowly catching up to you, right? And then once the hunter's close enough to you where you can't loop the window anymore, you just abandon it to go for a random pallet next to it. And that pallet is absolute garbage. That's what I'm talking about, is like, that's a bad way to play, as opposed to, let's say you loop the window one time, got your window boost out of it, and now you're using it to go to a new area that can sustain you without needing to rely on window boost. Because the thing about that window boost is it seems so good at the start because you got a window boost. So then I go around it, right? Oh, I have so much distance, I can loop this window again. But why would you do that? Because the window is not sustainable, right? You always got to be looking forward, moving forward, moving forward, moving forward. You use a weird area and it can work, especially if you have broken windows. Broken windows opens up a lot more weird areas. That's why I love broken windows. It opens up the ability to go by a random area, by any area, and now you suddenly are faster than the hunter. And you got to another area on top of that. But you gotta use it well. You gotta use it when the hunter's at a right angle. You can't use it when the hunter's already on the side of a pallet or window, because then obviously you gained almost nothing off of that, because now all you got is the boost. You don't even force them to go around it. They were already around it. It requires timing, it requires precision, it requires patience, you know? You gotta make sure that you're not vaulting too soon either. Again, another thing, but I think everyone can learn something from that about not vaulting too soon. Not dropping too soon. Those are gimmies, right? What I feel is less obvious is staying in an area and not leaving because you have a lot of distance and you don't mind the hunter slowly catching up. You should mind the hunter slowly catching up, because that's going to bite you in the butt later, being like, oh, the hunter's slowly going to catch up, and yeah, sure, I'll take a hit eventually, it's fine. No, it's not fine, because then you didn't prepare for your next half of your kite after your first hit, and now you're taking a very fast second hit as a result. That's why you need to think ahead of time, because if you don't, that's what's going to happen. Yeah, that's the thing, Oka. Even if sticking around a bad pallet works, it eventually just messes you up anyway. More likely than not, it messes you up. You try to go for a miracle pallet slot, it doesn't work out. And the stronger the hunter is, the more unlikely it is. Explorer is the best survivor. Facts. Very factual. Unfortunately, no Explorer today, though. Don't get me wrong, though. If you use a garbage pallet and you drop it early, and then eventually, like, you kind of bait the hunter, go around it to your side, and then last second vault, I've used that a lot of times, right? It bails me. But sometimes I have no choice. That's why I like broken windows, because sometimes I'll have no choice, and that's what's going to save me. Any garbage area now leads me to that good area now. But notice, same thing. When I got my pallet boost, I didn't just keep going around that garbage pallet in a circle, be like, oh, I have the distance, I can get another vault out of this garbage pallet now, where otherwise I wouldn't, where I was dying for distance. No, I'm going to an area that can now sustain me, because instead of trying to play a challenge, oh, how long can I vault this pallet in a row? I'm not just thinking about how long can I vault this pallet. I'm thinking about how can I use this pallet to get to the next pallet. And that's how you're always a step ahead. That's how you get very good at identifying. That's how you play. That's how you become one of the best players. That's the secret. Thinking ahead. Who would have guessed being one step ahead in a strategy game? Alright guys, enough yapping for today. Yeah, it's like choosing between something that works all the time versus something that's fun to pull off, but only works half of the time, right? Now, it's difficult, don't get me wrong, it's difficult, because having to think ahead of time requires also being able to adapt to change. That if something changes in the plan, you're able to adapt to it, right? Because if you're going with this one set plan in mind of just constantly looping this window, you know it works, but it's not the best option, right? But you couldn't think of another option, right? And that's what separates the best players, is that they're able to just think of the next option. I thought Saki had new hair one stream ago. Yeah, I watched it. I didn't have time to style it, but I have plans for not the same hairstyle. I don't have not the same hairstyle that I had before, and not the same hairstyle that I did before, because I really didn't like that broccoli hair. So though some people told me they liked it, but it seemed like everyone in agreement was that it could be more volume, right? And so I have some ideas, right? I definitely don't like the fly hair though. This I also don't like, but that's because I didn't do anything with this. I just came here to commentate, and I was still late by 30 minutes. Guys, that's gonna be all for today. I'm gonna stop yapping. I would love to go sleep. So if you guys enjoyed the stream, want to see more streams just like this, be sure to subscribe. Be sure to like the stream so I can see that you guys love this kind of content. Let me know. Like it if you liked it. Subscribe. If you're new around here, join the Discord for whenever I announce a stream so that you can get easier announcements, or just hit the notification bell on this YouTube channel. Guys, that's going to be all for today. If you enjoyed the stream, like I said, like it, do all that stuff. But I will see you guys all later. Take care. This has been Psyche. Have a good night, everybody.